arguing with eggs on Twitter about the Browns draft plans.
Arguing with eggs. What the hell is that? Why are you arguing with food?
I mean, I eat food. I argue with food. I do a lot of things with food, Anthony.
Well, that's going to be the first thing people hear now when they tune into the pod because we are officially live for the rounds 2 and 3 of the 2017 NFL Draft. You are now listening to the Fantasy Authority live coverage of the 2017 NFL Draft. With me right now, I of course am your host, Anthony Pinzona. With me right now, I have Kevin Steele, Jeff Donovan, and Ben Cummins. We'll be joined by a slew of other guests as the day goes on. Fellas, how we doing? We ready for day 2 as Jeff just destroys the world over there?
Dude, I'm so pumped. Dude, I didn't even realize I didn't even have the YouTube pulled up last night. The graphics are so lit. Like you're killing the graphics on YouTube, and I'm just pumped because growing up, every year all I wanted to do was just watch the draft all weekend, and I feel like every single Saturday I always had something I had to do, whether that was prom or something else that pissed me off. So now I can just sit back with y'all and watch the draft and talk about it, and I'm in heaven.
That's awesome. So let's talk a little bit about round 1 before we get into round 2. It hasn't actually started yet, right? I don't have it up yet. I'll get it up in a second. I'm a hot mess right now. I just got home. I'm getting things organized. But I want to talk who had the best round 1. I really like Cleveland. I really like San Francisco. Those are kind of the two you're hearing the most. Kevin obviously loves Kansas City. Anybody else that we really thought had a great round 1 got a steal of a pick there?
I like Tennessee. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I think Tennessee did very well with landing Corey Davis, answering their defensive problems with the corner. So I think they did very well too. With their, I mean, I know that's a little. I love the other two as well. Cleveland did very well. San Francisco added more picks. So.
Elliot was good, man.
How's everybody doing?
Great.
Going
man.
on, man?
What are your thoughts for tonight? What are you hoping for?
In terms of fantasy or the Jets?
Both, man.
Um,
We need all your takes.
I want to see where Mixon and Cook go. Those are the guys I'm most interested in. I think Godwin's going to go real soon. I think the Jets will just mess it up. Are we live?
Yes.
Okay. The Jets. I was going to say those things, but
Well,
He's like,
apparently
what
we'll allow
can and
cursing
can't I
here
not
on the live show. That's what I've been told. Nice to meet you, by the way. I wasn't on the previous episode that you were on, so welcome to the show. Nice to meet you, man.
thank you for having me on, Anthony. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
So right before you came on, Anthony asked who we thought had the best day 1, and Kev said the Titans, and I undoubtedly think it was the Browns, which Anthony already talked about. What are your thoughts on that question, Elliot?
Well, the Titans and Browns have such a huge advantage, right? Because they get to make 3 picks or 2 picks.
Right. 49ers had 2 picks as well.
And the Saints had 2 picks. I would say the 49ers had a hell of a day, not only getting the 2 guys that they wanted, but also picking up 3 more picks in the process. I love the Corey Davis fit for Tennessee.
Yes.
I don't love Peppers in the first round. I like Njoku a lot. I thought that was good value. I think the best single picks in my eyes in terms of value were 11th overall by the Saints getting Marshawn Lattimore and 19th overall the Bucs getting O.J. Howard.
Yeah, man. I was so pissed last night because I did not think the Broncos would have any chance at Howard, and I knew that the Buccaneers were going to take him, but I was just praying they wouldn't once he fell to 19. And one pick too short, man. One pick too short. That's another thing I'm curious about because I'm never really the dude that wants my team to trade up unless it's for a quarterback that can be a franchise guy. We talked about that with Mahomes, with Kevin. I'm sure he's going to have some stuff to say, but I kind of, in a way, if they can make it work, I kind of want my Broncos to maybe trade up and get another offensive lineman just because there's so many still available, Cam Robinson, etc. So but I feel like we'll probably see these offensive linemen start to go really quickly too. Is that kind of your thought, Elliot, or no?
Well, the Seahawks pick next, right? And eventually they have to realize that basketball players don't make great offensive
Yeah,
linemen.
so we would think we were talking about that before they traded out last night. We would think that Seattle would take one.
I was shocked they traded back, by the way. With how many picks they have in the second and third round.
Yeah, they have 6 now, so.
And did they trade back twice, 2 different times, or was
Yeah.
it just once?
They did. So they traded back the first time with Atlanta, acquired another third.
Yeah, so I wasn't super
And then
shocked to see them
San
trade back
Francisco when they
once
went after Reuben Foster.
because it's kind of what they do. But then the second trade back to get out of the first round surprised me as well. So they have a ton of depth in terms of draft picks later on. Is that what you're saying? I didn't
Well,
know
we have 6 today, so we have 4 third rounders and then 2
4 third rounders. Wow. Okay.
yeah, and then 2
and
second.
this draft, that's where you want all your picks. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
you want them all in the first
Yeah.
round, but this draft has a ton of talent in the second and third round. So, like,
Yeah.
if the Seahawks want to rebuild their secondary, they can do that today. I would imagine, though, that pick, 34, that's when they're up, right?
Yeah.
That they're going to take Forrest Lamp or Cam Robinson or somebody like that.
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Forrest Lamp all along, and I guess the trade backs, if it ends up working out, then they did the right thing. But
If the Jets trade up for Deshaun Kaiser or Davis Webb and they take him in the second round, I'm no longer a Jets fan.
The Elliott's appearance on the pod tonight's going to be real short if that happens.
You can come join us on the Dolphins side. We'll take you.
Oh, no, I already know where I'm going. I'm going to Houston.
Hey.
Watson's been my guy. J.J. Watt's been my favorite NFL player since he came in the league.
Going to
And now he's
join.
my favorite quarterback prospect that I've loved for 3 years. So that makes it real easy.
Wait, did you Watson and J.J. Watt? You were a J.J. Watt guy?
Yeah, J.J. Watt was my favorite player in the NFL before Deshaun Watson got drafted.
That's kind of refreshing to me because I'm definitely not on this hate J.J. Watt train. I don't necessarily love the dude, but I think he's fine. He's one of the best players in the league. I'm not one of these dudes that's all over. Oh, his personality is so fake. I think he's just loves football, man. That doesn't bother me that much. So it's refreshing
I think he's
to
just a dude. He likes to chirp and make noises and do dumb things.
Yeah, I mean he does
As someone
dumb
that
shit
does
and
the
he's
same thing,
cocky.
I get it.
I mean,
he has the right to be cocky, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. He isn't that's my thought on every athlete. They have to be cocky to make it this far. And yeah, he's gonna act like a douche sometimes, but so does Rob Gronkowski, and everybody loves Gronk. So I don't know that, but
So does Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers acts like a jerk at all times. And
so
people
does
love
Russell
it.
Westbrook, and he's my favorite NBA player. So did Kobe Bryant, and I loved Kobe Bryant. So it is what it is. But
Westbrook's the GOAT.
yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. That's why you're my dude. For fantasy purposes, like you said, can't wait to see where Joe Mixon goes. Dalvin Cook. I guess Alvin Kamara should be going pretty soon. Chris Godwin should go pretty soon. I would love to see Taywan Taylor go tonight at some point. Maybe Carlos Henderson. Who else we got to look forward to here? Probably your boy Adam Shaheen. Elliott.
I can't wait. The Jets are going to take Davis Webb in the second round and Adam Shaheen at the top of the third.
Well, I just saw a tweet, somebody saying that the Broncos are going to go get some juice on offense tonight, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, you could have done that with Njoku last night, and I'm totally fine with the pick, but I've seen them linked to Adam Shaheen, so if that happens, you're not going to be my favorite person to talk to because I'm going to need to be talked off the cliff. So, yeah.
I need Frank here so I can talk to him about what the Giants did.
Yeah, man, he should be coming here in a little bit. He's got some father duties for a little, though. Where the hell did Kev go? Because I need him to start spitting his Pat Mahomes takes.
Yeah, Kev seemed to have disappeared, but we actually talked about the J.J. Watt thing during the mock draft. I'm on board with liking him, too. I love J.J. Watt, man. I didn't even know there was hate around him until Frank mentioned it on the mock draft.
Oh, no, there's lots of hate. Nobody likes him. C.D. Carter, Denny, I think, leads that. I could be wrong on that. I think he leads that. I don't know. There's a lot of people. By the way, I've been expecting all day for the Packers to trade out of this pick.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing with Seattle too.
But there's only a minute
Both
left.
teams are probably fielding offers, you would figure.
it sounds like they have not. Looks like they have not gotten the offer that they want to move out just yet. And if that's the case, what player do they want? Is the
Uh,
question.
I think I'll take a corner here. Hey guys, just as a heads up, because I have to do the podcast in this room. My TV has ESPN on it, ESPN 3, so it's like on a slight delay. So you guys can say the picks, obviously, but like when the Jets hop on the clock, I might take a step away so I can actually see it because I don't want to have you announce that I'm no longer a Jets fan. I want to hear the commissioner.
You want to see that I go? That's 100% respect, brother. 100% respect.
I think we are implementing a rule
I was
tonight, though, not to announce them early, because last night we were announcing them off of Twitter, and not
I
everybody
was bitching
knew.
last night.
Yeah, so it was like,
Oh yeah,
Don't
do
tell me.
that.
Don't tell me. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, we did a mock draft for round one, and I had the Packers pick, and I gave them a corner. I think Marlon Humphrey, which he went earlier, but I would totally agree that this should be a cornerback. We all know
if
how
you
big
watch
of
the
a need it
playoffs,
is.
they
Right.
need.
Right. Des Bryant and Julio Jones just smacked them around. So who would it be? Kevin King or somebody else?
Kevin King, Quincy Wilson, Akilla Witherspoon.
Sidney Jones, but Jones is hurt, right?
Yeah. Jones is the best corner left in the draft. He would have gone top 15 probably.
Did he tear his ACL? Is that what it was?
Achilles.
Oh, he tore. Oh man.
But apparently he's saying he'll be ready by camp.
Okay.
But of course he's saying that.
Right.
But like if you're a team like the Jets, for example, you're not going to win games anyway. You might as well get the best player.
Right. Yeah. It depends on team need. Green Bay probably wants somebody to help them try to win a Super Bowl this year. The Jets don't care about that at all. So probably take the best player, which is why I found the Cowboys' second round pick of what was it? What's his name? Jalen Smith. I found that a little perplexing last year because granted, I thought it was going to be Romo, but it ended up being Prescott. But they were a team that I thought could compete, and now hopefully he can help them this year.
Yeah, I'm really rooting for him. It was interesting. They said that Taco Charlton was not the top guy on their board until the last minute where they changed their board.
Oh, really?
And apparently they have a habit of doing that where the Cowboys have a board and then they go rogue at the last minute.
I was going to say, I feel like they do that all the time. I know Jerry Jones wanted Johnny Manziel, and his son talked him off the ledge like 5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, he had Johnny Manziel as his number one overall player.
Draft pick is up. Has everybody seen it?
Yeah,
I
it was
have not.
Kevin King.
Kevin King,
I have not.
cornerback, fills a very, very, very huge need for the Green Bay Packers. I think it's a good pick.
Dalvin King
He's,
continues, or Dalvin Cook. It's not Dalvin King. Dalvin Cook continues to fall.
Cook's fallen because of his pass blocking and his off-field stuff. His
Well,
off-field stuff is legit.
I totally agree, and that's why I didn't think he'd be a first-round pick. I said that multiple times. But I would also be shocked if he doesn't go here really quickly tonight. So
Is there a fat running back that the Seahawks would like to hoard since they only like big guys with dreads? Is Foreman coming off the board for the Seahawks?
oh, I hope not. Oh, here's a trade. We got a trade. Jacksonville. Wow, Seattle just traded again, bro.
We actually have a question in the chat too. Do you guys think the Steelers are going to draft a quarterback today?
No. I don't think Kaiser or maybe Webb will be there. Like my whole thing when I watched the quarterbacks, I thought there were three quarterbacks that had a chance to be really good with Watson, Trubisky, and Mahomes. Kev, congratulations! I know you're a happy man. Kaiser's got a huge upside, but his bust potential is huge. Like his game has serious issues in it. Peterman is pro ready. Webb is terrible. I really don't know what people like about Davis Webb. And the rest of the guys, like I know Josh Dobbs is popular, but his film is pretty terrible. If I'm a team, I don't take a quarterback at this point. I don't really care about any of these guys. They don't do anything for me.
Yeah, I think it's a very fascinating question because it definitely makes sense with how old Big Ben is and talking about retirement. But I think kind of what Elliot was saying and getting at is it only makes sense if the right guy is available. And you haven't heard a ton of positive stuff coming out. I mean, I watched a little bit of film on Kaiser, didn't really love it. He's had a lot of negative talk. I'm sure he'll go at some point tonight, probably in the second round. But a lot of negativity about Davis Webb, and I'm not sure how many other quarterbacks even go tonight. So,
Do you think?
Peterman will
But
go soon.
okay.
do you think this
So
could
maybe
be
they
John
take
Kaiser
Peterman,
though?
but
I think this might be Peterman.
right here, yeah, because I'm trying to figure out what Jacksonville's doing here.
You got. I mean,
Trade up one spot.
my TV's 30 seconds behind you guys, so you'll know before I will.
Kev, you thinking it could be a quarterback? This is where they get the potential if Bortles continues to suck replacement.
Or they might go Cam Robinson.
Right, because
Sorry,
their
Kev.
offensive. Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying earlier. I think Kev, you might have walked away. I think these offensive linemen are going to start to drop here real quickly. Mayock said he had Cam Robinson as a top 15 prospect. I know I'd heard, there's some question marks, but the upside is unreal. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was an offensive lineman either. I
mean, it
mean,
makes the most sense for them. You just drafted Leonard Fournette. Their offensive line was awful last year. They definitely need an offensive lineman. So, I mean, it makes the most sense for them to go offensive lineman.
I don't really think I'd even agree with the quarterback pick here. If it's Kaiser, I can make sense of it with upside. But, I mean, kind of my whole thought process with the Browns, the Jaguars are closer because their defense is so good and they've been on this rebuild for a few more years, I feel like. But it's like just continue to acquire good picks, especially in the trenches. So, I mean, I love that idea of Cam Robinson at this point.
Kev, how we feeling after yesterday?
Fantastic. I just stayed up all night and watched Patrick Mahomes clips all night. It was amazing.
That's what I like to hear. I know last time we talked about it, you're like, that's my guy. That's who I want. And I was like, there's no way he's making it all the way to 27. You better go up and get him. Apparently the Saints are going to take him at 11, and the Giants tried to trade up too.
Giants wanted to trade up bad. Yeah, I mean, I saw that Giants tweet before the draft, and I said they're going to have to trade up if they want him because I thought Arizona would take him at 13 if he was still there. And, of course, the Chiefs made sure that wasn't the case. I told Kev last night I love the pick. I think he is the quarterback one in the class. I know you're Deshaun Watson, dude. And I also tweeted before, like after talking with you on our pod appearance, dude, like – I realized I had taken it a little too far with Watson. I'm still not in love with him, but I figured he would go in the first round just because of everything he did in college, the big games, and I just had to tweet that the fit with the Texans was just probably the most ideal fit for both involved, maybe in the first round because the Texans want to win right now, and I would be pretty surprised. I know what they're saying right now, but I would be pretty surprised if Watson isn't starting on day one, personally.
He'll beat Savage out. No doubt in my mind he'll beat.
Yeah, I mean, you trade up for him.
That much.
Exactly. Totally agree.
Well, I mean, I think, too, both of them landed in ideal spots. And both, like Trubisky's spot is I don't really much – they don't really have anything around him at all. With Mahomes and Watson – you already have pieces in place. You have the great defense. You're not asking him to come in and either one of these guys to come in and carry the team. With Mahomes, he would likely won't even play the first year. So I think both of them landed in excellent spots.
On top of that, they also landed with notoriously great quarterback coaches with Bill O'Brien and Andy Reid. Not only did they land in systems that fit their skill set, but like you said, the surrounding talent and the coaches, I think it went perfectly. If you're Mahomes or Watson, this is much better than, say, going 6 to the Jets or, going to the Browns. You landed around guys that fit your skill set perfectly.
Totally agree. Here comes the Jaguars pick.
I want it to be a quarterback. Get the quarterbacks off the board.
Cam Robinson.
God damn it.
Yeah, I mean – that's what I was saying is greedily I was trying to figure out if there's any possible way the Broncos could come up and get him too. Obviously not.
They just moved down one pick though, right, Seattle?
Yeah. I mean, they're just acquiring picks and this. I mean, I'd argue they should have just stayed there and taken Robinson, but I
think their target's been Lamp all along.
Right. And they probably knew who Jacksonville wanted to come up and get, said that's fine, we'll just take Lamp one pick later. So
because listen, I know his arm length isn't isn't what you want it to be at tackle, but they might if they do take Lamp. I mean, they have so many needs on the offensive line. They could probably plug him in at tackle and just kind of hope that the arm length thing doesn't matter.
You talking about Seattle?
Yeah.
And if one other thing about Seattle is their roster is already is probably top 5 in the NFL.
Right.
If you add all kinds of young talent to it, like 6 picks today, and you hit on just 4 of them, like all of a sudden they're right back in there for Super Bowl contenders this year.
That's a great point. And Paul Richardson showed out in the playoffs last year. Tyler Lockett says he'll be ready for the season. So, they got some weapons around Doug Baldwin.
Who do you want if it's other than offensive line? I guess corner would be the next thing the Seahawks want. Malik McDowell might be the other guy they could take right now.
Right. Yeah, they do need some help on the defensive line. They have Ruben, and they took Jaron Reed last year, traded up for him. But I think corner is a total glaring need. Jeremy Lane, they paid him a little bit of money, and he kind of underperformed last year. And Deshaun Shedd's coming off the late season ACL tear. And then outside of that, you just have some special teams guys at the cornerback position. And then with all the rumors of, the whole Sherman thing, I never thought that was a possibility, but they definitely need to, in 2013, 2012, 13, they had some good depth there, and they've lost that. So I think they really, maybe Witherspoon, you mentioned earlier, I think he definitely fits the mold of what they're looking for.
Yeah, and again, 6 picks with this depth of corner class, you could walk away with 2, a safety, 2 offensive linemen, and the defensive tackle in the first 3 rounds, and all of a sudden be awesome. The Seahawks defense this year was still good, but on top of their safety play, the one thing I loved about them, like in the Brandon Mebane days, was they could rotate and Bear Bryant. They could rotate the guys in and out on the defensive line and keep them fresh, and they were stuffing the run all day long with that.
See, this is why I love having you on, Elliot, because if people didn't, I don't know, I came on late last night, so I don't even know if people heard anything I said, but I realized that, and I already knew this, but I love to marriage, and we talked about it when you came on the pod the other week, fantasy football analysis with real life analysis. So I don't want to just sit here and talk strictly fantasy football because all of it correlates together. It's the NFL freaking draft. So I love that you're talking about freaking Brandon Mebane because I'm going to have similar thoughts tonight as well. So just throwing that out there.
It's all part of it, right? It's all part of it. Like landing spot also is like a division, right? Patrick Mahomes is going to have to play the Broncos twice a year. Like, that's not going to be easy. Deshaun Watson's about to play the Jaguars and A.J. Boye and Jalen Ramsey twice a year. That's not ideal. I mean, I think it all plays into fantasy. I don't think it's just the landing spot. I think everything has a correlation factor.
Totally agree. So Seattle's actually made a pick after 3 trade backs. Jeff finally gets to see his team pick a player.
Dude, I've just become accustomed to not seeing a day 1 pick. So,
are you excited or are you kind of nervous?
No, I think the needs for the Seahawks are pretty glaring.
Does Seattle even hold a draft party anymore for day 1? Do they even hold that anymore?
I don't know. I should know, but I don't.
I went to the Jets one last year, and the second the Jets made the pick at 20 with Darren Lee, they kicked everybody out. And I was like, wait, there's 12 more picks. Like what if they trade back up in the draft? Right.
If
anything happens, you just literally just kicked out. You kicked me out, and I don't get to finish the draft. I was so pissed.
Right, the draft's not over. So people trade back in every year.
I know.
You called it, bro. Elliot, you called it. They went Malik McDowell.
Did they?
Yeah.
Nice. That makes sense to me because his talent is top 5 in the class. He's incredible.
Top 5.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say.
Wow. What did you watch him at all?
I watched a little bit of him. I didn't do a ton in the trenches, guys. I did some edge rushers, but McDowell's potential is phenomenal. I guess the Seahawks basically said, we have 6 picks. If we miss on one, let's swing for the ceiling with this one.
Yeah, that's interesting. The first thing that his profile said on NFL Network was gifted genetically. So I guess that's a good thing.
And he plays all over the line of scrimmage. He can play over the center or over the tackle. Like, you can move him around and he can do a lot of things.
And that's what they like to do on the defensive line there. So that I think it definitely fits in with all the different things they like to bring.
And the Seahawks are one of those teams where I don't know if you can really show up and not bring it. You know what I mean? With the veterans they have in that locker room and the energy in that stadium, it's a place where you don't really get to not bring it. You know what I mean? Like, same with the Chiefs almost. Arrowhead, there's too much energy there for you to kind of be a guy that takes plays off consistently and the team and the fans not call you on it consistently.
So the Cardinals just traded up with the Bears. The Bears just recouped a few of those picks that they used. Well, okay, but would this not, if it is a quarterback, would it not be Kaiser because of Bruce Arians and he loves a big arm quarterback?
Davis Webb
that
is
type
my
of deal
prediction here.
That would be amazing.
Can I wink?
Who'd you say?
Yes,
Davis
please.
Webb. Davis Webb. I'm gonna. I may or may not have heard they love Davis Webb.
All right, so Frank will be on soon, but apparently he's in the chat. He said, Godwin right here, come on, you fuck. So just going to try to keep his spirit alive till he gets here.
Is that Frank's go-to line? Does he just say you fucks to people randomly?
That's his thing, man. He better trademark it. I don't even know if you can trademark that. But
I think you could trademark
Elliot
anything,
says
right?
Davis Webb.
The Bears gave up, what, 4th, a 6th, and next year's 4th? Or they get
yeah.
a 4th, a 6th, and next year's 4th.
I'm sure they were very interested in recouping some of those picks they gave up to move up one spot to make sure they got their guy, Mitchell.
That one spot was super important, man.
I'm very interested in this pick, especially if it is a quarterback. I do want to do a little quick fantasy analysis. This isn't groundbreaking at all, but just going through the first round, because we were all positive last night, but to get a little negative, some fallers after round 1, obviously with Fournette going to the Jaguars, Ivory and TJ Yeldon, but you already knew they sucked. One that hurts my heart a little bit is Rashard Matthews takes a big hit with Corey Davis coming in. Still think he was already a value before Corey Davis came in, so I think maybe he falls back a little bit more and could still be a target for me in fantasy football because as much as I love Corey Davis, he is a rookie. Rashard Matthews is still going to be on the field. He was wide receiver 19 last year despite not seeing a snap share over 75% until either week 7 or week 8. I forget which one it was. But he does take a hit with that, obviously. The Mike Williams thing is really weird. There's so many mouths to feed. I love Keenan Allen, and I'm not going to let this affect me too much. Like, I know Anthony Amico put out a Dynasty survey this morning about what you would do with Keenan Allen. I just drafted Keenan Allen in a startup, and I said I'm not looking to sell him at all. In fact, if his stock falls a little bit, I might try to buy him in other ones. But it is another mouth to feed. You got Tyrell Williams, you've got Dentrell Inman, you've got Hunter Henry and Tucker Gates. I think, Mike Williams probably won't be much as a rookie. Actually, Elliot, I'd be really interested to hear about that because if he is, then I think the main dude that takes a hit would be Tyrell Williams. So what are your thoughts on Mike Williams going to San Diego?
I think it's great for his NFL career. We'll see how it starts off with his fantasy career.
Right.
I think that Keenan Allen is always fantastic in the 6 games he plays a year, but
right.
Mike Williams they've probably drafted him to be the number 1 guy there at some point, right? And Allen works fantastic out of the slot. So if you have 3 wide sets with Williams on the outside and kick Allen on the inside with Henry and Gordon, like that team's going to become really difficult to stop.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I think he's got a chance for 8+ TDs his rookie year. I think he's going to be their go-to red zone guy. We saw Hunter Henry catch 8 as a rookie. I think Gates will get much less involved this year. We really saw him start to slow down at the end of last year.
Right. And they were chasing the touchdown record for him last year. He's tied it. They said they're just going to let him break it when he breaks it. So it's not like they're going to, force feed any targets to him really, like they kind of were doing last year.
I almost wonder if he got it if he retires at the end of this year.
Just immediately on the spot.
Well, at the end of the season, because they were going for it so hard, he must have been at least considering retiring.
Yeah, they went for it so hard at the end of the season. Buda Baker.
Yeah, I was about to say that's an awesome pick. I wrote that he's the next Tyrann Mathieu, so let's put 2 Tyrann Matthews on the same team.
That's really funny that you say that because in our first round mock, Travis May put who did Cleveland take? Who did the safety? I can't even think of his name.
Jabril Peppers.
Yeah, he put Jabril Peppers there, and we talked about how that would give Arizona 2 chess pieces there with Tyrann Mathieu and Jabril Peppers, and you're saying that Buda Baker is kind of similar. So I like this. And you know what? I really think this is one of the best front offices in the NFL. I got mad love for Bruce Arians, so I'm not surprised that they made a good pick here at all.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite players, and the great thing about him is he can play free safety, strong safety, or nickel corner and be very good in all 3 roles. He's good against the run, great blitzing the quarterback. They lost Tony Jefferson and DJ Swearinger. I think safety was a need for them. I thought they were going to take Eddie Jackson later in the draft based on the fact that they always draft corners and safeties that have returnability like Patrick Peterson and Tyrann Mathieu. But I really like the Baker pick for them. I'm surprised it wasn't Webb.
What's up, mofos?
There it is. What's up, man?
What's going on?
Hey, it wasn't Godwin. I hate to tell you, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's all right.
So
we'll
now
probably go one later.
Can I just say something really quickly?
Please.
Frank, I appreciate you understanding my tweet this morning, which seemed to upset a whole lot of people.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
When I said Mike Williams sucks, NFL teams disagree, he won 7th overall, I'm not saying that means he's a fantastic NFL player. I'm just saying that it meant that he was highly thought of as a prospect.
That's what I thought you were saying. I also agree with you.
And I got like 80 people tweeting me in my mentions like, "Oh, Kevin White sucks." So what does that mean? I was like, I don't think you understand this point.
John Moore subtweet alert. Yo, I like that tweet, and that makes a lot of sense.
It responded to bumpers. I went on a bumpers rant, like a 3-minute bumpers rant as well.
I listened to it this morning, bro. That's
why I did it.
I listened to yours this morning. I was like, you know what? Fuck, I got to put a bumpers out. Let me throw something out there.
Oh, you did? I didn't even check it.
You inspired me, bro. You inspired me, and then we both inspired Kev. Kev had to get his Fire Pat Mahomes takes out.
You did a bump. What's going on? I didn't get the bumpers.
Bro,
Yeah,
where you at, dude?
I don't know, but hey, so the Bills just traded up, right? With the Rams. You think
they're getting a quarterback. They're getting a quarterback. They need a quarterback desperately.
What about a wide receiver?
I feel like this is such a Buffalo Bills move.
If this is Godwin, rest in peace, Godwin.
This is Juju Smith-Schuster, isn't it?
Oh, rest in peace, Juju.
All I can say is it'd be such a Bills move to take a quarterback here.
I hope it's a quarterback.
But right, this would not be an attractive landing spot for any of our beloved wide receivers.
I mean, are we sure they didn't trade up for a fullback? I mean, they signed 3 this offseason. Is that enough for them?
Oh, that's crazy.
Yes, Zay Jones. I wasn't going to draft you anyway.
Fullback would have been such a solid move there.
Middle of the class for me. Zay Jones.
Oh wait, are you guys behind?
Yeah, Travis can breathe easy now. My pick still hasn't.
I saw it.
It still hasn't picked for me. I must be 3 years behind.
Well, hold on, because Zay Jones is a very polarizing prospect, and we didn't talk wide receivers with Elliott. So, do you have any what? I don't know if I've heard you talk about Zay at all, Elliott. What were your thoughts about him?
I like Zay Jones a lot. I thought he had really good hands. He runs good routes. I think he's excellent in the slot. I hope that's where they play him.
Okay.
A couple things I really liked was he had excellent stick knowledge and understanding of zone coverages and where to settle in. He's just going to be like a chain mover kind of guy. I thought he tested much better than he played. He's not going to get a whole lot of yards after catch, but he has the ability to make difficult catches. He's a good blocker and a great effort player. I think he's one of those guys that just ends up as a good football player. My comparison for him was Rashad Matthews, actually. Like
No, J-Matt?
He could. That's a fair comp too. But I mean, I like him. I think he's going a little higher because of his combine, and he didn't necessarily play that way. But I was a fan. If he's going to play in the slot, how often do the Bills even have 3 receivers on the field if they sign 3 fullbacks?
So I probably should know this, but who is their wide receiver 2 right now? Now that Robert Woods is gone,
Cricket.
Is it Colby Listenbase, something like that? I feel like
Dude, I have no idea. So even if he plays in the slot, I mean, you got to think
this could be a decent landing spot for him,
right? So I mean, even no matter where he plays, and I think that makes sense in the slot with all the talk about
Corey Brown.
Oh,
Well, they signed Andre Holmes as well.
Corey Brown.
Who is
that? Philly Brown, the guy
Philly
from
Brown.
Carolina.
Andre.
They signed Andre Holmes as well. They have looks like they have Brandon Tate.
Yeah, they signed Andre Holmes.
Walker Powell.
I think you can still look at Zay Jones as their number 2 wide receiver, quote unquote. I mean, I feel like he should be able to step right in and do a lot of what Robert Woods did, even though I like Robert Woods. But I like Zay's tape. I think the negative comment on him was that he did most of his college production last year as a senior, which is always something to consider. But, I mean, I'm really not one that's overly critical about yards per reception. I don't know. I'm
surprised. I'm surprised Ishmael Zamora's still out there in the wide receiver 1.
Oh, fire takes are coming.
I'm wondering. I'm just surprised he's still out there.
I guess that NFL teams like receivers that beat corners and not dogs.
Are we sure, though, Elliot? Are you sure?
I would hope that that's the case.
Prove that, Elliot.
To be honest.
Frank, if you want me to prove something, I think the best way to do it is send me 45 tweets between 4 a.m. and 9 a.m. in the morning.
Dude, it's a definite. That's how we prove stuff.
Wait, Kev, what did I do to you?
I'm just poking fun. Obviously, everyone has their takes. They have a point. We cannot prove that Mike Williams. I can't believe I'm not going back on that. No, I'm not doing this again. Listen to my bumpers if you want to know how I feel, and that's it. At Dynasty Frank.
What did you say, Ben? Why are you asking? What are you asking me about?
I think I need to ask Anthony. He's
what I do?
Are you talking about me in the chat? I'm really confused here.
Is he slandering your name in the chat? Is he slandering you in there?
I was taking my opportunity to do a little Ben slandering in the chat because I didn't know he was paying attention even. It worked out well for me, I thought.
Hey, I read the chat, bro. What you got to say?
I got nothing now. It's long overdue. I mean, that was like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't even remember. Dude, I'm a yo-yo. Like you gotta wheel me back in. I don't even know if that makes any sense. Also,
good talk, Ben. Good talk.
Jonathan Stewart takes a hit with Christian McCaffrey. Brandon LaFell's kind of dead with John Ross.
No, I disagree.
Well,
I think they're different wide receivers. I know they're going to try. Obviously, they're going to try to get John Ross the ball, but I don't think that LaFell's dead at all. I thought he was going to be dead last year, and then he surprised me. So I don't see him dying or falling off. I think they're two different wide receivers.
No, I totally agree with that. But I guess my question would be if, and it's a huge if, right? If AJ Green and John Ross stay healthy, John Ross is going to see his playing time. He might not be a fantasy asset year 1, but he's going to be on the field. He's going to see targets. So would you ever feel comfortable starting Brandon LaFell?
No.
And I know Brandon LaFell won me a Dynasty League last year. But the point is AJ Green was hurt and John Ross wasn't there. And, yeah, Tyler Boyd didn't do anything as a rookie, but Tyler Boyd was still a draft pick, pretty high draft pick for them that plays in the slot and that is going to see the field somewhat. So I wouldn't feel confident ever playing Brandon LaFell in fantasy.
I'd feel more confident playing Brandon LaFell than Tyler Boyd, 100%.
Well, I totally agree with that. Yeah, but I didn't even like Tyler Boyd wasn't even really relevant last year either. So the
No.
guy that was relevant, because Frank, before you came on, I was like, oh, well, Chargers are picking, so I'll shut up.
Guys, after this pick, I'm gonna hop off to see the last 7 minutes of my Jets fanhood, and then I'll come right back.
Last 7 minutes of what?
He's leaving the Jets fandom.
If they take a
Oh.
quarterback here, the dude is leaving to be a Deshaun Watson Texans fan. I selfishly wish he would stay so we can get the live reaction.
Oh, we don't get a live reaction from the Jets.
But I totally respect it. I do the same thing.
Elliot,
We'll see in a little bit, bro.
Elliot, I do have a question before you go. Did Fireman Ed ever come back?
He's like around, but I don't think he's at every game anymore.
All right. Moving on. Chargers pick. I'm just seeing it, so you guys probably already have it.
So Dalvin Cook, has that?
Yeah, I'm at commercial break already.
We know who the Chargers took, right? I'm not spoiling anything.
No, if you could tell me, that'd be great because I have no idea.
Calm down, Rox.
It's already been announced.
Forrest.
Yeah, that's already been announced.
I don't like when my division rivals make good picks.
Well, listen, I'm on PlayStation View on a computer, so my delay is real right now.
No, I was talking to Ben. I thought Ben said that I was acting like it hadn't been happening yet.
No, my bad. I'm just not trying to spoil it.
Anthony, it's Forrest Lamp, Ant.
All right, so
It's
I
Forrest
just
Lamp.
saw it. I was waiting for these guys.
So much build up just for the Force Lamp.
Does that make you nervous that Forrest Lamp fell so far? Does that make anybody nervous? I mean, for the Chargers at least.
No, it doesn't. At this point, we're still very early in the draft. It's good player being picked after good player being picked.
Oh, please no Dalvin Cook.
There was
here.
like 60, guys, everybody saw this, right? There was talk of 65 guys going in the first round. And you just sit there and you do the math and you're like, okay, well, there's going to be some really good players available in the second round. And I just think that's what we're seeing.
You think that kid made the pick? The kid in the war room, you think he's the one that made the pick?
I didn't even see it. I'm sorry.
Is this Bird? Who is this? Oh no, Joe Klecko.
I just hope it's not Dalvin Cook.
I know who it is. Does anybody else know who it is?
He's by himself over there.
I've never heard of this dude.
Oh, it just popped up on the draft tracker. I have draft tracker and the NFL Network open, so
Marcus May.
We can Marcus May, Travis May's cousin.
Travis May's cousin just got drafted.
We'll get an exclusive interview with Marcus May's cousin here pretty soon. The Fantasy Authority's own. I don't care about this pick. I want to keep doing this real quick. Stock up, stock down on the draft.
Wait a second. So they took two safeties?
Yeah, I was about to say they drafted two safeties.
Because they took Jamal Adams.
They're trying to trade Calvin Pryor. They're trying to trade both Calvin Pryor and Muhammad Wilkerson. Is it Wilkerson they're trying to trade? I hope the Broncos trade for Wilkerson, to be honest with you.
Isn't it Sheldon Richardson?
I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. Sheldon Richardson. I hope the Broncos trade for him.
So Frank, we haven't really heard. What's all your reactions from what happened yesterday? I mean, I know you love the Patrick Mahomes pick. I know you love that move.
Yeah, I did. It was awesome. I was rooting against it.
Why? Why would you root against that? What is
just
wrong
to piss
with
you off, basically.
And you know the Giants were trying.
I didn't want the Chiefs to get him either, but I also can't deny.
Yeah, no, I heard that the Giants were trying to trade up. I'm like, thank God they didn't trade up for him. I'd rather have Evan Ingram. I'd love Evan Ingram. Fucking Mike Evans, light. Love it. Love Evan Ingram.
Did you see the tweet I threw out there?
I'm not sure.
I mean,
last night I was wrecked.
It's just really exciting that you're going to have OBJ and B. Marsh on the outside, and you're going to have Sterling Shepard in the slot on one side.
Yeah, basically they're going to be four
and you're
wide.
Have Evan Ingram in the slot on the other side. And it's what, even though I don't agree with how Ben McAdoo likes to run his offense, in real life NFL terms, I love it for fantasy football. And this move just solidifies that they're going to continue to run three wide sets, run a vast majority of shotgun, and they're going to work Evan Ingram on the field in the slot as well, maybe on the outside to get him some mismatches against cornerbacks. And so, I mean, it just stock up for Eli Manning in fantasy. I would say.
But Ingram? Can he ever be an inline tight end? Because he certainly doesn't look like a man that could ever be a real inline.
Yeah, but he
tight
wasn't an inline tight end, right, Elliot? I mean, Elliot's
Not year
back.
one.
How do you
Yeah,
feel
guys.
about Marcus May, real quick?
So it's interesting that they take two safeties.
Yeah, we yeah.
I put my hood up like this. I was like, I couldn't look at the screen. I was waiting for the words Davis Webb to come out of his mouth. I would prefer them to take one of the safeties in the third round, like an Eddie Jackson or Tedrick Thompson. But May can play strong real well. He can be a versatile safety, and they really need help. They need help everywhere, if we're being completely honest. But I guess try to build up a Seahawks-like defense and really value that safety position. I got to imagine Calvin Pryor's getting traded at some point here soon.
Right, like he's about to go for a fourth rounder or something, I would guess. I mean, you can't – they just drafted two safeties, so –
and I'm assuming Sheldon gets traded here.
Yeah, I want the Broncos to trade for Sheldon.
It makes so much sense as a one-year rental.
Right.
Like, and then you get the compensatory pick from him 2 years later if you don't want him anyway, and you get a guy that can help you go chase a Super Bowl that's a star player.
What year did you guys draft Pryor?
Before that? What happened?
What year did you draft Pryor?
2 years ago?
The same year as ODB.
Oh, yeah?
4
4 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. So, it's a good time in terms of Marcus May's chances of succeeding. If he's like any other Jets second rounder, he's going to be terrible. Google the last 10 years worth of Jets second rounders, and you can't name me more than one guy that was even an okay NFL player.
Ooh.
Wait. No, Christian Hackenberg was a second rounder, though, right?
Yeah. And he's not even the worst one. I mean, we got guys like Jason Morrow, Mike Nugent. They drafted Justin Miller just to return kicks.
Mike Nugent was a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mike Nugent's a goat. Oh man, I remember when you guys took Nugent.
Animal goat.
Oh man.
Frank.
Yo.
A couple other of your favorite landing spots as the Panthers are about to select. You can think about it as they pick.
I mean, Corey Davis, obviously.
Yes, bro, yes. 1.01.
Yeah, we knew Fournette was going Jacksonville. We speculated McCaffrey to the Panthers. Mike Williams, I'm not the biggest fan of that spot. I'm still a Keenan Allen fan. I love Tyrell Williams. You guys haven't seen this yet?
Oh, I
It's
just
not
saw
Dalvin
it.
Cook, is it?
Wow. Oh, wow. That definitely, that puts a little bit more cold water on Christian McCaffrey.
Oh.
Is it a slot receiver? Is it Carlos Henderson or
No.
Godwin?
Well,
It
it's
is
somebody.
Don't tell me it's Cooper Kupp.
No.
I'm not Cooper.
Think very electric. Kind of like Christian
Curtis
McCaffrey.
Samuel.
Take Tyreek.
Yep.
Yes.
That's Curtis Samuel.
Yeah.
They just took Curtis Samuel.
All right.
So I guess they're going complete opposite. They said, we're just going to get big guys, and now we're just going to get fast guys.
Right. Yeah. Well, okay. So how are they going to deploy both
what
of
to make
these
of this.
guys, McCaffrey and Samuel? Are they? Well, I mean, if they just want to try to turn Samuel into a wide receiver, then and McCaffrey and Samuel are both going to be on the field together a lot, then they just added a ton of juice to their offense, and I can get behind it. But I think that's a projection for Samuel as a wide receiver.
Is this Minnesota's first pick?
Yeah, they got Sam Bradford in the first round.
Yeah.
They got Sam Bradford in the first, so it'll be exciting to see how he plays. He's
This has to be an old lineman, right?
very high prospect.
God damn it!
What's up, bro?
He just
I
saw.
saw who Minnesota.
What up?
Oh, don't tell me.
Hey, our dub was goody, man.
I stay off
What's
Twitter in
good?
these situations. I like hearing them announced.
Me too. I'm not on Twitter.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to see that.
I like watching them announce
for me.
Oh, they traded.
trade. Bengals.
They traded up. I guess.
All right,
Minnesota.
all right. Did the Bengals want to lock in Joe Mixon? I'm asking you right now.
That or Dalvin Cook?
The Bengals are the one team that gives no fucks about character concerns whatsoever. We know this. So
No. Minnesota traded up. Bengals
Oh,
dropped down to 48.
my bad.
Who's the best offensive lineman left?
By the way,
What's
that Panthers pick is listed on NFL.com as a wide receiver. Curtis Samuel, wide receiver.
NFL Network had him as running back.
Conflicting reports from the NFL.
Nobody knows what he plays.
Gadget.
They're gonna play him at wide receiver, I would imagine.
I agree with Kev.
Don't be a running back, please. No running back.
Is
No
there
running
still
back.
a good offensive lineman available? I would hope
It's
that.
got to be. Their offensive line was atrocious last year.
Is there a good one available?
I have no idea.
Anybody's better than what they had.
Yeah, dude, all of us should go out there and try for a play. And we might do better than the Minnesota offensive line. I say for a play because we would all die if one play into it, but
Oh no! Oh my God!
Dude.
Damn.
I hate that you guys all know 30 seconds before.
Yeah, I have no
What
idea what's
the
happening
fuck?
right now.
There goes my
Why
Jared
would you
McKinnon
take?
dynasty pick I just made.
Wow!
Yep.
Wow!
Dalvin Cook.
Bye-bye,
Horrible.
McKinnon. Bye-bye.
It's not
He
even
was,
bad.
but he was never a thing. He sucks. The
So-
kid had his chance. He sucks.
So
He does, but
McKinnon was all right in PPR
They
towards
also
the end of
just
the
No.
signed Latavius Murray.
But yeah, it's the Latavius Murray stock, which already we all knew he wasn't very good. But you knew this upsets me because there was going to be somebody in every single one of my drafts that was going to take Latavius Murray, and where I never would have, and just continue to push good players down the board. And now Latavius Murray's stock is gone.
Wow.
yeah, holy crap.
All right, so where's he go? Where does Dalvin Cook go now?
Well, they still
In
haven't
rookie
addressed
picks.
offensive line, so their offensive line still isn't very good. And they did sign Latavius Murray, which means he's not going to just be dead. It'll probably be a split. Now
Yeah, but he's better than Latavius Murray.
Yeah, but you saw this last year with the Bears, right? Jeremy Langford started first half of the year when everybody was like, Jordan Howard's so much better.
Yeah, but Jeremy Langford wasn't. They didn't commit to Jeremy Langford in terms of a free agency deal.
Right, so
And
it's
I don't
even
know-
worse
I don't know
for
what
Dalvin
the
Cook.
terms of the contract are, but he's getting paid, so he's going to be on the field a little bit. I think Jerick McKinnon is literally dead, but Cook
Yeah.
in not a great situation and sharing
Horrible
time.
situation.
Yeah.
This is one of the worst situations he could have landed in.
Yeah, let's be
Terrible.
real. This is terrible. Zay Jones didn't have a very good spot either. I don't think he had a very good landing spot in Buffalo. Dalvin Cook, this isn't a very good landing spot for fantasy. He's going to be sharing time with Latavius Murray, so I wouldn't want to take him very high. What do you think?
Okay,
Frank?
but
But saying Zay Jones is in a good landing spot, I don't know how great, because the opportunity plays a part into that, and there's literally nobody there besides Sammy Watkins, and Sammy Watkins can never stay healthy. So if that happens, I mean, he literally could be the number one there. And when we're talking about Dalvin Cook, which obviously two different positions, totally changed everything, but he lands on a team with an absolutely anemic offensive line. They have done nothing to improve it, and then they already have Latavius Murray here. Dalvin Cook, I don't know about in Dynasty, but he has to fall way down because of this. I mean, I don't know. Unless Minnesota can do something, then I don't see a clear path for opportunity at all for Dalvin Cook, unless they just sign Latavius Murray just to be some goal line short yardage back.
Well, and there's a lot of good skill players still available, Mixon being one of them, where they could end up in much better landing spots. So we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, like you said, I can see Cook falling in dynasty drafts, and I don't really see right, and I don't really see myself wanting anything to do with him for 2017 unless I can get him in the 10th round or later, which is probably not going to be the case because everybody loves rookies.
Wait, are you talking about redraft startups?
I'm talking
Dynasty
about-
startups?
I was talking about redraft startups.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in a redraft, he's going to be one of those guys you got to take and hold for the entire year and just hope
You're
for the
man
best.
to ask about a dynasty startup, Frank.
in a startup, I'm not. I have no idea. I'm still processing this. This is horrible. I loved Dalvin Cook, and I do not like this landing spot.
I'm
It's
telling you,
not
like Minnesota is
Yeah,
where
it's one of
prospects
the
gonna
worst
die.
for him.
I mean, Laquan Treadwell last year, and now we got Dalvin Cook this year. It's just
Yeah. Ugh. I'm off the top of my head. I want to
They
say
didn't-
like
they didn't
1-7,
address-
1-8 in
They
rookie
didn't
drafts.
address the offensive line at all in free agency. They got
That's
nobody.
that's what I was going to ask. Did they sign anybody in free agency? Because I don't have it pulled up. I don't remember.
I don't understand. Their offensive line's still terrible. I can bring up the guys right now for you. I don't understand that if they're willing to trade up, why wouldn't you just get Forrest Lamp and trade up a few spots more and get the best interior lineman, or take a Pat Eflin or Dan Feeney and just load up on guard. According to PFF, they have one guy considered a good starter, or he's actually considered a great starter in their center in Joe Berger. Their left guard is considered an average player, and all three of the remaining offensive linemen are considered below average.
Right, and even though
So-
Latavius Murray isn't very good, like he would have been fine in a committee with McKinnon, and it's not like they're going anywhere this season anyways, and a running back is always somewhat of a short-term evaluation. So I don't love it.
I mean, I don't know, but do you come from the standpoint of, you know what, we know our offensive line is shit, but Dalvin Cook is literally the best available player on our board out there left. And, like, they're not thinking about it from a one-year deal. We talk about this all the time. They're thinking about it as, look what this kid can be for us in the future. When they just had Adrian Peterson dominate with them for years, and now they have to look at Latavius Murray and Jerick McKinnon, like, they might have just thought, let's bring in Cook now, and then we'll address the offensive line needs. Because, like, Cook is out there. We get him. We're going to be set. We're going to build up a line for him to run, next year and in the future.
Minnesota's fucked up the last 2 years. Seriously. They traded a first for Sam Bradford. They drafted Teddy Bridgewater. They drafted Teddy Bridgewater. They traded a first for Sam Bradford.
Treadwell.
Laquan Treadwell, and now this.
Real quick, I pulled it up. The Vikings did sign in free agency tackle Riley Reef and tackle Mike Remmers, so they brought two guys in, but they lost Matt Khalil and Andre Smith, who were probably the two best offensive linemen they had, if I had to guess. They lost both of them in free agency, so it really ended up being, a wash. And so, like we're saying, their offensive line is still terrible.
But yeah, why would you, like, to your point, Ryan, why would you, like, it's not like Dalvin Cook is some transcendent talent, like Ezekiel Elliott type of player where, like, he's just a can't-miss prospect. Like, he's –
Dude, I'm not saying
he's an above-average running back.
Elliott,
But why would you not
very
address
good
the most
running back, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, he's certainly a guy that you could get better next year or the year after that. Like just investing in a running back without having the offensive line is the engine that makes your running game go. I mean, he's not some transcendent
you build
talent.
through the trenches.
Yeah,
Well,
We're not trying to cure cancer here. You build through the trenches. It's what you do.
Well, and I'm not disagreeing with that, but okay. So yesterday we were talking about the offensive lineman, and I mean, okay, to Elliott's point, Forrest Lamp might be the best interior lineman, but we all been saying, like, this offensive lineman class, we've heard that it's not that good. So what's the point in investing in an offensive lineman if they're not going to be that good anyway? I think that they feel like they know what they're going to get from Dalvin Cook. I liked him. I thought that he was, the second best running back in this draft, in my opinion, and good in the right system. So why not get that guy and then, just build up this line later? They've brought in two players that have been said, so just deal with that and then address that next year, because they still have Murray for this year.
And Ryan,
They're
to your
paying
point,
him, so he's going to see the field.
And Ryan, to your point, they just threw up Mike Mayock's top available players on NFL Network, and there was not a single offensive lineman available. And that's why I was asking, because once Lamp and Robinson went, I didn't know if there was a good prospect. And, this draft class has been talked about as not being a great offensive line class. And so, yeah, we can sit here all we want and scream that it should have been an offensive lineman, but it's the exact same thing that Browns fans are doing, screaming that they need a quarterback. And my point has been, yeah, but there hasn't been one that they've been in love with. So I like the fact that they're accumulating other positions and waiting until they get a guy that they're in love with. Don't just take a guy just to take a guy. And so there's something to be said for the Vikings taking Cook, who obviously is a very good running back. I don't think he's a transcendent talent either, but he's a very good running back. And he might have been their top player on their board. There was probably no offensive lineman available. And all of that's fine, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a shitty landing spot, in my opinion, for fantasy football. My question now is, does Philly go with some juice on offense here?
Joe
They went defense, right. They went defense round 1, and they need a running back, and they need some juice. So I could see this being Mixon.
They also need corner help really badly. Really badly.
Right, yeah, that's a good point.
Kind of shocked they haven't addressed it yet. One thing I'll say about Cook is I really like him as a running back, but it's really tough to get the running back and then try to build up the offensive line. And I agree with you that the offensive line class is weaker. There still are some good guards, especially, and they can find a right tackle. But I think that as much as I like Cook, if you're going to trade up, it should be for an offensive lineman and try to build up. And, next year's running back class is loaded too. You just you try to get the offensive line before the running back. I think that's the order it should go in. But I get your point, Ryan, too. If that's who the top guy on their board was, then, sometimes you just got to go get them and hope the other things work out.
Totally agree with you. That's the way to do it, but it doesn't always work out that way. So see what happens.
From a fantasy standpoint, it's awful. It's god awful.
Right, and that's why I bring up Philly, because if they were to take a running back, Philly is a very exciting offense for fantasy.
Oh, if Mixon lands there,
if Mixon goes to Philly, he's in the discussion for the 1.02.
So we were talking about corners, right?
Yeah, and they definitely need a corner.
There's a guy that likely maybe would have been a first-round pick had it not been for the injury, and that's Sidney Jones. Where do you think he goes?
I think he should already be off the board. I think anytime you get a top 15 talent in the 40s and you need a corner, you just kind of take them and be willing to miss the first 8 games of the season, knowing that your first-round pick is a huge piece of your future, not just that season. If I was the Jets, that's who I would have taken.
And like you said, Elliot, I think Philly fits the mold of a team that could take him, that, continue to build up what they're doing. And then in 2018, they really try to compete with a healthy Sidney Jones.
Yeah, I even think he can play the second half of the season.
Right, that too.
So I just think, if your team, I know I'm circling back to the Jets. That's just my team, and they're a great team to use whenever you talk about a team that sucks. If you're trying to, build up a team. If I'm the Seahawks, that's the guy I might try to go get. You need a corner. You've got a great roster. You've got all these picks. You can kind of wait on him to get healthy, and when he's there, you get an extra first-round talent, despite the fact that you didn't take a pick in the first round.
Well, we'll see.
What is this? What's going on? I can't just.
I don't know, man. It's always something before every pick. It drives me nuts.
This person passed. All right, never mind.
Yes, this is
Lieutenant.
What an asshole!
I'm not going to hate on this. I'm just saying they do something before every single pick. But this is fine.
Oh my God, they're doing this again.
This is fine. I agree.
They're honoring a fallen soldier.
Just pick already, man.
I'm just going to log out.
Is this Mixon?
I apologize to everybody.
Colin Kaepernick is the best quarterback in the league. Remember when John said that?
Oh, yeah.
Jaworski said that?
Greatest of all time, right? Potential.
Hey, why is there so much Colin Kaepernick slander? Why is there so much Colin?
No, that's what he said.
Very good conversation.
Relax. We're not slandering. We're not slandering anybody. That's what Jaworski said.
That was very good, timely conversation, Kev. Good shit.
Kev, The Mike Williams talk that you've been on the past month, that's slander. Okay, we addressed that yesterday. The Colin Kaepernick, we got film on this guy. Okay, he's not good.
You need to get glasses then. He wasn't that bad last year. Like y'all are acting like he was.
Stop it already! Colin Kaepernick is done. For the love of God, there's a reason no team wants him.
Let it go, bro. It's done. It's over with. You lose, we win. Let it go.
Oh, it's not over yet. If y'all are crazy if you think he ain't gonna get signed by somebody.
It's looking that way.
Who?
I will say that I do find it very fascinating that John Elway really wanted to trade for Colin Kaepernick last offseason, and I didn't want it to happen because I just not really a fan of him. But I find it fascinating.
How dare you, Ben? How dare you? Kevin has a few words to say to that.
I know, right? I find it fascinating, though. I find it fascinating that at the end of the day, Elway didn't want to give up too much in a trade, but now he's free, and it doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
Elliot, what's your thoughts of Colin Kaepernick? What do you think about Colin Kaepernick?
The football player? Right?
Celebrity named Colin Kaepernick?
No, first off, that's pretty crazy that you asked me about Sidney Jones, and I said the Eagles would be perfect, and then 15 seconds later it happened.
Right, I'm literally Kev balled out. I'm literally tweeting right now, putting our link in again that this is the only pod that's going to break down Sidney Jones going to a team before it happens. So
it's almost like I studied for this. But with Colin Kaepernick, I think his biggest problem is that he's just not that good at football.
Thank you very much, Elliot.
All right, it's over.
I put in my
it's over. That's it. It's like 5 versus 1 now.
Now, I think it's crazy. He opted out of a $14.5 million contract. That's wild. Like, he had that guaranteed money. I think the thing is that teams would be comfortable giving him a $7-8 million a year contract, right? And give him an opportunity to compete for the starting job. But regardless of how you feel about his stuff off the field, certain things off the field, like his donating money to charity, I don't even know why that's considered an off the field thing, but like his kneeling for the national anthem. However you feel about it, what it is though is it is a conversational piece, right? Like it's a distraction. It's something that all the players are constantly asked about. And what Joe Thomas said is very true. Like if you're not a star player, you don't get to bring distractions to a team. Like Tim Tebow, Colin Kaepernick is way better than Tim Tebow. But Tim Tebow could have made an NFL roster if nobody cared about Tim Tebow. Like he would not have been running the league so much. It's just he got so much attention that teams were like, I'm not giving my third string quarterback this much attention at all times.
Right. You don't want that distraction. It's just a fact.
So the Rams are going to pick a running back here, right?
Juju Smith-Schuster makes all the sense in the world. I mean, I wouldn't love it.
Chris Godwin.
But playing in, obviously LA, the connection there with USC, wouldn't even have to leave, play in his home stadium. They desperately need a wide receiver. I
hope Taiwan Taylor goes here. So
son of a bitch!
I'll never feel tempted to ever draft him. That's why I hope Taiwan Taylor goes here, so I never have to draft him.
My mock draft would just be blown up.
I don't want to wish this upon any of these guys.
If it's not blown up already,
they drastically need a wide receiver. Don't they pretty much need help everywhere?
They need a quarterback.
But they just took Jared Goff last year. You need to put pieces around him if you ever even want him to succeed.
Totally
they literally have nothing.
Totally agree with that.
So therefore, they're taking a defensive lineman, right? That's what
probably, yes.
Oh, please let that happen.
And Jeff Fisher's gone, so new regime. I don't even know McVay, right? He's offensive minded. He's an offensive minded guy coming from Washington.
OC in Washington.
Yeah, I'd actually be really, really surprised if it's not a wide receiver, to be honest with you. I don't know how many picks they have in this draft, but
that line he had as bad as Jeff Fisher is as a head coach, that line he had in Hard Knocks, like this is that 8-8 shit. That 500. I'm done with that. It's like
some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like when I watched that, I mean, just unreal. Unreal how stupid that is.
And then, to be honest, I didn't watch.
That was supposed to be a pep talk, bro. That was supposed to be a pep talk to his team in training camp.
Dude, he didn't let Todd Gurley get touched in practice and then wonders why throughout the regular season he's struggling with contact. Well, he didn't practice the entire offseason with contact. Like, he's a running back. I know you want to protect him.
Yeah.
But, take off the tutu. This is football. Like, you have to teach their running backs that they're going to get hit. This isn't a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just – anyway.
Yep.
But they should take a receiver was the basic point. But Jeff Fisher sucks.
The worst.
I'm not going fucking 8-8 again. You hear me? It's like,
Ben,
dude, yes,
Ben.
you are. Yeah.
You just posted a link to the Google Hangouts on Twitter. That's what you just posted.
Who's coming in?
I'm going to
Who's coming in?
that.
It's about to get crazy in here.
Who's the first one on?
Dude, we had 10 people in the room yesterday, and people trying to get in.
Deleting.
It was crazy.
I'm an idiot.
Oh, man.
So if Chris Godwin doesn't go soon, he's going to go to the Lions.
I'll take that.
So I think that's a good landing spot for him. Now,
Yeah, like this
We
could be
talked-
Godwin too. So
no, absolutely. I'm just saying, like, that's his floor. I know there are a lot of Godwin fans in here, but I'm going to call it now that's saying if he's on the board when Detroit picks, he won't make it past them. So sorry to circle about the Jets because no one wants to talk about them at all, but fantasy related, with 2 rookie safeties likely starting, it might be a great look to target them in DFS. Because rookie guys are going to get out of position. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And you can have some. They're probably going to lead the league in big plays allowed. The
Wow.
secondary play will be improved, but rookies.
Really?
You have 2 rookie safeties running back there. You're gonna have guys in the wrong place occasionally.
totally agree.
That's good.
It's exactly what you're looking for to target in DFS. Totally agree.
I wanted to say that before I forgot.
Especially early in the season. I mean, I totally agree with you. That's exactly what I look for.
Oh, yeah.
Early in the season, I really, unless it's a crazy, amazing situation like a Zeke or something, I really fade rookies in DFS just because I truly believe that there is a learning curve no matter how good you are. With running backs, an opportunity, again, the Zeke thing, like that can be the one exception. But I do that on offense too. And yeah, totally agree. You want to look at bad defenses, and that includes – especially if both of those guys start day one, yeah, they're going to be out of place. They're going to make mistakes.
I have to imagine that both start, but it's just a point in general that I think we should focus. If one of these teams really builds up a certain area of their team with rookies, that's something you should consider for fantasy early on in the season with DFS to try to attack and expose.
Gerald. What? Wait, never mind. You guys
Wow.
haven't heard this yet, right? You haven't seen. All right.
No.
Wow.
I'm on the same time as you, Frank.
Wasn't
That's that fiber optics shit, Ryan.
Tyler Higbee a second round pick just 1 year ago?
Yeah, so much for Higbee.
Yep.
Oh,
You guys keep
I really
falling
hope.
for this.
Is this Bucky Hodges?
No.
Damn it!
Oh, I'm so ready to
Bucky!
spit fire, bro. I'm so ready to spit fire.
Bucky!
Nah, Gerald Everett.
Oh, I like that. I like that actually, because Higbee's a true inline guy, and he's not.
Okay. So
If you liked Evan Engram and the way that he gets used, Frank, we can talk about Engram later with the Giants. But
Love Ingram. What? You don't like it?
I don't like him to the Giants. No.
Oh my God.
That has to be the worst cast of
Oh, boy.
offensive talent there.
This, of
Jared
course, is
Goff,
going to be a
Tavon
huge
Austin,
stretch.
Robert Woods.
This, of course, is going to be a huge stretch, but coaching narratives, right? So this is McVay's Jordan Reed. Then, in a way, if he's not an inline blocker, he's a receiver.
Yeah, so he's going to spend time in the slot, H-back. Like, he can be the second tight end, but you're going to move him around a lot and try to basically use him as a big slot guy.
Kind of
The
like how
reason-
the Giants are going to use
Ooh,
Evan
H-back.
Ingram.
Yeah, I hope they do. But, Frank, here's my concern.
Mhm.
The Giants ran 11 personnel, which is 3 receivers, 1 tight end, and 1 running back, 92% of the time last year. So almost exclusively.
Right.
If there are 3 receivers on the field with Marshall, Shepard, and Beckham, I have to imagine that means that he's going to line up in line a ton. And if he's going to line up in line, they're not going to want him on the field early downs for running plays because he's going to struggle to block. And then he's going to give away tendencies. Like when he's in the game, you're going to know it's a pass play because he struggles to block so much.
Yeah, but even if you know it's a pass play,
Well,
you still have to defend it, right? So it's kind of like they're gonna have 4 wide the whole time. He's not gonna be in line. Put him out. Put him in the slot. I don't care. Get him out there. He's a beast.
Bears
He's
picks
an
coming.
animal.
Shout out R-Dub.
Bears boring. They blew that, huh? Wow, the John Lynch. I was gonna say something.
Well, Ryan could have another.
I was waiting for it.
John Lynch
another pissed off
really gave it
reaction,
to
which
him.
wouldn't be boring.
I'm shocked Mixon's on
gonna be.
Well, Tyler Strong,
Kaiser?
shout out Tyler Strong, writes for Roto Underworld a little bit. Friend on Twitter, he called out in our chat that mark it in stone. Joe Mixon is going to the Colts with the next pick, so we'll see if it happens. That would be very exciting.
I said that earlier that I thought that was his floor, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, this is recorded, so I can always check to see how right and wrong I was.
Yeah, just go to YouTube.
I only like to remember the things I was right about, though.
Oh yeah, that's it. Block out the others.
I wish I could remember the things I'm wrong about. It doesn't happen often. So
my dude.
Like every day.
no.
Oh,
I said what I was wrong about, Kevin, not what you were wrong about.
You're still living on the Kiaris Garrett. Come on.
He was drafted last year. Let's give him at least
And yet
a
Kev's
year.
still living on the Charles Johnson. So
Right, there you go. Bang.
Hey. I mean,
He's still living on Colin Kaepernick, please.
tell him.
All right, come on with this pick, please.
Oh
No,
God.
I know I
What
can't
is
talk.
this?
I can't talk shit on this stuff anymore. I already talked shit on a fallen soldier. So
All right, the defensive end.
Come on, Kate.
Ryan, what do you want
Show
the pick to
some
be?
love.
What
Show
position?
some love.
Ryan, what position?
Wide receiver?
Oh, who? Godwin?
Ishmael Zamora right here.
Godwin or Juju?
No, please. No, please.
Godwin, right?
Godwin probably. It would be
Oh.
nice, yeah.
That'd be yeah.
I can understand if they went DB, but
Well, their defense is okay, right? And it's the
they got
exact same.
They need corner bad. They need
Yeah,
corner help.
but it's exactly what Kev said though about getting Jared Goff help. I mean, you just traded up to get Trubisky. I know they're saying he's
Right.
not going to play this year, but I'll believe that when I see it. You start getting him help immediately, and they could get him help right now.
This is
This would be a horrible landing spot in the
So
short term.
you're saying wide receiver here?
It's certainly possible.
That's what I'm wanting. Yeah.
No way,
They
Meredith
Adam
Gold.
Shaheen, the tight end,
Didn't they just go get Marcus Wheaton and
Kendall Wright,
Kendall
Cameron
Wright,
Meredith, Kevin White.
Kevin White, Cameron Meredith?
No.
Wow, because
that
they brought in
makes sense.
Here we go.
They brought in Deion Sims. They still have Zach Miller there, and this is Elliot's favorite player in the draft, right, Elliot? So,
Adam Shaheen.
Adam Shaheen. Well,
I said he was going in the second round.
Well-
See what happened?
bro, every single tweet for the last 2 months has had him going in the second round.
they got picks back, so I'm happy about that now, because if they would have had this and then not drafted again until tomorrow, that I would have
Yeah,
wanted to be a receiver. But now that they're adding more picks back, I think they can start building this roster up. So
I meant to say that
I
as soon
don't
as
like it,
Yeah.
but I mean, I don't know. I didn't really watch that much film on Shaheen, though, to be honest. So
I didn't either. But no, that's the first thing I meant to say when you came in the chat is that they got some picks back with the trade down, which I knew you were happy about. So, yeah, they got a couple extra chances to hit on a receiver if they want to go that route. I think I'm with Tyler. I think and Elliot. I think this is Mixon. I really do.
I just saw the Bears pick. I know I'm super late because I'm watching on ESPN3, but good job, Bears. That's you're just killing it so far.
oh god.
Anyone that reminds me of me playing football, I don't think should be drafted.
Oh, but Elliot, you should give yourself some credit, man. That flag football game, come on.
Dude, the lack of separation.
They had a real opportunity to win some fans back there, And it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? The one position that, like, you could say, okay, if we head into the 2017 season with that, you go out and say, hey, let's use another one of those guys. Tight ends? All right. Throw him out there.
Who's going to catch the ball from them out wide? For them out wide. Kevin White, before he plays like 2 games a year.
It's going to be double
Cam
teaming Cam Meredith, and then, pray to God that Kendall Wright's hands still work.
And Marcus Wheaton can catch.
That's where we're at.
That's not good, for the record. That is not a good receiving core.
No,
It's not good at all.
Hey.
Like they could have got a receiver there. I don't know.
Sheehan or whatever, however you pronounce it. Best case scenario is a 2 to 3 year project. Right? Like he's not.
But aren't all tight ends 2 to 3 years project? I mean, I'm just saying, generally, that's how long they take.
Outside of like O.J. Howard.
So Tyler's ruining picks for me in the live chat. So Tyler, I hate you. But we had a question from
What do you say?
He just said that. Well, I'm not even gonna say it. Go look in the chat.
The Colts.
We have a pick. We have a question from Seth Gordon.
Running back.
The Skins are up in 4 picks. He wants to know who they're considering. Anybody have any thoughts? But Elliot, do you have, especially Elliot, any thoughts on? So the Redskins went D-line, right? Jonathan Allen slipped to them. Is that who it was? So that's what they did in round 1.
Hey,
the guy,
just so you
the
know,
guy I would take it.
Ben, he's not right.
Go for it. Who's not right?
I know what you're talking about in the chat. That's not right.
Oh, all right, cool. Well, that makes me happy then.
It's coming though. That's all I'm gonna say, but not to that team.
Oh, cool. So he's going the next pick. All right, I can read. Awesome.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean,
It's like the worst read between the lines ever.
Washington would be a great fit for him. Washington doesn't have a run like Rob Kelly is not very good. Rob Kelly is all opportunity based, in my opinion. So Washington needs a running back.
They're trying to trade Kelly.
Oh, and of course there's
Or was it
Cincinnati,
Jones?
who again Cincinnati gives no fucks about character concerns. So I could see Joe Mixon going to Indy, Cincinnati, or Washington. I wouldn't be shocked at all. Or Tampa Bay.
Well, I know for sure it's not. It's not Indy.
And Denver's been linked to Joe Mixon too. So he's going soon.
So he's not going to the Colts?
No.
It sounds like he's not.
Guys I would consider if I was the Redskins, I think they need an edge rusher. Jordan Willis. Carl Lawson I love. I don't know why he's still on the board. He's awesome. Those 2 guys are the guys I would look for if I was them. Or there's still a ton of good corners out there. I mean, Tankersley's out there, Tabor, Witherspoon, Quincy Wilson.
Nailed it.
Carl Lawson is who I had mocked to Pittsburgh in the first round.
I mean, as it happened, you said it.
Yeah, Elliot's just killing it right.
Quincy Wilson.
Bro, why do you think here, man? We got the goat here to spit this fire.
Kev's right. Literally, as you said it.
16th overall.
Team white tight ends. I can't even with the Bears shit. Oh man. Yeah. So on the opposite end of the DFS spectrum, real quick, like we already said, target rookies, but it also kind of saddens me in a way too to see. Because Indy's gone with secondary with both their picks, right? It saddens me to see them try to improve their secondary because anybody that who's the Colts' best corner? Anybody that he's not guarding on a weekly basis was always a fire DFS pick because the Colts secondary was so good. So I hate seeing some of these teams with shitty secondaries trying to spend draft capital to improve them because it means I eventually might have to change my strategy of who to attack in DFS.
So Mixon going to Washington, right? Is that what we're Mixon's going to Washington. I just know it.
I think he could go to Cincy, Washington, Tampa Bay, or Denver, and it pisses me off that I think Kev knows where he's going, which tells me it's probably
So, just as a heads
Cincinnati.
up, the media is going to make the Colts have the best draft class. They're going to give them the highest.
Is Mixon going to Baltimore just because everyone was saying they knew where he was going? Actually, that would have made no sense at all because they never brought Ray Rice back for the same thing.
No,
so
it's
that was
not
stupid to
Baltimore.
even say.
Baltimore their pick just came in.
Cincinnati, dude. It has to be. They give no fucks about character concerns at all. That's my prediction. He goes to Cincinnati.
What Cincinnati? Oh, Cincinnati's on the clock. Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit. For the same reasons, the Cincinnati doesn't seem to care at all. Quincy Wilson in the corner. Do you guys see the Ravens pick?
Tyus Bowser.
The media is going to love the Colts draft. Quincy Wilson and Malik Hooker were two guys that a lot of media people had in their top 10 overall prospects.
Really? Wow. That's awesome.
That's Matt Miller's number 1 safety and number 1 corner.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Seth Gordon says this is the best live draft show on the net. It beats FBG and ITP. So thank you, Seth. Appreciate that.
Imagine how much.
I like that Quincy Wilson pick, man. They got to have somebody out there to help Vonta.
They need a corner. I did the media correspondence with the PFF, and I had to come out every week after the game with a whole bunch of advanced stats for the Colts, and all the defensive ones were just like, dude, these guys are bad. Like different ways of saying how bad the Colts defense was.
Horrible, atrocious, god awful. Bengals, okay.
Fantasy Insanity says, Frank, you need to give him a fucking Bengals if they take Mixon here.
And I was going to say this, that Ben, if they do take Mixon, then you called us like weeks ago on the podcast.
Pick is in.
This could happen.
Wait, so what do I have to do now?
What I say?
You have to give him a fucking Bengals.
Wow, the fucking Bengals.
What did I say?
Wow.
Bye-bye, Jeremy Hill, where you at?
My God.
Is it any wonder that Jeremy Hill just died in front of our eyes? And Kevin loves Jeremy Hill. Just saying. Just saying.
I think we should have a live on-air funeral for. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, here it comes. Silence, please.
Jeremy, we hope you rest in peace. You gave us an amazing rookie year. You came out of nowhere. You were a touchdown machine for the first 3 years in the league. But unfortunately, your time is over. You had a good run. And you know what they say. Rest in peace, my friend.
Pour one out.
What the hell is this song? What the I don't.
Hey, have some respect for Jeremy Hill's.
This is Jeremy Hill's funeral, damn it! You respect him.
Oh my god, that song is horrible. Like Jeremy Hill.
Oh man.
Jeremy, I'll always have a special place in life for that man.
Kev, why don't you reach out to Jeremy on Twitter?
Yeah, you need
know
to show him some love.
All right,
Don't
so fantasy-wise, Joe Mixon goes what pick here? Not
48.
here. I mean, in fantasy Dynasty.
Well, this is a crowded backfield until somebody leaves.
No, he's better than both. He's the best corner running back on that team.
But there's two different conversations to be had. There's he's the best of the three, but then how much opportunity is he going to get? Because running back is an opportunity-driven fantasy position. Everything is opportunity, but especially running back. So if Jeremy Hill's still going to get touches, even if he's not good, then that's going to hurt Mixon. So do they trade Jeremy Hill now?
How bad was the landing spots for all 4 running backs?
Right. These landing spots have not been good today.
Well, we knew Fournette. We knew Fournette and McCaffrey for a while.
McCaffrey's is so awkward.
Then the Panthers added Samuel.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, and then they added
the
Curtis Samuel, which puts more cold water on a situation that already isn't super ideal. So, well, okay, Frank.
One-on-one. There's Corey Davis. I think Fournette.
Oh no, don't. I don't want Fournette.
A couple things we know. The Bengals are a great landing spot for a guy like Joe Mixon because we know they don't give a fuck about character issues. And two, Joe Mixon went in the second round like we all thought, but now we have it etched in stone. So based on talent, in terms of a dynasty
I like this spot
aspect,
for him. I'm fine with it.
Frank, what's your initial thought in terms of a rookie startup and in terms of a dynasty
definitely
startup?
top 5 rookie pick in my mind. I like this. I like this landing spot for him. Jeremy Hill is worthless.
Joe Mixon or Mike Williams?
Mixon right now.
Okay.
I mean, it just happened. I mean, before anything, off the top of my dome piece, Joe Mixon right now.
My dome piece. There's
Word.
some
I
calling in
think
the
Davis
chat.
had the best landing spot.
I'm sorry, Elliot.
I would say Davis had by far the best landing spot.
Totally agree.
Oh
I think
yeah,
he's
of
my
course.
he's my 1.01
Yeah.
now.
I still wouldn't take a 1.01 though.
Who would be your 1.01?
I would still go McCaffrey.
I love that. McCaffrey's my 1.02.
So the reason I say that though is because of the depth of the wide receiver position in general in the NFL.
Great point.
I think it's much easier to find a wide receiver that you can trust than a running back. And even if McCaffrey does have Jonathan Stewart there for a year, he's 30 years old. You know what I'm saying? I got to imagine that after this year, he becomes the guy there, and Samuel might be a change of pace receiver. He may not even end up playing much in the backfield at all. So I would still go McCaffrey. And then I think Mixon has the second best landing spot, then Fournette, and then Cook.
Hey, shout
Yeah,
out.
I mean that's totally reasonable.
Us up on the stage. I love that take. I really do because Jacob Rickroad has done a lot of good work about showing how crowded the wide receiver position is. So that's definitely a fact, and that's kind of a factor that I was using when I was talking about him pre-draft.
It seems like the community has we've circled back. At one point, it was running back. You know, you have to have as many running backs as possible. And then we went to 2014, changed everything, right? It's wide receivers. Wide receivers are especially PPRs. And now last year, I went back to running backs. And now this year, especially. When was the last time we saw running backs go in the first round? Last year was Zeke at 4. Before that, when was it? In the NFL, I'm talking about in the NFL draft.
Gordon and
I
Gurley.
believe there were it was Gurley. Yeah,
Gurley.
there was a couple. There was at least 1 year where there was no running backs in the first. I think there was 2, and then
The Hyde and Lacey years, they were the top guys.
second rounders.
Two of the top guys in the second round.
Well,
But yeah, now 2 of the last 3 NFL drafts, we've had 2 running backs go first round.
never
Right.
forget the Broncos took Monte Ball in the second round over Eddie Lacy and Lev Bell. Never forget.
Lev Bell. Oh my lord.
Anything is possible. That man likes his alcohol, apparently.
Yep.
Yeah. I helped. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying, that's
No.
that's gonna end someone's.
No, I actually have an interesting story about that. When my brother was about to get married the summer after Super Bowl 49, the Patriots Seahawks Super Bowl, we went out to Arizona for a family. My dad had to set up like a family bachelor party. His parents live out there, so.
Wait. I'm sorry to interrupt you. A family bachelor party, you said?
Well, if you met my dad, you would know how he gets down. So he couldn't miss out on all the fun. So he had to set this up, So we went out there. We had a good time. It was Super Bowl weekend. I found out where all the players were chilling. So I went and just they had this valet parking area, which was outside, but it was like a garage type inside. Like it felt like you were inside. So I just went and chilled there till all the players left Drake's party. And Monte Ball came out stumbling, and he was like the last dude there at the end of the night. And I was like, all right, because he was still on the Broncos. I was like, Monte, I'm calling you a cab. I'm getting you in. You don't need to be on the front page of ESPN tomorrow. So I hailed him a cab, put him in the cab. He left. He comes back 10 minutes later, stumbling down the street. I'm like, what the fuck did you do? So I put him in a cab again, and I never saw him again.
So you're a great person.
That is a true story. That is well.
I
It
would
was
have
more
called
myself.
TMZ, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
it still did not save his career either. So.
My selfishness as being a Denver Broncos fan, trying to get him out of trouble more than anything. But we saw how that turned out. So
So if that was, say, Jamal Charles, you're calling TMZ immediately, right?
I actually did see Jamal Charles the night before, and I was so excited when I took a picture with him. I literally punched him in the arm like 3 times. I was so pumped up because I fucking love Jamal Charles. And then I realized I'm like, I probably should stop punching Jamal Charles. He's a grown-ass man, and he will hit back.
Probably
All right,
gonna
I have a story like that. A buddy of mine or an acquaintance of mine, he's a police officer, and his precinct is in Manhattan, and he got called to a bar, and there was a fight. So they went to the bar, they broke it up. They were going to arrest someone, and it was a wide receiver. I'm sorry, I forgot. It might have been, I forgot who it was, but he was on the Jets, and he's a Jet fan. He's like, holy crap, you're so and so, and he let him go. He's like, he took the handcuffs off of him and just let him go. He's like, all right, get the hell out of here. Like, but if he wasn't on the Jets, he was going to be arrested.
Oh, dude,
Damn.
I was friends with the basketball team. Actually, I probably shouldn't tell this story. I'll tell you guys when we hop off.
Yeah. Travis May's here, guys.
Travis, what's
Elliot
up, man?
was so.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Initial thoughts on
what's
the
up?
beginning of the second round. Please give us the hot takes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Initial thoughts.
On everything?
Yes, everything.
On everything. Okay.
Zay Jones, Joe Mixon, Dalvin Cook.
Well, let's start at the top. Kevin King, I love that for the Packers. I actually really wanted my Titans to trade down into the second and target either Kevin King or Quincy Wilson, who both of them just went in the first half of the second round. So that's great because both teams needed something like that, and I love both of those guys. So I wish that the Titans would have gotten that in a trade down. I'm okay with the Dory, but so I like those guys, but. Yeah, Zay, I'm not a Zay fan. I don't know how much time you guys actually spent talking about that already, but just getting a chance to play in the NFL and ripped everyone a new one in terms of production this past season, getting 150 plus catches. That's fine, but how he did that, I wasn't impressed with anyway. So going to the Bills, I'm not picking him in dynasty drafts. Until, I don't know, mid to late third at this point. And a lot of people are going to hate that, and that's fine. But I didn't like him to begin with. So, but I guess since I'm talking about everything and I talk too much, I'll just keep going. But Buda Baker is another guy.
Travis, I need somebody else to talk as much as I do, so I just don't feel like I shut up.
Yeah,
Travis, be very careful if this is a negative Buda Baker take. I don't want to have to get into it with you.
Oh no, it's not. It's not. I haven't been watching the live consistently. I've watched parts of it here and there. I've been trying to get home and actually taking care of my wife who is sick right now, so she's on the couch not feeling well. But I wanted to come in here for a bit and join you guys. But Buda, I really like Buda Baker. I mean, him and Matthew on the same field at the same time. They're both players that just always end up around the ball, and I love that. Like they're just I don't know how they do it, but they're always about 2 feet away from the ball as soon as it's caught. Or even I don't know. For me, he loves to even pass rush. So or get in the backfield and defend the run. So I think he's a versatile player that I like a lot for the Cardinals. In our TFA mock, I actually had the Cardinals taking Jabril Peppers, who would have been a great fit too, but they needed somebody to take the throne from Antoine Bethea one day, or just be, another safety because they run a lot of 5 defensive back sets, even in like just their basic, standard package. So love that for them. But I've said enough for now. I'll catch up on the rest of the picks in a bit.
Well, actually, I'm very curious to hear your take on the Curtis Samuel to Carolina and what it could potentially mean hurting Christian McCaffrey just a bit. Have you had any chance to digest that at all?
Yeah, I saw that and I thought, man, that is interesting. And it also means that the NFL has decided that he's a wide receiver. That's how I kind of digest that.
Cool. Cool.
Because,
we were kind of talking about that, yeah.
Because I mean, the the debate had been, well, is he a wide receiver? Is he running back? But even in the gadgety offense or whatever that Ohio State put together last year, which was a hot mess, and their coaching staff did an excellent job just faking it till they made it there for a bit, and not even really relying on any outside wide receiver play except for like 2 games maybe. But even when he was on the field and in the backfield, he seldom. I mean, he would pop out into the slot all the time. So yeah, he took some carries. He had some carries, but this is a shot in the dark. I think it is 97 carries or so. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he only had 97 carries. So it's not like he's a running back. He was kind of they kind of, and I talked about this in a couple different places. I think that I wrote on draft season, but Curtis Samuel was before him. The Braxton Miller role. And to a much lesser extent was what he expanded into this past season, which was just a gadget role. But really, he was a wide receiver still. Like people saw him as a wide receiver, maybe because he was bigger, maybe I don't know, because he wanted to be. But Curtis Samuel is a wide receiver. He's a slot guy, and if 4.3 wheels, if you just beat someone with his first cut, I like him a lot. And the Panthers needed somebody who could do that. Now they have 2 guys that can do that. So good luck. Good luck if Christian McCaffrey's in the backfield and they're in 11 personnel with Samuel on the field and Kelvin Benjamin and whoever else, I guess Funchess. And then all of a sudden McCaffrey splits out over next towards Funchess, and you've got 2 ridiculous.
Funchess isn't good at football. Hashtag is not good at football.
Actually, sorry, I meant Frank. I screwed up. It's going to be Keygoat over there.
That's what I'm. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice recovery. That's exciting, man. That's exciting. If they're going to play him at wide receiver, they had no juice in that offense. Now they get 2 dudes. And like you said, Curtis Samuel, especially with his speed, fits perfectly with Cam's big arm. So that's some exciting stuff.
Yeah. I mean, when you lose a guy who consistently is somehow still one of the fastest guys in the NFL in Ted Ginn, but just has bricks for hands.
That's a great point.
He's efficient, though.
You could actually. Oh yeah,
he's efficient, right? Efficiency is everything. 2 targets,
that was
2
a great
touchdowns.
Point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Ted Ginn's gone. They need some speed.
I don't think Curtis Samuel tracks as well as Ted Ginn does, surprisingly enough. But maybe they want to teach him how to do that so he can be that threat. But that's a mess. If you've got to guard Curtis Samuel and Christian McCaffrey out of opposite slots, or even like in a bunch of 3 with Kelvin Benjamin and Greg Olsen, oh my gosh.
Oh, have you seen this?
That's just gross.
Hey.
That is gross. You're right, Travis. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just a big pick came by.
That's a big pick.
Have you guys seen this yet?
I have seen it.
So
I looked it up.
The Browns
I'm
just
so happy.
Browns go with how do you pronounce it? Deshaun
Kaiser.
Sean Kaiser.
Yep.
What do you guys think about that?
Well,
No.
selfishly, I want to ask Elliot if he knows anything about DeMarcus Walker, who the Broncos picked. But I'll wait. We can talk about this.
I can talk to you some about Walker. But with Kaiser, I don't know, man.
He's not good.
I like quarterbacks that throw the ball to the receiver, not the ground. That's just me personally. I know his highlights are fantastic. Like he can throw with great anticipation. He's a good athlete. He's got a huge arm, and he flashes big time potential. He gets to go play behind a good offensive line, and Hugh Jackson is a great guy to develop quarterbacks. He's just he's got a lot to work on. He's got a lot of issues in his game, mechanical issues and accuracy issues that can be tough to overcome. I know some people love him. I'm just not on that team. I'm not on Team Kaiser.
Well, what do you think? Okay. What do you think happened to him though? From I mean, his 2015 season was great, and then 2016 he looks like he just fell off a cliff.
So a lot of people say that it's the talent around him. I think a huge part of it was I think his mechanics got worse and his accuracy got worse. But teams adjust. You know what I mean? When Kaiser kind of came out of nowhere, Malik Zaire was supposed to be the starter. He got hurt, and Kaiser comes in and plays against Virginia and leads them back and plays fantastic. But when a team has an entire offseason to study your quarterback and your tendencies and kind of where you like to go with the football, and they can take that away, there's a huge adjustment period for the quarterback in that second season with all that film on them. I mean, that's why they rip guys like Trubisky for 13 games, because we don't know how a team could adjust to an entire offseason worth of film work. I think that played a big part in it.
Forgive me if you just said this, but did you watch any of his 2015 tape? Because I've heard some say that if you just use this 2015 tape, he has the most impressive tape in the class at the quarterback position.
He's got really good 2015 tape.
So,
but I'm not gonna this is my thing. This blows my mind that we like to pick and choose prospects. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, he was good in 2015. Well, his most recent film is terrible, and he had a bad combine. And
can we use Juju's 2015 then?
That's a great point. Like, everyone was like, well, Watson was great in 2015, but all they wanted to do was harp on his 2016 and say that it wasn't good, despite the fact that he actually was better across the board. But that's not the point. Like, it's amazing how when people like a prospect, they pick and choose things that matter to them with that prospect and start making excuses while they won't allow other prospects to have the same excuses.
It's basically like confirmation bias, right?
Yeah.
It's like confirmation bias. You're looking for things to find wrong with the guy when you're going into it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing I'll say is all the Browns fans bitching on Twitter that they're not taking a quarterback. The new regime has now taken 2 in 9 rounds, so that's a lot to me. And
they could not be any different, Kessler and
right. And that's totally right. Kessler, he's going to get the most out of what he can. Kaiser has the upside that they hope to hit on. But I think I kind of look at this from my own personal perspective of a fantasy draft. It's like, look, the Browns, and maybe this is the analytics, they're understanding that quarterbacks can be a crapshoot. And so even though this pick isn't going to get a lot of love, at least it's a second-round pick and not a first-round pick. They already got 3 guys that hopefully can help build up their team. And so now they have a little bit of a cushion to take a chance and hope that somehow that upside comes to fruition. And if it doesn't, they still should be walking away from this draft class with some good players. And it's less of a risk than taking a first-round guy. Say they didn't trade out of 12 and they went with Watson and Elliott. I know that's your dude. But there's just so much more pressure on that type of pick. So they're kind of hedging in a way because they're still taking these chances. But I kind of like this strategy better than taking it. And clearly, if they believed in one of the guys in the first, I firmly believe personally that they would have taken it. And so I don't know what their evaluation is of Kaiser opposed to the other 3 guys that went early last night. But regardless, there's a little bit more leeway there. And I know second-round picks are extremely valuable. I get that. But they've already brought 3 guys in projected to be difference makers. So I don't hate it at the same time, is all I'm saying.
You guys know who Eric Dalco is of Optimum Scouting?
Yes.
He said that teams view Deshaun Kaiser and Christian Hackenberg very similarly.
Oh, well, that's not good. So.
Accuracy and play falling off. So I think not.
With Kaiser though, I think that I would argue that when he is on. Wait, hold on. Sorry, that's my bad.
Really?
Wait, you still have a house phone, bro?
At least he didn't tweet out the Google. At least he didn't tweet out the Google Hangouts link. So he's still doing better than I am.
That happened.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I didn't realize people still had house phones.
I didn't either.
Hey, but no. Regardless of that,
Who was that? Amway?
We're just gonna ignore that question.
Yeah, we're gonna ignore that. His upside, I think he can be that top level prospect that people who really like him are seeing. It's just that he does have those low lows where it's just like, well, who the hell is this guy and what the hell did you do with that other guy? He's very Jekyll and Hyde, it seems like. But at this point in time, like Ben said, with them already taking 3 guys who I think we all loved that they landed when they did to them, and that they've been killing it in the draft so far, you can take a shot in the dark on this guy if he is, somewhere on your board where you're like, you know what? We've done everything we needed to do. If this guy really does work out, hell, let's just grab him right now because we're going to, as in better landing spots later on in this draft.
All right, so in 2 QB leagues, super flex, Kaiser getting drafted in the first round?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Okay.
All three of the quarterbacks that went last night will go before him, and
Deshaun Watson has to be the first quarterback off the board, right?
no, not necessarily. It could still be
No,
Pat
it has
Mahomes.
to be.
No, if we're talking dynasty, I would not fault
Deshaun
anybody for
Watson.
taking the upside on Pat Mahomes. I would not do it.
No, Ben.
No, I wouldn't.
Ben,
I wouldn't.
I know,
fault
Ben.
him.
No.
But
No, I wouldn't fault him at all.
But the fact is, Watson's going to play all 16 games this year, and he's got
And
the
next
running
year.
upside.
And he's got a better team
So it's team dependent
and a better defense.
Dependent. If you're in a dynasty, if you're in a 2 quarterback
Whoa,
super flex league, where you need a quarterback and you need him to play year 1, then that makes sense. But I'm just talking about this from the dynasty long-term, big picture perspective. I have no problem if you're going quarterback and you have a little bit of a cushion, taking a chance on a guy that I believe has a higher ceiling.
Frank, did you just say that the Texans are a better team than the
Better
Chiefs?
team.
How?
Better team.
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
Nuke.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, that's all you need.
Travis
What are you
Travis
talking
Kelce.
about? That's it.
Oh,
Well,
Travis
you got,
Kelce.
You got a top 10
It's
wide receiver.
Travis
That's
Kelce.
it. You got a tight end, dude.
Wait, hold on. Are we debating who's better, the Texans or the Chiefs, as an all-around football team?
That's what's
That appears
happening.
to be what's happening. Yes.
And just to confirm, Kev, you're not biased in this situation.
All right, no, not biased at all.
No. I'll admit a lot of teams the teams that are better than the Chiefs, but the Texans certainly are not one of them.
Oh, I disagree with you.
On what level are they better?
That's
guys-
funny
have
because
you
I
seen-
think that both
At
teams are very
quarterback,
similar.
at wide receiver,
You guys think the
quarterback.
Texans are better than the Chiefs for real though?
I do.
I don't see that at all.
As
think
far
they're
as
very
fantasy
similar
wise,
teams.
especially, yeah, I do. I think that I do. I'd rather have Deshaun Watson than Alex Smith or Pat Mahomes. I just do. I'd rather
we
have the
also
nuke.
say that
I think
the
just
Texans have J.J. Watt, Whitney Merciless, and Jadeveon Clowney.
Right. Yeah, but no, they suck.
I didn't say they suck. I'm not saying
No,
they're
they're not. They're not
Tamba
as good
Ali,
as.
Justin Houston, Eric Berry.
Yeah, I mean,
Marcus
the
Peters.
Chiefs
Still
won
Houston.
12 games last year.
Still Texans.
And Texans, they get in 9-7 every year because they're in a shit division.
All right.
Yeah, they've also played with Brock Osweiler as their quarterback.
All right. Elliot, please tell me something about
Well, that's
DeMarcus
their own
Walker
fault.
because I just saw
And
Evan
they
Silva
murdered
tweet
him the year before in the
that
playoffs.
DeMarcus Walker was not in Josh Norris's top 160 prospects, so I'm pissed off. So tell me something about this guy.
So Walker, it's a curious fit for the Broncos because he doesn't do a whole lot. He's not going to be great against the run. He's going to get bullied. He's kind of a guy that won a lot with speed on the inside.
And they already have
as
Vaughn
opposed
and
to the
Shane
outside.
Ray.
Yeah, so the question is he going to be like a situational pass rusher that they bring on the inside, and he can disrupt there a lot.
I think so. That sounds about right.
But he's not going to be an every down player for the Denver Broncos.
Elway, and I mean, I think this is, you got a new head coach. I think this is probably a lot of Elway's thinking. We won a Super Bowl rotating guys in and having a ton of depth on the offensive line. The Giants did that against Tom Brady back in the day. So I don't hate it. I like having depth on the defensive line, excuse me, especially if somebody were to get hurt, then you have somebody to step in. So I don't hate it, but they also have Shaq Barrett, I believe is his name. So it's not like they didn't have depth already. So that's pretty interesting, but
All right,
trenches. So
to catch
is
up a
this?
little
Yeah,
bit,
so-
the Lions took Tabor, and then the Dolphins took Raekwon McMillan.
Giants about to take.
so Zay
Real quick,
Jones went
though.
early.
Real quick
We have a
before
ton of wide receivers that should go soon, right? That should be exciting.
Yes, they should.
Dude,
But
he
I really
feels like
want to bore people with a little bit more IDP talk, real quick. Can I do that?
Do it. Let's go, baby.
I really I'm doing this just to get on Frank's nerves because he doesn't care.
I care about IDP. How's this
Right.
Dalvin Tomlinson? Talk about IDP.
No, I just wanted to talk about DeMarcus Walker because I just think
dope
it's a strange fit. I think I don't know who was talking earlier about that. Was that Elliot talking about that?
Elliot and the resident Broncos fan.
Yeah, and he can be an impact player, but it's weird that he's it's like a 3-4 fit because he's more of like probably I guess smaller outside like 4-3 type fit. But let's say,
Are we
and
still
I guess
running
this is a good question.
with Wade Phillips gone?
I don't know,
Pardon my
and that's
ignorance.
interesting. But if they don't, and he adds 10 pounds, regardless of what they're running this incoming year, I think he can actually contribute in a pretty consistent role. I mean, do you really
Nice.
are you I don't know. The question really for me is like if I'm the Broncos, like am I super excited about Jared Crick? Am I like super
No.
excited about Derek Wolf? Like I'm like, oh my gosh, those guys are studs. Like that's not really
Wolf's a solid contributor,
yeah, I
but he's
actually
not a
really
stud. Right.
no. And so for IDP fantasy football purposes, I do actually like Wolf more than almost any of the other IDP rankers over at Dynasty League Football. But I'm not too confident in Crick long term, and the depth there. This is just a fantastic real football depth role, a way to keep
Right.
all your ends healthy, and probably healthier and fresher
Exactly.
all the time.
DeMarcus
And
Ware's
he's
gone.
probably a different player, different kind of player than what you're throwing out there on your every down basis with Derek Wolf. So like the more looks you can throw and the more packages you can have, and like if he's like a second down and sub package guy, like that's fantastic for
Yeah.
him. So he's been called. I don't like the word tweener because it just sounds like lame and small. But he's kind of in a weird spot. But if he gains 10 pounds, even 8 pounds, he's just fine in size. So I love him, and I think he's got the attitude. I think he's got the drive to succeed. So
I mean,
like
there's
that for you guys.
there's definitely some potential, right? Because Malik Jackson left last offseason. DeMarcus Ware retired. I believe Shaq Barrett is supposed to be kind of up and coming a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. They got Shane Ray, Von Miller's still there, and Derek Wolf. But yeah,
Trade for Sheldon.
I would get. Yeah, I want them to. I would guess that. Pardon my ignorance on IDP. I've never played it, but I'm guessing that sacks are very important. So, are you looking at this from he could be a potential impact from a situational pass rusher that gets some sacks? I'm curious.
I think he could. I'm a little worried about his quote unquote upside as an athlete, maybe in that regard, getting and just bending. Like we see an outside linebacker do, or maybe just like the slightly taller and faster ends that we like to see and like to ooh and ah over. But yeah, I think getting that way. But I play in a lot of tackle heavy formats, so not so much the big play sack formats. So I tend to like guys that are on the field a lot and just get a lot of snaps. And that's my only worry with him is that I don't know for sure that he's going to be, a guy that even gets 800 snaps on the year. So, not super excited for his rookie outlook, but I think long term, if he supplants Crick in a more consistent role there, or somebody there, something happens and he's in more of a 70% of the snaps, maybe, I would be all in.
What about the Giants? The Giants picked the Alabama defensive tackle. What do you think about him?
Travis, I just want to thank you for talking so much Denver Broncos with me. I appreciate that.
No problem.
I'm trying to wake up everybody else. What about the Giants?
Frank,
We should just make Frank wait longer now because he's just being so impatient.
You lost Hankins. Hankins. I was gonna say you lost Hankins for the Giants, and you replaced him with Dalvin Tomlinson. He's gonna do a lot of the same things.
Right.
He can really stop the run. He's not a great pass rusher, but if he has a strength advantage, guard, that was Dalvin Tomlinson.
Yeah.
He just toss him around like he was a small child out there.
He is a man.
Got some round one buzz because of how good he is against the run.
Nice.
And with how much the Giants play their defensive linemen, I think it was a much needed addition. And you got a great value who fits the system perfectly.
So basically, Jerry Reese is picking beasts like I pick beasts. Nice. All right, I'm good with it.
This guy fits a lot better than the first guy you drafted.
No, Elliot. You're right about everything but that.
No,
Evan Ingram is awesome. Travis May, can you explain to us and our viewers and listeners how goat Evan Ingram is going to be with the Giants. I'm going to hang up and listen now.
I'm gonna hang up.
Are we talking? Are we talking like real football, fantasy football, or
Everything,
all the
everything.
above?
I mean, everything.
So I from a real football standpoint, if I'm the Giants and I look at who they have right now, I just wonder how in the world, kind of like how just the conundrum earlier with the Panthers, like who in the world and how in the world are you going to actually cover all these legitimate threats? Like you got OBJ, you got the ghost of Brandon Marshall, you have Sterling Shepard, who is fantastic regardless of what certain Twitter people say,
Right.
And then you have Evan Ingram. So they haven't really had a speedster at the tight end position. A lot of people wanted to make Jarrell Adams happen, and he's not even really that fast. Donnell is not a super fast guy. Ty's not. He's basically like a bloated, taller fullback that kind of can catch. And so it's just like they've never had anything like this before. So you throw in a guy who's got 4.42 40-yard dash wheels. And he's going to be going up the seam, and you have to cover him and OBJ and Brandon Marshall and Sterling Shepard all on the field at the same time, because that's the exact formation that they run in like 90% of the snaps, right? It's 11 personnel. They've got three wide receivers and a tight end and a running back. So I don't know. You're going to have 4 really stinking good coverage guys, and then you're still probably screwed.
Yo,
I love it.
So
just real quick, Dallas is taking a wide receiver in 4 picks, 4 picks.
Godwin.
So that's going to be fun.
Des
what?
Bryant's
You know what?
replacement.
But they brought in Juju. They only brought in a couple of offensive players for visits. And, yeah, maybe that doesn't mean everything. I believe Curtis Samuel was one and Juju Smith-Schuster was the other. So I'm predicting Juju's about to go to Dallas in 4 picks.
I'd be okay with that. It's better than the Rams.
Yeah.
I mean, anything's better than the Rams, right?
Exactly.
Everything.
The Jets said, "Hold my beer."
Oh my God.
That's true. He's right. Oh, you're right.
Christian Hackenberg versus Jared Goff is going to be hell of a who can do worse next year.
Real quick, before we probably move on from this IDP boring nonsense, Raekwon McMillan. I really love that pick, Anthony.
I like the name too, Raekwon.
Yeah, it just sounds cool. He just sounds like he just can't fail.
I was actually going to
Raekwon
ask
the
about it
chef.
too.
Yeah, no, I love that. I mean, he's got the pedigree. He kind of disappeared there for a little while in his career there at Ohio State, but he's a former 5-star guy, like top linebacker in his class, pretty much that type of talent. So he's basically coming out of high school, he was like basically a can't miss type guy. When you get a 5-star grade, you're basically being projected as a future first round pick. So he's been around, and people knew that he was going to be good for a very long time. So I don't know what they're actually going to do. For football purposes, I'm a little confused at how he's going to be deployed, because they have Kiko, they have Lawrence Timmons now also, and they have Raekwon. So if they're all 3 on the field, like this, does he get stuck at strong side linebacker? I don't know, because that wouldn't be where I would put him.
Oh my God!
too, who they tend to love.
I know exactly. So, I don't like Messi as much as the Dolphins might, but it's like that he's not a scrub either. So I think this is a long-term play, obviously, because Timmons isn't going to be the guy forever in the middle. But I love that.
Wait a minute.
What do you guys think about this pick?
This Zach Cunningham dude's supposed to be pretty damn good, isn't he?
Yep. Houston.
Yes.
Look at that. Houston just got better.
Wow, look at that.
Houston just got better. So, yes, now they are definitely better than the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Raiders
Sorry,
took a
bud.
safety too in there.
I'm afraid to keep the IDP conversation going, but I feel like this sounds like he might be a good one.
Oh, dude, he can cover ground. He needs to work on his tackling technique, but he missed a bunch of tackles, but in part because he got to ball carries that other guys can't get to.
He missed tackles, and he still led the SEC, right?
Yeah, and on top of that, look at the guys he's going to play next to, right? He's gonna mix in with Cushing and McKinney, with Whitney Merciless, Jadeveon Clowney, and J.J. Watt as their front 7. They're going to wreck people. They're going to wreck people up front, and they still have good corners, right?
Yep, they do.
Their defense is scary good.
I'll tell you what. All of a sudden, the AFC South is starting to. Well, the Jaguars probably still be the Jaguars, but AFC South's looking pretty interesting.
Is it the most
Yes, they are.
division, top to bottom? in the AFC.
Is it the most one?
Well,
It's got to be the AFC.
Talented
West.
division.
the AFC West has been talked about that for a long time, and they still have to be in the conversation. But I think both those divisions, both of them, on Twitter earlier today, you could make a case for any single one of those teams to finish either first or last in the division, and it wouldn't be that outlandish.
Other than the Raiders, I'd agree with you. I don't think you can make an argument that the Raiders would finish last in that division. But I just if you look at the Titans, the amount of talent they have across the team, you look at the Jaguars with their defensive talent and their weapons, they don't have a quarterback. If you look at the Texans and their talent,
And they finally got a quarterback.
yeah, there's a lot of talent in that division. I would agree it's probably the AFC West. Like the AFC East, we know the Patriots are going to win. The Dolphins are going to win 8 to 10 games. The Bills will win 6. The Jets will win 3. The AFC North, the Steelers are great. The Ravens and Bengals are very meh. I think the AFC South is actually in that conversation, which is kind of crazy to think.
Right? Yeah, I'm with you.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
So, being back to the Cunningham, I mean, he's a Vandy guy, so everyone around here loves Cunningham. So he's the guy, and so I can't say enough about him. But I don't like him necessarily as much in this spot for IDP purposes because there's just a bunch of guys around him that are going to actually suck all the tackles away from him. McKinney came out and was a beast last year out of nowhere and really stepped up when they needed somebody with, all the tackles that J.J. Watt was going to let by. So with him and McKinney and for the 2 games that Cushing's healthy, they will be fantastic.
What do you guys think? You're a Tennessee fan, Travis. What do you think about that cornerback the Titans drafted with their second pick, they drafted a cornerback, correct?
Adoree Jackson, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of him?
Yeah.
I'll let Travis go first.
Okay. Yeah. As a Titans fan, I was kind of like, well, man, I really would. There's just so many other corners there
that you like more
around. Well, not even that I would necessarily like more. It's just like, why? I don't know. I would have done anything and everything to just give me an extra 4th to trade down a couple. It's just like, just trade down there. It's just like, there's just so much going on, and he's probably going to be around 5 picks later anyway. So maybe they just didn't have any options, and that's fine. But if they couldn't get anything done, I like the pick because he's super versatile. I mean, you could actually have him return kicks. You can have him in for some gadget offensive plays. And, oh, by the way, he's actually okay at press. And he's a little undersized. That's fine. But Logan Ryan is not. So for matchup's sake, they kind of switch off. And, he's not going to be the guy covering Julio Jones probably if they play the Falcons. But, I do like his speed. He's a super, super athlete. Another guy who's got some amazing pedigree, been a stud recruit for forever since high school. So I like that. The NFL is obsessed with that. So, of course, at pick 18.
All right.
I think with Adoree, real quick, if I can piggyback off that, everything's going to depend on how you use him. Like, he can be a great zone corner from day one. Like, off the ball, he's real good, but his footwork and ability to press is terrible. And if they ask him to do that at the beginning, he's going to get crushed.
So there were definitely a couple highlights or lowlights where he did struggle with that in his career, including the one where he fell over himself covering John Ross, and he actually fell on, I believe it was actually in the Rose Bowl that it caused Chris Godwin to get a touchdown. There were a couple of lowlights where he really struggled.
He was the cornerback that looked like a fool, that John Ross made look like a fool?
Yeah, because he just basically, like you said, his footwork, where I objectively agree, could use some help in that turning. Once he does turn, though, you're not going to beat him deep. So.
Oh, I agree. That's why I love him in cover 3, where he doesn't have to try to, shift his feet and react to the receiver. He's not punching and missing. If he's off coverage,
but I feel like
he's really good.
Yeah, I feel like he can do a lot. And if he's in off, he's great. And when he doesn't fall over in press, he actually can succeed there as well. He just had a couple big blunders there.
Kev, what do you want right here?
No running back.
Seattle took an offensive lineman.
Anthony's still 2 picks behind this. Hold on. Let's wait.
This could be Alvin Kamara.
No, I was just waiting for a chance to talk.
Jamal Charles.
No running back. No running back. No running back. No running
Could
back.
be Kamara.
No. No. No.
Why are you hugging your mic?
Also, I think we
Because
should.
I don't want it all the way to be here. Can you hear me? Okay.
Also, I think we should be the only fantasy live pod to preemptively talk about Juju Smith-Schuster to the Cowboys just in case it happens.
Wait, can I ask a fun question?
Please.
Sure. Yes.
Just to go back to mine and Frank's favorite topic of Mike Williams.
Yes. Preach.
People love to say that Mike Williams can't separate, but then they also love Juju Smith, and I just kind of want an explanation on how both can be possible.
Thank you very much, Elliot. I appreciate the question. Anybody would like to answer that? Would anybody like to answer that?
I love the question, and I am not somebody that has been saying that, so I do not have to answer this because I like Mike Williams.
Kev, you don't like the best football players. What do you think about Juju?
Oh my God, Kev, you're just getting killed tonight. What's happening?
Oh my God.
He's got us muted. He wants
Yeah,
to.
the Chiefs just took
Hey,
some guy. I can't pronounce
He
his
wants
name.
to feel
Kev's
this
looking-
Tanoha Kapaskanaman.
Yeah, Kev's looking at Tanoha Kapashkanon.
Manamana. Tanoa Manamana.
Wait, Todd McShay first? Did you guys
All right.
So
what
I'm in.
you just did?
I like
I know.
it. So before we just dismiss the Juju question, I think out of the people
Please,
here,
let's do this.
I might like Juju more than anybody in here. I'm not really
I like
sure.
him. I like him.
Somebody who is somebody that says that Mike Williams can't separate because he does at times. He doesn't separate with 6 yards of separation like John Ross does. He doesn't separate because he's not as good of a route runner or as agile really as Corey Davis. So, but he does separate sufficiently. He gets a yard here and there, and he boxes out when he doesn't. So I think Juju
But
can
that's
do that
open
all.
in the NFL.
I know exactly. So
Right.
people like to nitpick, and they're going to say, "Oh, this and that about." But the truth is, Mike Williams just went 7th overall. So
That doesn't mean
the Couch
anything,
Scouts
Travis.
the Couch Scouts need to just stop for a second. But Juju, I do like him a lot. I think a lot of the numbers guys that love the breakout age, they love that specifically about him. You know, he was just killing people at age 17. So I love that about him. I think he's a phenomenal. He was a 5-star athlete. Great. Again, you hear me say this a lot because I'm in the Devy world when it comes to nerdy fantasy football. And, he was a 5-star guy, top 30 overall type prospect. And he wasn't even designated officially as a wide receiver coming out into college, but he obviously figured that out just fine pretty quickly. So people like to say that he regressed last year, and that's just incorrect. Like Max Brown was a joke. Looked like he just was a deer, and looking at the headlights, they had no freaking clue what he was doing. So the contrast of like what Juju did before and after, Max Brown, is just ridiculous. And it really, his one catch for 9 yards against Alabama just got him off at the wrong foot last year. So everyone panicked because back in prime time, being the guy to shut down on an offense, you got shut down by the best defense in football. Oh my gosh. As a 19-year-old. Okay. There's things that people just like to pick at with Juju and Mike Williams both, that really no one has any idea what context they're even trying to put all these quote unquote facts into. They just like watch something on draft breakdown and think all of a sudden, oh man, he's not getting 4 yards of separation. He's not very good. That's just not how this works.
I don't disagree that separation is not just how many steps away you are from defender. Your body position is a huge aspect of it.
Yeah.
I mean, Juju Smith had some big games with Darnold and had some no-show games with Darnold. I mean, he had 6 for 66 against Cal, a terrible defense, 2 for 10 against Oregon, which is a terrible defense, against Washington, which is a great defense. He had 3 for 41. UCLA had 8 for 76. Notre Dame, he had 4 for 23. I mean, he had some bad games with Darnold, too. I don't hate Juju. I just don't think he's a second-round talent. I think he's great at comebacks. I don't love him in contested catch situations. He lets the ball come down to his body too often. He's an okay athlete. I mean, he doesn't have the skill set of Mike Williams to win contested situations the way Mike Williams does. And obviously, yes, they're obviously different level of prospects. One went off 7th overall, and now we're on pick 60th, and he's still on the board. So
Right.
I just think if I'm going to take a guy in this area, I think there are much better receivers left.
Well, and they could obviously go defense too. I said yesterday they should just take 13. They should just take all defense in this draft. But just in case it's Juju, I just figured I'd throw it out there. He's also 20. He's the youngest player in the draft, so there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, I saw somewhere where someone said he was like Space Jam was out in theaters.
November '96, he was born. November '96.
That's unreal.
November freaking '96.
But anyway, so I wanted to just, before we move away completely, I do just kind of want to talk about some context in the shift of focus offensively for USC last year. I actually wrote a piece over at DLF about this because I wanted to really dig deep into the story of Juju last year, because people like to just paint it with one broad stroke and then just be done with it. But yeah, so like the game against California and the game against Oregon, he didn't need to do anything. Like the context is like Deontay Burnett and Darius Rogers took off because they were always open, because people were bracketing Juju and opening up wide holes, trying to figure out what to do with Sam Darnold because they hadn't seen this guy just 2 weeks ago. So like they're figuring out, okay, we just got to take away the guy that he just threw. Let's see. And in Sam Darnold's first 4 games with Juju Smith-Schuster, he threw 6 touchdowns. So let's stop that guy because he just got 6 touchdowns in 4 games. And so Deontay Burnett and Darius Rogers took off, and I think it was a California game. Ronald Jones just went off for like I think it was 1.7 bajillion yards in that game. So they didn't really need him to do anything in that game or the Oregon game, because they just got hot. Like even in the Washington game where they won, it was another situation where they've got some of the best DBs in the country, and they're going to shut down the guy who's still the one. Because Deontay Burnett is not the one, Darius Rogers is not the one. That's Juju Smith-Schuster. That's the one. So they're gonna take that guy away.
But this is the NFL, right? Like you want the receiver.
Are you guys listening to this guy?
I'm not saying that you don't want your guy to get catches all the time. That's fantastic. But if that's not who's open in the college, in like a college like spread wide open offense,
Wow, that dude was the GOAT.
You just don't have to go to the same guy over and over. And that's fine. And they didn't the second half. And that allowed Deontay Burnett and Darius Rogers to blossom and have fantastic back halves of the season. And Ronald Jones, they opened up the box to where he just ran like wild in the back half. So Juju indirectly made the rest of the team better just by being a distraction and being so successful for a brief stint with Sam Darnold. So he's just an untold story. Like there's just more to it. Like that's an untold story, and there's just not an incomplete story really with him. He's just a 20-year-old guy who's above average at the wide receiver position. He's really great at a lot of things, but not elite at anything.
By the way,
so we can pick him apart, but
Juju not the pick
anyway,
for Dallas here. They ended up going with Chidobe Awuzie, or however you pronounce it.
So all that for nothing.
So they went with a
Can
quarterback there.
Can we get a wide receiver to go at some point? Jeez, man.
My one thing about Juju is that, and I really don't know enough to talk about it the way that Elliot and Travis are, but it's like every time a wide receiver from USC comes in the draft, I just expect to be disappointed. I mean, look at the list of suspects.
Like Baylor wide receivers?
Dwayne Jarrett. I mean, Marquise Lee's done okay. Robert Woods done okay. Turner, get drafted. It's like none of these guys really have panned out. They don't really have a good track record of success.
yeah.
Which
Yeah,
Steve
I
Smith?
don't
Wait a second. Wait. Whoa. Hold on, because I think you're implying the New York Giants, Steve Smith. Are you saying Steve Smith was no good? Before he got injured, he had like 100-something receptions.
I was going to say, how many receptions did he have that one year, Frank?
He had like 145 receptions, something crazy, some stupid
283 or something
number. Yeah. And then I think he had like 2 knee injuries, and then I think he went to Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, like Victor Cruz tried to do.
As exciting as this conversation is, I'm actually going to be right back. I'm actually going to call into another show real quick, and I'll be back with you guys in a little while.
Look at him. Oh, I'm going to call into another
Wow,
show.
that's really disrespectful.
I'm going to call into some other
Travis
show.
just
Hey, I love you
Travis
guys,
just
but I'll
Drew
be right back,
Pearson
okay?
all over us. Dude.
I'll be right back. I love you.
I'm
I
going to
love
take
you.
some
It's okay.
juju and pour it all over you guys. Is the hell
Yeah,
with
but-
you? I'm going to this other show.
Just real quick, we talked about it with
Okay, what?
the quarterback that went to the Chiefs. I can't think anymore. I really try to be careful of just doing the analysis like that of, oh, well, he went to USC. I really try to look at it as a case-by-case example. So, I mean, I'm not really providing any insight, but that's what I like to do.
I think that's really smart, Ben, because I don't think it's the system of USC. You know what I mean? Like, their system isn't like a Baylor system where it's not translatable to the NFL. But I will say that it is a concerning track record of USC receivers getting overhyped than not performing well. So Ryan, I get your point.
I totally get it, but I will
Yeah.
say that Marquise Lee was semi-productive last year, and whatever you want to say about Robert Woods, the dude is in a very low volume passing offense. He's still very, very young, despite being in the league for 4 years, and he's been somewhat productive. So, I mean, you can look at it from a couple of different aspects as well.
True. I mean, Robert Woods basically wins one route.
Yeah, the comeback, right?
Yeah,
Is it?
yeah. I was looking at it and I was like, dude, what? Like, why is he so good at one route, but the rest of it, they're like, yeah, we're not throwing you the ball.
Yo, when they beat the Patriots the last game before Brady came back, I swear he had like 8 comeback catches in that game. He just kept catching them over and over.
Uh-oh. So
Is it going to be a wide receiver?
let's enjoy this pick.
Because
It's a-
Antonio Brown's getting
Oh
old.
my God. If it's Bucky Hodges, I need to watch it live.
No, it's a wide
it's
receiver.
It's Godwin. It's
No, it's
Godwin,
not.
baby.
No, it's not.
It's Juju
Watch.
that.
Oh, you saw this
I'll
already?
be right back.
Kevin, you know this?
Yes, I already know who it is.
All right,
Ryan
don't say
is
nothing.
geeked up.
It's a
Bucky.
wide receiver.
Oh, no. It's
Actually,
Juju.
funny. We were just talking about it.
Oh, it's Juju.
Yeah, it's Juju. I knew he was going soon, so I wanted to get the
Sammy
talk out there.
Coates. The new Sammy Coates.
I was literally
Okay,
just
but-
preparing a friggin' poll to ask where Juju was going to go. It ruins the whole thing.
Well, this is why I had to get the name out there. You knew he was going close. You knew he was going.
You're right. You're
Well,
right.
so
He's in the green room.
so that was gonna be my that was gonna be
That was
my thing. I mean, if he is, if
He's
he
crying.
does have talent, I mean, landing spot is gonna be key for him. So like I like this spot.
It's a great landing spot.
Well, they have Roethlisberger there.
Oh, shit. Big Pun is back.
I mean, it's gonna be the third option. I mean, Martavis Bryant's back reinstated, right? And then
He's reinstated. I mean, he's missed
Well,
football
he-
for a
He
year.
might be the
So,
the
yeah.
fourth option, depending on how Eli pans out.
I mean, owning Martavis Bryant in both my dynasty leagues, this doesn't make me feel great. Of course, you want to be hesitant on rookies coming in and getting all this opportunity. But Martavis has been out of football for a year. I would totally agree. I think Martavis is the number 2 this year. But this is interesting. I like the passion I'm seeing.
Boom. Oh, deuce. Number 2 got destroyed.
They hit on that boy.
He's a big boy too, man.
it's interesting too because there's still a ton of running backs to come off the board. Like we've only had one this round with Dalvin Cook.
I'm looking for
Joe Mixon.
McNichols,
Oh, and Mixon too. Yeah, Mixon.
Kamara.
McNichols.
No, I'm waiting for my boy Samaje
Marlon Mack.
McNichols, P. Ryan, Marlon Mack. Oh, and Kareem Hunt, but Kareem Hunt probably won't go until tomorrow. But I want to see where he goes.
Deontay Foreman, the GOAT. That's terrible. No,
Yeah, I was-
That's not at all.
I was leaving the undrafted free agents off my list, but
Oh, he's not going to be undrafted.
no,
Stop.
I'm just kidding.
Who's going to get under? Who's not going to
I'm
get
just
drafted?
playing about
And
Deontay Foreman.
the Bills moved up.
I said that about Deontay Foreman as a joke.
Dude, I don't know who I want to get drafted least between Ishmael Zamore and Bucky Hodges.
Both of them.
Yo, Juju
But
to Pittsburgh. What did you think, Elliot?
Sucked. Come on, Elliot. That landing spot sucked.
for him, if Martavis Bryant plays, I don't know how much time he's going to spend on the
Right.
field.
Yeah.
Like, he can play some big slot, but he's best on the outside. And in two wides, like, he's not going to see a ton of playing time. Like, he's got to be a Martavis Bryant insurance policy. That's got to be what he is.
Right.
That's what I would think. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of
I
hinting
would
at.
absolutely think that.
And Pittsburgh,
That
Well,
dumb
it's
scares me a
Martavis
little bit.
Bryant has a Coors Light. He's suspended, right,
Oh,
for
right.
another
That's
year.
the thing. He's back, but yeah, if he messes up at all, he's gone for another year, if not longer. So from that standpoint, you got to cover your bases, and so yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense.
if they even keep him after this year, right? Because Pittsburgh's been known to dump these guys when they're tired of them.
Yeah, but it's the second round. I mean, that's pretty early to get an insurance policy on Martavis Bryant.
Well, I mean, when did they took Sammy Coates in what, the third? Wasn't he a third round pick? So they do this every year, literally every year.
Yeah.
But that was another bad pick, no?
Yeah.
So I mean, why do we keep doing the same bad
No,
things?
I
over
agree
and
with
over
you. If
again?
Martavis Bryant doesn't mess up and he plays, I would agree that this landing spot looks like shit because where I mean, he's just not going to be a consistent fantasy asset. He just won't be if he's the number 3 behind those two studs.
How many
They
times
do
have they
them
run
before.
11? I don't have that numbers. Like, are they a 2 wide receiver set team or like we know the Giants have 3 wide receivers on the field.
I mean,
majority of the time.
I feel like
they have a fetish with mid-round wide receivers. They do this all the time. They just bring in a whole bunch of guys
They have a fetish.
who
It doesn't work.
and cycle them in.
Well, they got really lucky with Antonio Brown.
But Ryan, tell me if I'm wrong. They're kind of like the Patriots in they
are
run
not good at drafting wide receivers.
Yes, that and they have they run a ton of different formations. They'll come out one week and they'll just you saw what they did in the playoffs with Lev Bell. He touched the ball 30 times a game.
Whoa.
And then remember
That's
that
Lev
game
Bell.
against the Chiefs? Remember that game against the Chiefs?
They're not good
where-
at drafting wide receivers.
The
Yeah, didn't
Patriots
they have
aren't.
Plaxico and Mike Wallace?
That was 5
and-
wide. That was 5 wide the whole time. So they'll run different formations. Juju will be on the field in certain packages, but Lev Bell's a beast wide receiver too. And then if they've got a couple of tight end options, so yeah, it's a tough opportunity landing spot in the immediate short term.
Wasn't he like a popular like 108, 109 guy?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, you can't take him first round anymore with this landing spot.
Well, and the thing about
I
it
don't think so
is,
either, no.
the thing about it is, and this was a conversation that people were having today about Mike Williams. When Mike Williams starts to get the opportunity that you would like, and okay, we'll see what happens, but definitely with Juju, when he starts to get the opportunity that you would like, Big Ben's going to be gone, and Phillip Rivers is going to be gone. So from a dynasty perspective, you don't love him in the short term, and you can't love him in the long term because you have no idea who the quarterback is going to be once they actually become relevant.
So
Right.
to answer your question from before, the Steelers basically play 11 and 12 personnel. So the question is he going to play big slot? Because they're not going to move Antonio Brown to full-time slot. Like, is he going to beat out Eli Rogers to play the slot receiver?
That would be the question because Rodgers was the slot guy all last year.
I don't think
Would
he
you?
is.
Do you guys think? I think he could. Why not?
I don't think he can.
How much did he play in the slot last year? Over in college, how much did he play in slot? Because I feel like he was an outside wide receiver, right?
Yeah, he played some big slot, but
Is this going to be a quarterback for Buffalo?
dude, if they take Dennis Webb, I'm throwing a party because that means the Jets cannot draft him.
That would be a classic Buffalo Bills pick,
no,
right?
Who would they take here? Peterman?
Not,
Defensive lineman? I don't know.
not only can the Jets not draft him, he's also in your division.
That's
Right.
Oh, dude, this guy. I gotta watch because I'm gonna lose my mind if it's Webb.
My asshole friends are tipping every fucking pick. Carp, if you're watching this, stop, asshole.
And you better be watching this.
Guys, apparently
Oops.
I missed this pre-draft, but apparently Steve Smith told Charlie Cashley on live TV that he ruined David Carr's career.
No, did he?
Steve Smith
That's
was
so amazing.
He kind of did,
Oh
though.
my god.
Steve Cashley, can we?
Oh,
All right,
Charlie
never mind.
Cashley is the woe. But
I
he
mean,
did
Steve Smith,
he did
Charlie
take Mario
Castley.
Williams over Reggie Bush, which was kind of legit.
Okay, yeah, that's true, but he should
He
be.
got one pick.
Never mind.
Yeah, let's.
How about, did you guys see Bill Polian tearing that guy apart for picking Taco Charlton to the Cowboys in their mock draft? And he said they would never do that. He doesn't fit their scheme. And then the Cowboys end up taking Taco Charlton.
Yeah. These old school guys, he's got grit. He's a
guard.
football player. Come on. All right, get him off the television.
They traded up for a guard, by the way, not a quarterback.
Yeah. Whatever. I don't know. Offensive linemen bore me, so I don't care. Analysis, whatever. Offensive linemen, seriously.
Very good, Frank. No, I agree.
Does anybody have a hot take on offensive linemen?
There's nothing exciting about it at all.
He's a guard. Look at his arm length.
No, we got to start getting more creative here, guys. Actually, I got to sneak this in real quick. Dominic threw a DM at me because he can't watch the live show. Frank, he wants to know when Brandon Frazier is coming to join the show and beat the shit out of you for all the crap you've been talking on him.
I will beat the living shit out of Brendan Frazier. But if he wants to come on, come on to
all right, let's get him on
at Dynasty Frank.
We'll make the call.
Get him on here.
So I had to sneak that in there.
Let me
He's
just
not doing
say
anything right now
here about Brendan Frazier. I have zero issues with Brendan Frazier. The fact that studio heads, I don't know. I mean, all right, let me just go on a backstory. The Bull Rush had a movie game, and for some reason, Brendan Frazier was up for some major roles back in the day in the 90s. And I'm like, how the hell, for Batman and stuff like that, how the hell can Brendan Frazier be on the whatever? He's a good guy. Never mind. Another offensive tackle. Taylor
He'll always have the mummy.
The Mummy. No, I liked Airheads. That was a good movie, Brendan. That was a good one.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, the Lone Rangers. I always thought that was great.
Airheads is also a delicious candy. That's a nice little bonus.
That is a bonus.
Another
So
guard
my
to
guess
finish
is
the
that-
second round, so I know Frank's very excited. 2 offensive linemen end the round. We're now in the third.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I meant to say this earlier. I cannot wait for Michael Stepney, the GOAT, to come on here. Let's get this party going.
Oh my gosh, Ben just got really excited.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so pumped for this, man.
I can't believe it.
I cannot wait.
Kevin Steele getting the chat pumped up for
Can we play intro music?
Mike as well. What do you want to play?
Can we play The Real American or something like that? Or
I am a real American.
Some Rocky music to go along with the Philly theme.
I can
okay,
try.
well, that'd be great. That's actually a good one.
Oh,
Travis, was it on the Dynasty Life pod that we talked about walk-up songs and walk-up music? Travis has me muted.
I think at some point we should do a Dynasty rookie draft. I'm just going to throw that out there.
I got 2. I think I got 4 drafts happening Monday morning, at 8 a.m. Is the end game, the TFA end game, start Monday?
It starts
It's Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday night.
Sunday.
Tomorrow night?
No, today's Friday.
Sunday.
Oh, today's Friday. That's right. It's not Saturday. So Sunday night, nice.
What?
The TFA Dynasty League.
Oh.
Anthony has no idea what we're talking
No,
about.
I didn't know. Because
also
I dropped out of the other TFA Dynasty League because I just couldn't. Dynasties is not my thing, so I didn't feel right joining this one. I was just just didn't fit me,
I would also say that all of these landing spots continue to make me love Corey Davis even more.
It's true. Until Green Bay drafts Chris Godwin, watch. Green Bay is going to draft a wide receiver. You know that, right? And then all of a sudden, he's going to shoot up rookie boards.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
So
Wait a
I
minute.
think they draft a running back.
Wait a minute.
coming up
Where's
soon.
Green Bay at? Because they just picked, didn't they?
They're not picking
Yeah.
anytime soon.
I just want to start seeing these second-tier wide receivers go.
This is the
Chris
round
Godwin.
where a bunch of these guys are going to go.
Can't wait to see where Chris Godwin goes. Can't wait
what
to
if
see
he
where
went to?
the GOAT
what if
Tavon
Godwin-
Taylor goes.
What if
McNichols.
Godwin went to New Orleans?
McNichol, Ryan.
What if Godwin went to
Kamara.
New Orleans?
That would really piss me off for my Willie Snead shares. It would really piss me off, actually.
The Jets are high on Godwin. They met with him a couple times.
Please no.
And
Sorry,
dude,
Elliot.
I compared Chris Godwin to Quincy Enunwa, so that would be weird.
I like Adunwa.
The Rams picked for that.
Godwin is the outside version of Enunwa.
That's a fair comparison.
I just put a poll there in the chat too.
Elliot just made me feel good about myself.
What's the best rookie wide receiver landing spot after 2 rounds? So feel free to go ahead and click that link. Let us know who you think is the best. What is the best landing spot for the rookies that have been taken so far? There are 6 of them.
Don't put Corey Davis in that. That's going to be 100%.
Yeah, outside of Corey.
Well, Corey Davis is in there. I want an honest opinion. You never
Yeah,
know. People might not like him.
No, man.
No.
It's going to be 87% Corey Davis.
Well, then
At
that'll
least.
be the answer. There you go.
Over under 95.5% Corey Davis. Even money.
I'll take the under just because there are going to be enough people that just vote for their favorite team's player.
Right, like Ishmael Zamora still hasn't been picked. How come he's not on there yet?
Him and Bucky Hodges should be number 1 and 2 picks in your fantasy draft coming up.
Can we start doing that? Is that like? Can we start like saying?
Oh, actually, I knew what I wanted to bring up real quick. Okay, just because was I the only one that was on board of even thinking of going Mahomes over Watson from a upside standpoint in 2 quarterback and superflex dynasty leagues? Because nobody else
in this room.
Yes.
Overall,
Kev might have your back on that one.
Well, no, that's what I was because I didn't hear Ryan or Kev, but I know you two disagree, which is fine. But I was just curious what everybody else thought.
Oh, okay.
What was it?
Mahomes versus Watson in 2 quarterback superflex dynasty draft. Who are you taking?
Yep.
Good talk.
Okay, so who else? Oh wait, no, Travis isn't here. Did Travis say his?
Is Kev listening to us? Because I don't know how he's not jumping in on this one.
He's not listening to us.
He's in La La Land.
He's listening.
No, I thought you guys didn't want our opinion. I thought it was your guys' opinion, so I was waiting to hear what your guys' opinion was.
Oh no, he said other than us. He said other than us. Who would you take first?
They already answered an hour ago. I want to know what you think.
Oh, I didn't know you. For me,
So we have 2 Mahomes.
I'm soaked in bias though as well. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and lie about that and act like that has nothing to do with it. And not to mention the fact that I've loved Mahomes since the beginning of all this.
Forever, yeah.
So of course I love Patrick Mahomes, and I think he has a much higher ceiling than what Deshaun Watson has.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I do believe that Watson is a safer pick.
Can we agree that those are the top 2 guys?
Wait, what was
Oh,
the?
yeah, for sure.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. I was changing the sidebar here on the stream. What was the question again?
In the 2 QB Superflex Dynasty League,
Oh, my
Anthony.
gentle Jesus,
Your
Frank.
favorite question, Anthony. So are we?
So Anthony stopped listening after you said that.
Yeah, as soon as, that must be why I stopped listening. 2 QB Superflex Dynasty League.
Yeah, because if it's redraft, there's no question it's Watson.
Oh well, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
Mahomes
So
didn't
are
get
we?
played this year.
Are we saying that Mitch Trubisky is the third there in 2 quarterback superflex? Because I mean, I didn't really like his tape, but he was the first guy taken.
You know what? We're gonna. This
Until he
argument's
gets
gonna go
help, I don't
against
even
us,
know
Elliot.
how you can.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna wait for Elliot to come back so he can. Because if we have the Mike Williams went 7th overall draft capital, right?
Oh my God.
Then we're gonna have to have the Trubisky went, whatever.
Yo,
I mean,
Mark,
and Mahomes went ahead of him too.
Martavis.
That team felt so great about him. They jumped up 17 spots just to grab him.
Right.
Martavis Bryant tweeted 6 minutes ago, laugh out loud, that's Sammy Coates replacement, not mine. Take it how you want it, I'm back. Take it how you want to, I am back.
That's what I said. I was like,
Oh,
there
I
goes Sammy
missed
Coates.
it.
Sammy
I
Coates
missed it,
dead.
my bad.
But he tweeted that out. That's a lot of shade to throw to our team.
That is with the verified blue check mark. He tweeted
Yo,
it out.
I hope he gets cut
Dude.
now just because of that. That would be so funny.
I do not hope he gets take that back. Crazy
Dude,
guy.
how stupid are you, dude? Like, get off of Twitter.
He's gonna say he got hacked.
This is
Yeah, he
Pittsburgh,
shouldn't have
bro. They'll
tweeted
cut
that.
him.
He shouldn't have tweeted that.
What just happened?
Like
Martavis Bryant
already
tweeted, laugh out loud,
isolated.
that Sammy coach replacement, not mine. Take it how you want it. I am back.
He's not wrong.
Right.
No, he's not wrong, but it's like, dude, you haven't been there in the locker room with these guys for however long, and you're already gonna
I
start
know.
calling out
You
teammates
just
on
stop
Twitter.
smoking weed.
Yeah,
Relax.
it's not the smartest. Not the smartest tweet.
Let's see if he can not smoke weed until we get to the season.
That's what? Huh?
Let's see how long he can not smoke weed for.
Oh,
I
damn
know.
it. Twitter just – why did I get on Twitter? Twitter just ruined the Saints pick, and it's a good one.
Yeah,
See,
don't
now
go on.
you kind of ruined it. 'Cause
Yeah.
now
Don't ruin our.
All I said is it's a good one.
Which means that I now know it's an offensive player because
Yeah,
that's
me
those
too.
are the people you've studied, and that's the ones you care about.
He's 100% right.
Yep.
Is it Chris Godwin?
Oh,
I'm
my-
not saying anything else. And
Look at the smirk on his face. He's so proud.
It's Godwin. Oh, there goes Sneed.
I'm not saying anything else. And Elliot,
There goes Mike Thomas chairs.
what you
Gone.
just said
dead.
about me was way too factual. It like really attacked my soul. So thanks a lot for that.
What, that you watch the most offensive players because it relates to fantasy, and that's what you care most about?
Correct.
How does that hurt? That's just
Yeah, that's just facts. Yes. If Elliot had that same take on me, I'd be like,
It's
absolutely.
just
You're 100%
facts,
right.
bro. It's true. It's
But Elliot, you watch offensive linemen as well?
yeah. I didn't watch as many this year as I wanted to. I kind of got caught up in when NDT launched, writing 1,500 words a day, kind of slowed down some of my guys. But
What about kickers? You don't watch kickers. Please tell me you don't watch kickers.
I can just tell you based on what I think of a kicker, based on how many kicks he makes.
That's it.
I don't care.
Kickers are not people.
That was
So
an
let's see.
awesome,
Godwin.
awesome 49ers pick. Love that pick.
So 49ers have been killing this draft, huh?
Yeah, they're building a defense right there. Witherspoon has a chance to be a number one corner. He cannot tackle to save his life, but he's a corner.
So that was the Bears pick.
Oh, that was the Bears pick that they traded for him, huh?
No. The next pick is the Bears pick.
Oh, wow.
This would have been Bears, yeah.
Let's hear it. Oh,
No, the Bears traded 66, Elliot, didn't they?
God.
It's NFL Network. NFL.com says Saints from 49ers through Bears. This pick.
Alvin Kamara.
Wow.
No, it's not
Sean
Alvin
Payton
Kamara.
hates Mark Ingram.
Yeah, it
Hates
is,
him.
bro. Yeah, it is, bro.
What?
Wow.
They
Yeah.
signed Peterson. Dude, Kamara's going to be a PPR asset.
Sean Payton has always had a
What
back
the
like this. He's always had a
freaking
back
A.
like this, except for the last couple of years.
Who's this? Cadet? Don't they have a Tavares Cadet already?
Yeah, but Cadet is not good.
I know.
Is
Wow.
Mark Ingram going to be on the trade block?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
For his sake, I hope so.
Yeah, for
I don't know
his
what the fuck
for
Sean
his
Payton's
sake, I
doing.
would say, because I love Mark Ingram and Sean
Me
Payton
too.
hates him. But for his sake, I guess I would agree with that. But no, I don't think he'll be on the trade block. I think
Dude,
we're
what
just
did,
going to see
what
all
did
three
Mark
dudes.
Ingram say to Sean Payton? Or does Sean Payton have like a 22-year-old daughter or something like that? Like,
Oh, I
what
say that
happened?
all the time.
Yeah, bro.
Uh,
Something had to have happened. I mean, this is something, but the Tim Hightower shit took it to a whole nother level last year. So
Scott Barrett put out that thing about Tim Hightower's like actual
right, I saw that.
about how bad Tim Hightower actually was.
Compared
was-
to Ingram, it's
yeah.
unbelievable.
Dude, what? When are these running backs gonna just like go to a good offensive line, not in a crowded backfield?
We're waiting.
Hey, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
They're still like
Wait,
I'm waiting for my guy Kareem Hunt. Like that's the guy I want to have a great landing spot.
Yeah, man.
is Ingram on the trading block?
No, I don't think so.
I wouldn't
I mean,
think so, but
But back to your point, Elliot. How many great landing spots are there for running backs? You know, like just excellent landing spots.
Green Bay and Indy, and neither one of them, a running back hasn't gone there. I saw Barrett
What about
tweeting
the
earlier,
Chargers?
he hopes Kareem Hunt lands in Indy, which would be nice. I finally got around to Kareem Hunt's tape, and it is so nice.
What about Detroit? They rebuilt their offensive line. Theo Riddick's only a pass-catching back.
Have you been talking about that?
Amir Abdullah hasn't been the best. I mean, the Cleveland Browns, hypothetically, if they got a guy going there, they built up a good run game, or run blocking offensive line. The Eagles still don't have a running back. I still think there's some teams that could be legit landing spots.
Eagles is a great one too. Yeah. Tampa
Right.
Bay's still interesting, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, they
What
still
about the Giants?
Giants too. There you go. That's another one.
Paul Perkins.
Well, you just got me excited again. I wasn't thinking there was that many good landing spots. So
It's just I don't think we've really hit any of the good landing spots.
we haven't. We really haven't. Totally agree.
Yo, Ant, video Stepney in.
Yep.
Is Stepney coming?
Getting there. I was working on the tracker for round 3. I didn't realize they started doing compensatory picks in round 3. There's 43 selections in this round. By
So
the way.
looking at the draft board, Jaguars don't need a running back. Rams don't need a running back. Chargers don't need a running back. Minnesota doesn't need one. New England doesn't need one. Cincinnati doesn't need one. Like we still have a ways to wait on these good landing spots, and a running back probably won't go here for a little while now. Baltimore probably doesn't need one. Maybe they take a running back. Atlanta doesn't need one. New Orleans doesn't need. I mean, we're going to be waiting, boys.
What about? Is this where our quarterback goes again?
Oh, this could be Peterman.
Oh man.
Or Davis
I know.
Webb.
I've heard a lot of good stuff about Peterman. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes before Webb.
He might be the most. This is a kind of a hot take, but he might be the most pro-ready quarterback out of every quarterback. Like he's going to be. He can come in and help them win games if Bortles is terrible. Like, he's not a guy that you ever want to build your franchise around. So like as a third-round pick, that's a pretty good value, I'd say. I know we have to continue to mention Davis Webb's name as a quarterback, but I just want a team to pick him before the Jets are on the board. Kev, I'm so jealous of your situation. You got the exact guy you wanted, get to be excited about a quarterback for a while, and don't have to worry about the Chiefs being connected to all these terrible ones.
Wait a minute. Did we report this already? The Saints traded a 7th-round pick and a 2nd-round pick next year to move up to take Alvin Kamara. They traded a 2nd-round pick to do that.
That Saints backfield has always been so volatile, and it just continues to get worse. It's unbelievable. Screw the Saints backfield. I'm avoiding
How do you
it.
trade a 2nd-round pick next year to do that? That makes no sense to me.
Did that go to the Bears or the Niners?
Niners.
That went to the Niners.
Because the Niners had the 2nd and 3rd
So
pick.
they have an extra third, and an extra 2nd next year.
Yeah.
Yo,
I'm liking what they're doing.
Yeah, John Lynch is getting shit done. Everybody made fun of that signing.
I like all 3 of their picks, and they added picks for next year's draft. I mean, you can't do it better than that.
And real quick, the Bulls. I know we're talking the NFL draft, but the Bulls have just completely packed it in, right?
Don't. Why did you do that, Kev?
I didn't even
Why
know
did
they
you
were
do that?
playing. Don't do
I'm
this to
sitting
me.
here trying to, just watch the draft and enjoy life because I already just wasn't trying to deal with basketball. Had to look at the score. They're losing by fucking 3 points.
Don't do this to me. I was so cocky when they went up 2-0. Don't do this to me.
And then
they're getting hammered.
Yeah, Chicago.
Rondo going out ended any chance they had.
Right. As soon as that happened, I was like, fuck.
Yeah. Wade's like 1 for 11, but whatever. Still got the Bears. Oh wait.
Still got the White Sox.
All right, what'd I miss? Nothing?
Alvin Kamara, were you here for that?
Yeah, I saw the initial.
I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's it.
Kev, for a second, I thought you were throwing shade on the White Sox till I remembered that you're a fan of them, I think. So.
You know what's really funny when you watch the draft? Especially at this point, after every pick, they show that fan base and they're just clapping, and they have that guy has no idea who Dwayne Smoot is. but he's all excited.
People don't know who
They
probably
got to show
90%
out for
of these guys
TV,
are.
man. They got to show out for TV.
Yeah.
They just get amped. They get hyped after every pick.
And then they go on Twitter talking about how great this guy is. Never seen him play.
Oh, yes. You guys see this pick?
Oh, yes. Perfect landing spot for me to not like him.
God.
Yes. Love it. Love it.
Do you love it from a love it standpoint or love it from a you get to hate it standpoint?
Yeah, I love it that I don't have to draft him ever.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, Cooper. Damn you.
Is this Farrell Cooper?
It's
Or
not like it was his fault.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm blaming him like it's his fault.
Yeah, they now have
Damn it, Cooper.
and Cooper Cup.
How is Cooper Cup drafted
Damn it,
ahead
Cooper,
of
why are
Chris
you
Godwin?
available?
Ahead of Chris
Cup.
Godwin,
Yeah,
ahead of
ahead of-
Taywan Taylor.
Can we mention our Darius Stewart? Because he's good at football, too.
Yeah, Tyler
Darius
Strong.
Stewart.
Tyler Strong is like the Rams just made a Fisher ass pick.
Bro, they really did. Actually, that's so perfect because I really feel like Jeff Fisher's still the coach with this pick. I really do.
But you know what's going to happen now, though? People I feel like people are going to hype Cooper Cup up now because there's nobody else in his way.
Good.
Robert Woods. So opportunity-wise,
Good.
people are going to look at him and be like, "Oh my goodness, this is a good landing spot because
Well,
of
and he was-
opportunity and target share."
Good.
And he was what?
The Jets traded out. Back to what you guys were saying, though. They just took Gerald Everett, who can only win in the slot. They're not going to play him in line with Higbee. They just took a guy that wins in the slot the previous.
And is Cooper Cup a slot?
Cooper Cup only plays in the slot. He can only play in the slot.
I mean,
That's funny.
he's 6'2" and white, therefore he's Jordy Nelson. But like, if you actually watch him play football, he's a slot only receiver.
Well, he's gritty. He's a lunch pail kind of guy.
Quicker than fast, no doubt about it.
He's a gym rat.
Great
Cooper
football
Cup.
IQ.
Great football IQ.
Hard worker, overachiever.
A lunch pail kind of guy. You know, this guy just grit, sand. Great guy.
So like Adam Thielen.
First one in the building,
Exactly.
last one to go home. He grinds tape like no other, man.
Sounds like my kind of guy. I'm going to be on the
Brings
Cooper
his
Cup
lunch pail to
bandwagon.
work.
He's white. That's what we're saying. We're saying he's white, and
Yes.
we've come up with fancy ways to say white.
Listen, if I were in the TFA Dynasty League, I'd draft him. I'm be the one drafting him. Let's do it.
Damn it.
What round?
We need to get Anthony in this TFA.
First
Dynasty
round,
Well,
buddy.
how many
First
wide
round.
receivers have gone? What number wide receiver was he? Was he top 5?
I
He
think
was
right?
Mayhawk's top 5. He was in Mayhawk's top 5 wide
Well,
receivers.
so you had the 3 yesterday, and then today you've had Juju
And say Jones.
and say, okay, so 6.
That's not.
He was the
not-
7th. If you include Curtis Samuel.
Yeah, I just saw Curtis Samuel. Yeah. He was 7th.
Dude, where's Carlos Henderson and Chris Godwin? And like, what
This
are
is
the
what I'm
guys
Taywan
saying.
Taylor.
doing at
And
receiver?
Taywan Taylor.
No, Taywan Taylor, I
I
understand
don't
why
know.
he's not getting picked.
Nah, you
But-
crazy, bro.
So you think Cooper Cup should go in front of Taywan Taylor? Is that what
No, I
you're
don't. Never said that. Never said that. I think Carlos
Oh,
Henderson
that's
and Chris
nasty.
Godwin should go ahead of Taywan Taylor, but not Cooper Cup. No.
I mean, I could get on board with that. I mean, I'm not, but I don't know.
Yeah, listen, thank God the Rams did this. They did us a favor, guys. This is a happy day.
Yes,
It's a happy pick.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
happy
we should.
about that.
No, I agree with you. Just from a 2017 perspective, really have no idea how the targets are going to shake out on that team. I kind of like Robert Woods as a late round flyer, but other than that, there's really not much. Farrell Cooper hasn't shown anything yet.
I was about
So-
to say, isn't Farrell Cooper over there?
Yes, he is.
The good Mike Thomas.
I guess from that
The Pharaoh.
Yeah, the good Mike Thomas. I guess from that standpoint, a dude that plays in the slot, those targets are, high efficiency. Well, they're supposed to be, but Jared Goff's the quarterback. So,
They also have Taylor Austin, who wins. He's designed to be in the.
Yeah.
Do they only collect slot receivers?
Yeah. I'm forgetting about Tavon
Everybody's
Austin.
playing
And
slot.
like you
Yeah.
They're
said,
all
they
going to
just
line up in
drafted.
slot one
Yeah,
after each other.
I can't
one
even talk
behind each
myself
other.
into this because they
The
already
guy they
have
still,
Tavon Austin too. I
yeah,
can't
they
talk
owe
myself
him
into
like
it at
80
all.
mil. They still owe him like 80 mil.
Jared Goff, there's no way he can support more than 2 wide receivers, and I don't even think he can support that. And you're talking about Tavon Austin, Robert Woods, then Cooper Kupp, multiple tight ends, one that they drafted ahead of Cooper Kupp. I can't talk myself into this at all. I never have to consider him, and it's amazing.
Wait, does anyone know what the Jets got in that trade?
Let me see. If I can find it. See if Schefter said anything.
By the way, that Vikings pick, Pat Eflin, awesome. He's on both Joe and Kyle of NDT, my bosses. They're big boards. He's top 25 on both of them.
Who is it?
Pat Eflin, the guard that the Vikings just took, that's going to really help Cook right there. He's going to slide in, and now they have a good interior offensive line.
Okay.
That's
okay.
That's one lineman. We got about 2 more to go, Minnesota. 2 more you can get from the top 25. Let's go. Yeah, I mean that's an obvious pick. It's a need, and yeah, if they can go out and get somebody who is highly regarded, that's where their focus needs to be.
Yeah, JJ Zachariason just tweeted, imagine drafting Cooper Kupp ahead of Chris Godwin. And yeah, can we start talking about how ridiculous this is, please? Like, this is ridiculous. Chris Godwin, Taywan Taylor, Carlos Henderson, they all should have gone ahead of this dude.
Ishmael Lamar.
Okay, but so if Godwin did go there,
I would have hated
take him.
I would have hated
You would have absolutely hated it.
So I guess I should be happy then, right? Okay, that makes sense.
Looking at him in drafts and been like, shit, I really do like him, but he's getting the ball thrown to him from Goff. Like my brain would have been playing tricks on me every time I looked at him there.
Yeah, I would have instantly not. My love for Chris Godwin instantly would have fallen quickly if he went to the Rams.
What if Chris Godwin? So, like, looking at teams that could use a wide receiver, Baltimore's coming up. How would you feel if he went to Baltimore?
Oh, I'd love it.
I'd like that a lot. They have over 200
Yeah, that'd be
vacated
good.
targets, the most vacated targets out of any team in the league, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And they threw the most passes in the NFL last year.
And all their receivers just go deep as it is.
Steve Smith gone, Kamar Aiken gone, Kyle Juszczyk gone. Yes, they brought in Danny Woodhead, so that's something. But Mike Wallace is the number 1 right now. He's a great value in MFL 10s as of now because he's like wide receiver 55, which makes no sense. I've talked about him being trash, but when there's opportunity, there's opportunity. So anyways, my point being, if a good wide receiver goes there, yes, that is a very good spot. That's a good point, Kev.
Okay, so
Baltimore has 2 picks coming up here. New Orleans is coming up. Arizona is coming up. Tennessee, do they just go? Do they just say fuck it? We go 2 wide receivers in this class.
It's being reported in the chat. It's being reported in the chat that Tennessee just made another a huge offensive guy pick at.
All right, enough. I'm gonna unplug these things.
Damn it! Yeah, I was pissed. I even said anything about the Saints. Well, I'm gonna guess it's Chris Godwin then, because it's not a running back.
Oh my God! If it's Chris Godwin, that's
horrible. I don't
horrible.
think it's a tight end. And why not just take another wide receiver and lock up Mariota's weapons for the next?
That's a horrible landing spot for Chris.
Well,
Godwin.
it's not a good landing spot.
Wait. What if it's Bucky Hodges?
Oh, that'll be great. Please. Please. Come on, Travis. I want to see Travis flip out.
Bucky.
Oh, yeah, dude. I hope they're smarter than that. I hope they're smarter than that.
Oh, no. This is
Bucky.
Oh, no. Come on. No.
Oh, Casey.
Taiwan, let's go, baby.
Yes,
Let's
yes,
go, baby.
yes. I'm not drafting Taiwan Taylor. Yes.
Wait. So if you, in the discussion of the draft capital conversation, obviously NFL GMs must have felt better about Taiwan Taylor than some of the other guys that you like, sir.
Yeah,
What?
Frank.
No, they
Obviously
they like Cooper Cup. They like Cooper Cup more.
Just like Elliot
Yeah,
tweeted
no,
this
wait.
morning about Mike Williams, we're going to come at you about Taiwan Taylor right now. Obviously, Tennessee likes him.
Obviously,
Or
one
Chris
team like
Godwin
Taiwan
and
Taylor
Carlos
more.
Henderson, your boy.
One team like Taiwan Taylor more.
No, but from Frank's reaction, I mean, yeah, this isn't a super. But I mean, we're talking about third-round picks now.
The Rams.
What if Chris Godwin? So, like looking at teams that could use a wide receiver, Baltimore's coming up. I would feel like he went to Baltimore.
Oh, I'd love it.
Who's that?
I
Oh,
like that a lot.
Stephanie Mute.
We can hear ourselves.
Stepney, what's up, man?
Any team is
Hey,
We need you to mute that, but you already know that.
passes in the NFL last year.
He's waiting for it to come up on the feed.
Yes, brought in Danny Woodhead, so that's something.
Hey, I'm just listening to myself talk. Let me be.
He might have caught up.
No, he's good. Michael, what's up, man?
About him whenever there's opportunity. So, anyways, my point being,
It's back.
There, yes, that is a very good spot. That's a good point there.
This is fantastic.
This is goat shit right here.
Okay, so
Michael, you know we can hear that, right? I'm confused.
I can't stop. I can't. Ooh, I love. God, I hate that Cincinnati's getting good. Oh, this is awful.
Who's playing music now? What's going on? What's
I'm about to
happening?
lose my mind. We're on hour 3. I'm about to lose my fucking mind, man.
What's going on?
I hate that Cincinnati.
I don't know. I asked Michael what's up 3 times and he's not responding to me. It's hurting my feelings.
Dude, I can't.
Oh no.
my computer's acting up big time.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Ben.
Mike, what's going on, bro?
Excited to have you on, man. Did you enjoy your Rocky music? Did you get to hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Well, we hope it pumped you up, man.
He's like, yeah, I knew that was for me. Yeah, I'm good.
I think we just give Stepney the floor and let him talk about whatever he wants to talk about from day 2, day 1.
There you go. Represent the brand.
Yeah, baby. Love it.
Hashtag brand. So this has to be Godwin. Please let it be Godwin. Please let it be Godwin.
That would be such a great landing spot.
I'll take Carlos Henderson too, but even though it's redundant, I'll take Godwin here.
Mike Wallace is on his last year of his deal, so there's not a guarantee that he returns in 2018. So there's targets vacated, and from a dynasty aspect, he could step into a starter's role sooner rather than later if it becomes Godwin.
Yeah, what do you guys think about Perryman? What do you think if he stays healthy? Right,
I
that's
think
his big issue.
I think he's a pretty solid value in MFL 10s. His ADP is, I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's like 40s or something. It's pretty up there. So again, with the vacated targets, it's like over
40s?
200, I believe. I you know what? Let me try to check it, but I'm pretty sure it's up there.
It's
That
200
seems
targets.
really high.
How many, Michael?
Over 200 unaccounted for targets.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a good spot for Perryman as well. I'm pulling up the MFL 10 ADP right now.
That seems really high to me, though. That I wouldn't be taking him there. But
So Tajay Sharp is dead, right?
Yeah.
Tajay's dead.
Tajay.
Oh, bye,
Tajay might be done.
So we have a second funeral for Tajay now?
Yeah.
When was the Taiwan pick? If you sing that god awful song,
Yo, Brashad Perryman is wide
I'm gonna
receiver
send Brendan
57.
Fraser over there.
Brashad Perryman is wide receiver 57 right now in MFL 1080p.
57. Okay. I could get behind that.
Oh, hell yeah, man. And Mike Wallace is wide receiver 55, who will be the wide receiver 1 and will see at least 120
Mike TikTok?
targets. What?
Mike TikTok Wallace?
I mean, I've called him trash for years, but when he's wide receiver 55, I'll take that value all day.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
they call him TikTok.
The NFL is pretty much spoken that Taywan Taylor is better than Carlos Henderson. So I mean,
true.
Happened.
Right.
That's true.
Oh my God.
And so
right, that's where we're at.
What is your thoughts now with
Stop it.
Going to the Titans?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm back, guys. Hi.
Taywan, Travis,
Well,
what
yeah, so
are your thoughts?
I don't know what's already been said here, but
Yeah, he's the GOAT, pretty much.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
Exactly, Travis.
One quick look at the contract situation with Rashard Matthews to realize that he's a Band-Aid. It was great to have a playmaker, and he might be here for.
Can we just pin that?
No.
Goodness.
Travis.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
Are you saying that Rashad is just going to be there to live out his contract and then that's it? I mean,
Perhaps,
to me,
yeah.
it seems like they found lightning in the bottle, for lack of a better word. I don't want to be cliche with that expression, but like, at what point does a player who gets the opportunity succeed and actually takes it and run with it? Like, how does that play in accounting for that? Because I think that they did find, a great talent in Rashad Matthews. I loved him. I thought that he was great.
Oh yeah, and he was actually basically a fantasy wide receiver 1 down the stretch last year. I think.
He does a beast.
Yeah, does a lot of good things, and I like him as a player. I just think that this gives them options. I think this gives them a little bit more bargaining room to say, look, Rashard,
I love
you need to take a pay cut, or look, Rashard, we don't necessarily have to have you here. We have options. So from a real football standpoint, I love that. And from a fantasy football standpoint, I don't think anybody beyond Corey Davis has a shot at being relevant now. And that's pretty much all there's to it in terms of.
How bad is Cooper Kupp, Travis?
Wait, Rashard Matthews can't be relevant this year?
I think he could be relevant in best ball because he'll get a touchdown every other game somehow.
Right.
And I think he could find relevance in terms of, maybe if you have really deep league where you have to start or you can start 5 or 6 wide receivers, that's great. But I'm not going to roll him out. I'm not going to take him even in drafts as my wide receiver 4 or 5.
Really?
Really not. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
They don't pass enough. They don't pass enough. And if you take a wide receiver at 5 in a run-first offense where Corey Davis is going to be the guy, I'm not going to trust Rashard. The summer will tell the story, as it did last year with them. Last summer, it was Rashard and Tajay Sharp all summer running at the 1 and 2 spot. And we'll see if Rashard's still in that 2 spot again, and he probably will be. But I don't want the Titans wide receiver 2.
Well,
really
the only point that I had to throw out there, I don't think you were on the pod yet, was he finished as wide receiver 19 last year, and he didn't even play over 75% of the snaps until week 7 or 8 because they were playing Andre Johnson. So, I mean, dude's been good for 2 years. He was good in Miami with Ryan Tannehill before he got hurt in 2015. So I do like him as a player, and I like Mariota. But your point of likely coming in and being the guy makes sense at the 5th overall pick and how clean of a prospect he was. And they don't throw the ball a ton. I get that.
Can we give props to Alex Anzalone here? He's a nice Italian kid.
But Rashard Matthews, I think, is going to – he already was a value before this Corey Davis pick. So I think he falls even further in drafts. And if he falls far enough, he's somebody that I will not be shy taking again if I can get him at a value. That's my only point.
My wide receiver 7. It's my wide receiver 7.
Sure.
It's like I'm not saying he's bad. He's
podcast.
Really good
I understand
player.
this is the Tennessee Titans podcast, but there are other players coming up here. Like here,
Frank, who the hell are you trying to talk about, bro? Deshaun Hall? Like, what you want, man?
How's this Anzalone kid?
The Duke Riley pick was a good one.
We talked about the Tennessee Titans IDPs. We talked about their wide receivers. We talk about somebody else here. How are these linebackers? Let's talk about the best linebackers.
All right, let's let Elliot say something then.
I was going to say Duke Riley covers a lot of ground. And now with Duke Riley and Deion Jones, the way the Falcons fly to the football,
bang,
that defense is going to start to become legitimate.
Yeah, I love what they're doing to that defense. Getting Tack McKinley and Duke.
That dude was weird.
Huh?
That whole thing was weird. It bugged me out yesterday on the Shotcast. That whole picture of his grandma was just bugging me out, man.
Yes.
It really was.
That was
very interesting to say the
football side of things.
My favorite part was how he was talking and nobody was interviewing him. And then just put the microphone. He didn't say anything. He just put the microphone. And did you see how far back he stood too? He was like, "No, I don't want to stand close to this dude. I'm just going to give him the microphone and let him go." It was hilarious.
I told her. He was going nuts, and
this is what I worked for.
Yeah.
This is what I worked for.
Passion, 100% passion. I love it.
Well, Frank, let's just talk about Cooper Kupp for a second. Then you wanted to talk about him.
Yes, let's see how. That was a great pick by the Rams because it saves everyone from drafting Cooper Kupp and making a mistake.
I was like, wait, what did you just say? I was like, oh, that's where he's going.
Michael Stepney thinks from the draft. I don't even care what your take is. What's your take, bro? No, I mean, like you. I'm not asking you a specific question. Just what comes to mind about the draft for fantasy or whatever.
I'm surprised that this lower tier receivers haven't been taken yet. The Godwin, the Taiwan, Carlos Henderson's is still on the board, which is absolutely surprising.
See, Mike knows.
Yo, the Ravens are picking again right now. So
yes, this has to be a receiver.
Please, let's go. Please, let's all get together and say a prayer. That might be weird.
Come on, Godwin.
We need Tack in here if we're gonna say a prayer. He needs to bring his grandma too.
That was weird, man. It was weird. It bugging me out. It bugged me out the whole time yesterday.
All right, Michael, your favorite landing spot of the entire draft, and you can't say Corey Davis.
Patrick Mahomes.
Shit.
That's not what you were going to say. Come on, man.
No.
He was going to say Corey Davis.
No, I wasn't going to say Corey Davis.
That's not the best landing spot.
No, I said he can't say Corey Davis because that's.
I know, no, but that's why he said shit because he was going to
my
say.
bad.
That's what I meant.
Maybe using Corey Davis. Thank you, Frank.
Right.
I'm getting loopy. I gotta shut the hell up.
That'll never happen.
That's not going to happen.
Let's be honest.
Hey, respect.
Listen, before
Michael,
every
respect.
show, Ben's like, I don't got that much to say. I got one thing to say about this guy, and then that's it. I'm done. And then he goes on for 20 minutes.
I wish I could say something about that, but I can't. It's facts. It's all facts.
My whole favorite thing. Mike knows. My whole favorite thing, Ben, when we're getting ready to do the rookie prospect series, he's like, "Yo, I'm going through grad school. This is my last semester. I'm booked down. I don't know when I'm going to be able to be on. You know what? I don't even know if I'm going to be able to watch film, guys. So you're going to need to be able to carry this. That's just going to have to be the thing. I'm not going to be on the draft shows. Okay, this is my last semester. I got to focus on school. Man, we get to the rookie prospect shows. This dude is like, all right, so this is what we're going to talk about. This is what we're doing. This is what I want to say."
It's all facts. Literally, that is a direct quote. I can't even argue any of it.
Okay, I got a favorite landing spot.
All right, let's
Ross.
give it to us.
John
Oh,
Ross.
and
You
why?
like John
And
Ross.
why, sir? And why?
Because there's no one other than besides E.J. Green. Got targets.
Hey, Frank was
LaFell.
defending Brandon LaFell earlier in the show, so.
I was.
Yeah, I heard that. I was in the chat. I heard that.
And I disagreed with it. No, sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Well, you do it to everybody. So what's
Again, I can't
Nailed
argue.
it.
I wish I could argue.
That's
with
why
you
he's the
guys,
number one
but I
fan
can't.
right there. Number one fan.
Please be a wide receiver. Please be a wide receiver.
It better be, goddammit.
Hold on.
Man.
I listen to that silence. The Ravens are on the clock and everybody shuts up.
Fuck!
Is this 4 in a row? 4 picks on the defensive side?
God damn it.
Yeah, Baltimore is loading up on defense, which, that's pretty dope
Jesus.
because their defense is
Dude.
already good.
Oh my God.
Yeah, remember when in the mock draft we were like, the Ravens defense is really good, so they're probably going to have an offensive draft. What happened?
Yeah, that was me. So while we're all trashing Ben, let's go. Let's keep piling it on. It's fine. It's fine.
This
So
was
we
Benny
all
Webb.
agreed.
Had like 100
Get it all out.
catches.
Hey.
Get it all out.
Hey, but this for real. I don't think we talked about this enough. Like,
Yeah, 4
look at
defensive
what
players. Yep.
Look at what the Browns are doing. Look at what the Bengals are doing. Look at what the Ravens are doing. They're saying, fuck you to the Steelers. We're sick of your offensive bullshit. We're going to stack up our defenses because you ain't doing this to us 2 games out of the year. They're addressing their defenses so that they can, put a hurting on Lev Bell, Antonio Brown, Ben Roethlisberger. They ain't messing around with these guys. They're trying to compete in that division.
Well, the Bengals are going to need to upgrade their offensive line if they want to compete. IMO.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know. I think you had a little bit more to say about. Oh, did the Jets just trade or are they up?
The Jets look like
No,
they're up.
pick is it for the Jets.
It'd
You
be
had a
great
little-
if they took Davis Webb. That'd be great.
By the way, there's a call
Michael
in
had a
the
little bit
chat.
more to say about John Ross, and I cut him off, and I want to give him an opportunity to finish because I'm an asshole. So
Good call.
No, that's true. You were an asshole.
Ben. Anthony, can't you mute Ben?
No, I don't have that power right now. I
Here,
have to
I'll
figure
do
that
it.
out.
I'll do it for.
Well done. all I'm saying is John Ross has an element that the Bengals lacking, which Brandon LaFell doesn't have and Tyler Boyd doesn't have, which is some serious deep speed. And he can open things up, of course, for Tyler Eifert and for maybe Gio Bernard in the slot or in the middle, the short areas. That's all I was saying about John Ross. LaFell's going to be there. He's serviceable. He's not a scrub. He's not a jag. He's okay. He's not going to set the world on fire.
He's not a jag. He's just okay.
Yeah. He's above a okay. He's okay. He's above a jag.
Who, LaFell, you were talking
He's
about?
between okay and a jag. He's in there
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
that was spot on.
Ooh,
analysis.
Elliott's going to be
Spot
great.
on analysis.
Elliott's going to be happy with this pick.
Oh, we need him to,
That's
we
a
need
good
him to
pick.
get back in here. That's like his
Oh,
top 10 favorite player in the draft to his team.
So
Yeah.
there was a call in the chat for a song for Mark Ingram. We played a song for Jeremy Hill. we didn't play a song for Mark Ingram though. Oh god! Look, he's the first time
Okay,
hearing
stop
a
it
song.
singing. Good God.
I'm secretly hoping Mark Ingram gets traded to one of these teams that we just talked about, ideal landing spots for running backs somehow right now in this round. I know it won't happen, but if he somehow got traded to the Packers or the Colts, I mean, that would be I love Mark Ingram. The dude is underrated, man.
And Sean Payton hates him. It's just not fair.
I would love to see more player trades in the draft. With so few.
Yeah.
I drafted Mark Ingram in the 3rd round 2 years ago. I was on top of it. His first year he popped off, and then he had to get hurt at the end of the year. What could have been if he stayed healthy that year, and now Sean Payton has to go ruin everything. So frustrating.
By the way, the Jets did trade up for that pick right there. They took our Darius Stewart. For anyone listening who did not catch that.
You know what? I'm gonna just
That's
throw
such
this
a
out
Jet
there.
pick.
I would be very happy with Denver taking Chris Godwin.
Yeah, I mean, eventually they're gonna have to get replacements for those wide receivers. They're not dead, but you know,
I mean, fantasy Twitter's not gonna love it, but I'm
No.
gonna love it as a Broncos fan,
oh yeah,
and it makes a lot of sense.
yep. Because like, I just don't know who's gonna grab him. I guess.
I think I might have the perfect Mark Ingram song.
Oh gosh,
Let's hear
this is
it.
gonna be terrible.
Yeah. And Ben gets the overlay, whatever you want to call that, eulogy.
Just tell me when I'm needed.
Oh my gosh. By the way, Buccaneers. Yeah, we'll wait.
Wait, who is this funeral? Wait, who is this for? I'm confused.
Mark Ingram.
No.
Mark Ingram. funeral.
Oh, Mark, you had so much promise the last 2 seasons. Your head coach had to go and ruin everything. You had to get hurt 2 years ago. It's unfortunate. You were in an ideal landing spot. Things were looking up, but you were never able to put it all together. You ended up somewhat being a first-round bust. Enjoy your Heisman Trophy as you hug it under the ground, keeping for every last breath you have. Rest in peace, sir.
Yeah, that's enough of that.
That song's not coming through as well as the other one did.
No.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
that song. I didn't know
Wait.
what to do with that song. Elliot, go. Just let
I'm
it go.
so happy. This is the happiest I've been with a Jets pick in like 8 years.
He's back.
Bro, and I hope Denver takes Chris Godwin so I can celebrate with you.
Dude, like that's been my guy for months that I've been hyping up. Never in my wildest imagination would I expect the Jets to take someone that can actually make a play with the football. So like this is amazing for me. He's going to be their wide receiver 1 this year because they're going to cut Decker, and it's going to be him and Anunwa trying to make plays out there. He's going to be fantasy relevant despite the fact that the Jets are terrible, but they're going to be trailing in games, and he's going to be top 2 in the team in targets.
Anthony, can we cut that and just tweet that out? Because I love the passion. I love it.
Not at this moment, but we can get it out in the morning or later tonight.
Oh, I'm not talking about right now.
But Buccaneers. Why don't the Buccaneers take Chris Godwin?
Your Broncos.
I think
are
that's
on the clock.
I think that's a great pick for Tampa Bay, and I'm just wondering if he'll be there with Denver on the clock.
That'll be horrible. I don't want them in Tampa Bay.
Denver talked about. Look, these are just tweets. They could be inaccurate, but I've seen tweets about Denver wanting to add some juice to the offense. I know they liked Adam Shaheen. He was gone by the time they picked. They haven't added any offensive juice yet. This is the perfect time to do it by drafting Chris Godwin. Let's go.
What about Detroit?
Oh, I would love that. Love it.
Yeah,
Oh, that'd be
that would
nice
be great.
too.
And by the way, Frank, not everything is about fantasy football. Most
Everything
things
is about fantasy football.
Bro, I went on a rant
Everything.
earlier about how it's refreshing to have Elliot in here so we can talk some just real life football too. And then Frank's got to come in Can we talk about this?
Sorry.
Player?
Let's talk about offensive lineman.
Can we
The
talk about
Dynasty
this player, please, please? I only like him if he helps
Let's talk
my
about
fantasy
defensive lineman.
team.
The Denver Broncos.
I only like him if he helps my team. It's bullshit. Come on, you fucks.
Offensive lineman. Let's talk offensive lineman because everyone wants to hear about Garrett Bowles.
Yeah, they should. The best.
No, they don't. Nobody tunes into podcasts to hear about offensive linemen or kickers.
The first ever son brought up on stage at the NFL draft. There's a lot to like.
Actually,
Okay.
this is where the Bucks. This is where the Bucks take another kicker.
I hope
CJ
so.
Anderson stock up. Garrett Bowles, thank you. See, this is what happens when you're 3.5 hours into the podcast. I'm just like taking it out on people for no reason.
Yep, that was nice.
Man, you do that from the beginning. What the hell is that from?
And it only happens that way if you talk for the full 3 hours and 27 minutes of the podcast.
Yeah.
Well, I'm muted again until the Broncos pick.
Which is next. He's muted to the Broncos
Muted for
pick.
35 seconds.
I have a
He's literally
strategy.
muted for 35
I
seconds.
have a strategy.
He's like the Kobe Bryant of podcasts, really. Is what he is.
He's a volume talker.
Pass me the mic. Pass me the mic.
Nah, you ain't getting any passes, Frank. Not tonight, bro.
I just steal that shit, son.
Kwame Brown
Steal
looking
shit.
ass. Kwame Brown looking ass.
You have
I
fans in
steal
the chat,
shit.
Ben. You got fans up there in the chat. They're chanting your name.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, one of them.
Yeah, one of them. Well, you know,
Yeah, exactly. He paid Tyler Strong to do this, too.
one of the two,
Shout out my boy Tyler Strong. Shout out my boy.
one of the 3 listeners is chanting his name. So there you go.
Yeah, Tyler Strong was good, and he had a solid Disney draft. Did the Disney song draft? That was
I made fun of that
Wait.
Disney draft so hard, but then I couldn't help but follow it. I was like, "Who's next?"
Y'all are sleeping on Tyler Strong, man. I'm trying to say.
So, are we gonna get an exclusive performance from Travis tonight? Is that happening? Can we get like an exclusive here?
no,
Oh, well,
no,
you know.
sorry.
Well,
I'm just so unprepared. Sorry.
That's the end of that. That didn't go very far.
Nope. No dance moves, no ukulele or anything else.
Dude,
Yes,
I was whipping a nay when they picked Ardarius Stewart. Like
Can we see that? Can we see that?
Yeah, I
You-
wish that was on. What happened?
it's not a it's not the same unless it's like the passion of the moment. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
my camera's pretty slow, so like if I do this or whatever, it's gonna look choppy and shitty. But
That's true. That's true.
I was jumping around and having a great time when they like screaming like a little kid. This is the happiest I've been in like 5 years as a Jets fan. Since they were a decent team, winning 9 games and backing into the playoffs and then actually winning games in the playoffs. This is the happiest I've been with a Jets pick. I love this pick.
Well, then.
I like the player. Too bad he's on the Jets, though.
Frank, you can't bring me down right now. You can't bring me down. You can't bring me down. I'm still up. I don't care if Ishmael Zamora and Bucky Hodges are the next 2 picks. I'm where I want to be. You know what I'm saying? I can wake up with 800 tweets about how I'm an idiot about Ardarius Stewart, but I'm a happy man right now.
That's all that
Awesome,
matters.
man. I'm happy for you. Finally, the Jets fans have something to cheer about.
Yeah, getting a prospect on your team that you just wanted your team to take. I mean, that's just so gratifying. Like I was at the Titans like draft party thing at LP Field last night, and I just jumped out of my seat.
Shout out Rod Smith. Respect Rod Smith.
There he goes again. Always just interrupt everybody.
Right.
Dude,
Tyler's like,
jumped out my
I have
seat.
this,
It's just like
I have
Corey
this
Davis.
deep
I hear
story.
Here we go, baby.
Ooh, receiver
Here we go.
taken.
Here we go.
Oh no, this is good. Boom.
Yeah.
Hey, there you
I
go.
like this.
That's
I
solid.
like it.
That's solid. That kills his short-term value, but that's solid.
I'll take it, baby. I will take it.
Henderson.
Is that
All they
Cody
need is a
Latimer?
quarterback
Oh, I
now.
like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Carlos Anderson.
So, guys, serious question. Ardarius Stewart took 101, right?
Oh my gosh.
Hey, bro.
Serious
1.03.
question.
1.03. 1.03.
If 101 means 401, yes.
You're still not bringing me down, Frank. You're still making him a draft eligible person on the Jets, which I never thought for you to do.
I like this pick, though. I like Carlos Henderson. I don't like the quarterback situation in Denver, but I think they could figure it out. I like this pick.
You and me both, bro. You and me both.
So who
If you're
do you guys take?
You can't make it work with these receivers. That's a bad sign.
Yeah, that's a bad sign. But could Brock Osweiler make it work with these receivers?
No.
No. So there you go.
That, again, watching Brock Osweiler play football is a bad sign. Like,
You'll hurt your eyes. For real though, so Carlos Henderson, Taywan Taylor, or Ardarius Stewart, who do you prefer in Dynasty? Not you, Frank.
I know what I was gonna say. I know exactly what I was gonna
his
say.
microphone right now.
Oh man,
No, Frank, you can give us your take.
Taywan Taylor for me.
No, Carlos Henderson, totally.
dude, how is it not Stewart? Like, bias alone. Bias alone. I know I sound like Kevin right now.
Exactly
Wait a
what
second,
I asked that
Elliot.
question.
I'm gonna ask you the same question you asked Kevin earlier. Are you not being biased right now?
Can I at least try to make my point?
Sorry, go ahead.
Please,
Obviously, I'm biased. I'm happy. When do I talk to you guys and I sound happy? I never sound that way.
The fantasy curmudgeon.
But if we're just going to talk about Stewart, assuming Decker gets cut, he's competing for targets with Quincy Enunwa, Robbie, I can only run in a straight line, Anderson, Quentin Patton, who isn't an NFL receiver, and Taywan Taylor's competing with Corey Davis, Delaney Walker, Rashawn Matthews, probably the third option, right? We're talking about Carlos Henderson is probably the third option. Ardarius Stewart is at least the second option. He may end up being the first option.
you forgot to mention the ghost of Devin Smith.
I didn't.
And Sharon
No, he
Pete,
didn't. He didn't forget that.
and Jalen Marshall.
As bad as Christian Hackenberg is, can we at least also address the fact that the Titans and Broncos are built on good defenses and low-scoring games, and the Jets are going to be getting annihilated and have to throw the ball a ton.
Oh, I like
So
this.
bias aside, Stewart is number one of these three guys. Frank.
Well, as it
I like
remains
that
right
take.
now, but I can't imagine the Broncos going into the season with the same situation at quarterback that they had last year. I just can't imagine that.
What are they going to do different?
Yeah,
Elliot-
what's your take on that?
Cutler. Kaepernick. Let's bring it back to
Don't fuck with
Kaepernick.
me,
Bring
Frank.
in-
Don't fuck with
Bring
me.
in
No.
somebody so they can compete. Bring in somebody else. I mean, they got time to figure it out. I just don't think they're going to go through a whole nother year of what they just did. That was awful.
Well, you start Paxton Lynch for 16 games. You find out if you have anything there. You're not winning the Super Bowl this year, so you see if you have anything in Paxton Lynch. Because if you don't, you can move on. Paxton Lynch has to start all 16 games this year. Trevor Siemian is a placeholder quarterback. He should never start another game for the Denver Broncos. There's no point in doing so. It's a waste of time. Put Paxton Lynch in there in a second year and see if he can get it done.
Anthony, you need to cut that video and save it because after 4 games of watching Paxton Lynch, Ben is going to be like, this guy should not be on the football field. He's the worst ever.
No, and that's fine. We have to see it on the field first because he was a first-round pick, so you have to put him.
Oh, Godwin's gone.
To the
Yes,
Bucks.
I saw that.
Holy
I saw that on Twitter.
To the Bucks.
That's a pretty terrible landing spot.
That's a horrendous landing spot. And then Travis and Ben end up getting. I mean, not everything is fantasy football. Yes, it is. Everything's
Okay.
fantasy football. This is
Not
horrendous.
everything's fantasy football.
spot.
Just for you.
Why is that a horrendous
This is
landing
bad
spot?
because they have OJ Howard, they have Mike Evans, and now they have Chris Godwin.
Sure.
And then
And
Deshaun
Deshaun
Jackson.
Jackson.
And Deshaun
oh,
Jackson.
sorry,
Sure,
and
okay.
Deshaun Jackson.
Okay,
It's a
but- okay,
muddled
but-
backfield. It
But
just
Jameis Winston's the quarterback. So give me a better dynasty landing spot. I mean,
Baltimore.
The
Are you
Lions
kidding me?
like-
Baltimore was better anywhere else. The Jets would have been a better landing spot than freaking Tampa Bay. This is a bad landing spot. Sorry. Elliot, school him on it.
Yeah,
but at this point in the draft,
I get your point. Basically, like he goes to a good quarterback, but he's going to have an injury to be relevant at all this year, right? Like
Well, but there's hardly
Best
any
case
of these
scenario.
guys are going to be relevant in year one. We're talking about the third
I'll get
round.
used to it. But best case scenario, he's option 4. Right? And
I
he's
totally agree. I'm not
he's
talking about
outside
redraft
receiver.
at all. I'm not talking about redraft.
I know. I'm
Terrible.
talking about dynasty. I'm talking about like just in general.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about he's an outside receiver where they have a slot receiver in Humphrey. They also have Brait, who ran a ton of his routes out of the slot, and their 2 outside guys are Mike Evans and Deshaun Jackson, who they just paid a ton of money to, plus Howard. Like, it's going to be very limited targets for him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. But from a dynasty perspective,
That's all I
there's
said.
there's upside down the road. I get Detroit. I get Baltimore. We've talked about Baltimore. That makes sense.
Mhm.
But I don't know. I mean, I'm new to dynasty, but I feel like you can't get too nitpicky here at this point. I mean, that's
Not nitpicky. It's just a bad landing spot.
well.
That's
To,
all.
well, to me, that landing spot.
49ers would have been a better spot. 49ers, Baltimore,
49ers.
Detroit, anywhere.
To me, that landing spot
Well,
is interesting.
Seahawks.
To me, I don't hate that landing spot. That's
Cardinals.
my initial point of view.
Anyone else like it at all? Ben, I'm not trying to come after you. I mean,
No, you're good. No, you're good.
I just love it.
I'm trying to
for the
think about it.
Buccaneers.
You're good. Let's get some disagreement in this bitch. Let's go.
I'm trying to see how it really is that different from the Lions standpoint. Like to me,
come
they're
on.
kind of similar situations.
No, they're not.
I mean-
nowhere.
No,
I'm sorry, Ryan. There are no similar. There is no Mike Evans on the lines. There is no Deshaun Jackson on the lines. There's no OJ Howard on the lines. It's the total. It pales in comparison. In comparison. Sorry.
Yeah, I would agree that the line. I would have been more excited about the Lions. I get that, and I think your 49ers is very, very interesting.
I would have
because of
loved
the
them on the
opportunity.
49ers.
Because of the opportunity.
Love them.
I would have loved him there too. I
By the way, I like Pierre Garçon. By the way, late round wide receiver.
oh hell yeah,
San
bro.
Francisco.
Totally agree with you. So,
Even on the
no,
Seahawks, I
is
would
it
have
the
loved
best
them on the
landing spot?
Seahawks.
No, it's definitely not. But I guess from a dynasty perspective, my thought process is coming out pretty quickly because I said Taywan Taylor to that last question because long-term his quarterback is Mariota. And if Godwin pans out, long-term his quarterback is Jameis. So I guess that's my dynasty thought process, right or wrong. And I'm new to it, so I'm fully aware that it could be a silly way to look at it. But Djax is 30, okay, so he's going to be there a couple years, sure, but he's not going to be there forever. But yeah, Mike Evans will be the dude. So from that standpoint, he doesn't have the opportunity to be the alpha, and that's not great. I agree with that. I totally agree with that.
wasn't he going like top 10 in rookie drafts? Like, Kev, where did you take him in our mock?
Beginning of the second round, usually, I feel like.
So, like, he's got to drop beyond that, though, right? He's got to be like a third-round guy.
Well, let's start to put our board together right now. There's been enough offensive players drafted. Let's start to do this.
No, first, real quick, I just want to say this. Kansas City's coming up. Samaje Perine still available.
Yes, I would love that.
Watch him go to the Patriots right here, and Patriots love to screw every running back's value.
If they hadn't just brought in Gillislee, I would be all over that pick.
They got rid of Blunt, right? Is he
Yeah,
going to
but-
Giants?
Yeah, but Gillislee can fill the blunt role. Gillislee's
I
good.
like Gillislee.
He's
I like
very-
Gillislee
he's-
a lot.
Gillislee is good, dude. Matthew Slater, that was a classic special teams New England Patriots player.
Matt Collins is that kind of guy this year. He's an elite special teams guy plus a deep threat.
Is anybody?
Like,
Sorry, no, I did it again.
I was just going to say, like, in terms of not necessarily a great fantasy pick, but like a great someone you should be really excited if he ends up on your favorite NFL team. Matt Collins has got legit deep speed and will be a great special teams player.
Nice. Also, is anybody surprised that the Patriots' first pick of the draft, a third-round pick, is an offensive lineman? Because I'm not.
No, their first
No, Derek
was
Rivers
Derek
was
Rivers,
their first.
defensive end.
Oh,
So they just
Okay.
traded up twice. They traded up to 19 with the Titans. They took Derek Rivers at defensive end. Then they traded up to 21 with the Lions and took Antonio Garcia, offensive tackle.
so let me rephrase it. Is anybody shocked that both their picks are in the trenches? Because I'm not.
No. I mean,
Anybody ever feel like the Patriots are just toying with everybody else?
yes, they are.
I mean,
They're playing three-dimensional chess.
I do think this spot for a running back makes a lot of sense here.
Oh yeah, Chiefs on the clock here.
What if they go McNichols? That would be.
Did you guys trade up here?
Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt. Take Kareem
Bro,
Hunt.
Oh, that would be very nice.
No running backs.
Well,
I got too many Spencer Ware shares.
I already
Come
know
on.
who it is, and it's a running back.
Come on, jerk.
Okay.
It's Pirine.
You know
Watch.
what? It's going to be
Pirine.
Dante Foreman. My guess is Foreman.
You're right.
Oh,
although-
good. So Spencer Ware
My guess is
is
Dante.
fine.
Oh, it is Kareem Hunt.
Oh, good.
No!
Spencer Ware's fine. Spencer Ware's fine.
Spencer Ware is not fine, bro.
He's fine. Kareem
is
Hunt, no.
good.
Did
you watch his tape?
No. I don't want
Did
to
you
hear
watch
it.
his tape?
No.
Did you watch his tape?
Yes.
He just quit. He didn't want to watch the tape. He quit. He said.
I don't know how you can watch this guy's tape and not love
Yeah, I
it.
don't like this.
And,
Yes,
and if there's anybody,
Spencer Ware is not fine, but yeah.
anybody out there that was, Dalvin Cook's measurables aren't that big of a deal. Kareem Hunt didn't test very well, but his tape is great.
Excuse me.
Damn.
Is G-Man on the board now?
You like that, Kev?
Oh, I know he loves it.
Take a running back here.
I think I'd rather have had P. Ryan, but
Yeah, I would have rather had several running backs than Kareem
That's
Hunt.
what I'm
But hey,
saying.
the opportunity's there, so
P. Ryan's my guy.
for fantasy purposes, right, Frank?
No, he's gonna be. Well, he is in Kansas City. They're not very good, so no. I'm breaking balls. No, it's gonna. What am I gonna tell you? It's a good pick.
is he going to be a beast? Is he a beast guy or no?
I don't think he's a beast. Come on, Giants.
Frank,
They
a
need
running
offensive
back here?
linemen Watch him.
Jeremy McNichols?
Ooh,
Frank, a running
yeah,
back?
I'll take a McNichols here.
Eli loves to
Kev,
check it
I'm
down to
so
his
happy
running
for
back.
you.
Jeremy McNichols, this would be a great landing spot for him.
I hope so.
Kev, I'm so happy for you right now.
That's
Yeah, right?
yeah, man. That's a fire landing spot. That's exciting.
Dude, like he becomes top 8 worthy. He's
In rookie drafts.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
I don't think that's a hot
Yeah.
take at all. I don't think it's a hot take in any way, shape, or form.
Wait, the
'cause he was
case
already being reached
up for Hunt?
for all over the place. People were just getting stupid with reaching for him already. So yeah, they're
Yeah, he was
gonna end
already
up with
going in the second round.
I'm going to end up with 0 shares of him just because I'm not as high as almost anybody on Kareem Hunt anyway. But I really love the opportunity, so you can't deny that. But I mean, he's going to be if he's going 8th. Yeah, I'm not going to get that. No.
Oh, G-Man Davis
Oh
Webb.
my God, that's horrible.
Oh my God.
That's horrible.
There it is.
Let's go!
Let's go.
All right, they just blew a third-round pick.
Do we have a song for Eli?
Frank,
Oh.
did you watch the Washington or Stanford game I told you to watch?
No,
We need
I did not.
we need a song.
Watch that later. Watch that later. He doesn't know what team he plays for very often. But he's big
Ryan
and white with a
Nassib
big arm.
and then Davis Webb.
And Geno
Wow.
Smith.
I find it a little bit comical that Kev and Frank go at it a lot, and Frank's team just drafted the guy that had to leave town because Kev's quarterback kicked him out of town.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue. Davis Webb is not good at #football.
I love when Frank says people
Jesus.
aren't good at football. It cracks me
He's
up.
not good at football. Elliot, school these guys. I'm going to mute right now.
It's cool. He's got.
Or Cody Kessler went last year.
You guys want to know about how bad Davis Webb is?
Yes, please.
See, so Brady Quinn thinks he's good, so I definitely want to hear the truth.
Well, Brady Quinn probably thought he was good.
Brady
So
Quinn, he still thinks he's good.
But his bench press though, Brady Quinn's bench press.
was fantastic. Dude, I like my emotions right now that he not only didn't end up on the Jets, but is a Giant. This is amazing. It's the best third round of any draft ever.
Is this better than last year's second round picks for you?
Yeah, this is slightly better.
Slightly.
Dude, when they picked Hack, I was like, no, I hate life. Dude, so Davis
Nothing
Webb
is
has
worse.
a big arm and is tall, and that's what he's good at.
I like Peterman way better than fucking this douchebag.
So
Oh my god!
I wrote down in my notes that he's not inconsistent because he's consistently bad. Like he throws a very limited route tree.
That's a great quote right there.
He throws the ball up for grabs all the time. He throws off his back foot all the time. He relies on his arm strength. He panics under pressure. He doesn't read a defense very well. His arm strength is fantastic when his mechanics are good, but often his mechanics are terrible. He'll feel pressure, backpedal, throw off his back foot across the field, just up for grabs. Consistent. Watch the Washington and Stanford games later tonight and tell me I'm wrong. Seriously,
supposedly the Giants liked Peterman. They were at his pro day or they had a workout for him. I think that's what Mayhawk said. So I'm like, all right. And then you see him a little bit play. I'm like, okay, I like this guy better than this guy, but whatever. He's not going to play anyway. This is the same thing. Didn't they draft Nassib in the third round as well?
Was Nassib second round? Oh, no. He was third.
He was like a third round.
He was third or fourth, yeah.
It won't matter.
Which, by the way, is Nassib on the team? Because I'm actually confused whether he's on the team or not.
I think he is, but he hurt his elbow, and I think he had surgery.
Google
How
says
do you
he's
hurt
a
your
free agent.
elbow? You're a backup that never played a snap. How do you hurt your elbow?
I'm pretty sure Geno Smith was the backup, and now that ended. But I don't think Nassib. I don't think he has planned. I don't think he's going to be on the team anymore.
No, he can't be on the team anymore.
Yeah.
He wasn't he the worst quarterback in all of preseason this year? Nassib was horrendous. I remember.
He was garbage. I think I actually played him in DFS one game, and it was horrible.
Dude,
Anyway,
Davis Webb is not beating Geno Smith out. If Eli Manning goes down and Davis Webb has to throw, I don't care that
I've been excited about Geno Smith if Eli goes down, so I hope it's Geno Smith.
Yeah, but if Davis Webb is so bad, I don't think he could make Odell Beckham, Brandon Marshall, Sterling Shepard, and Evan Ingram work.
Davis Webb or Brock Osweiler. Go.
Brock Osweiler.
Oh,
He's bad.
If the contracts are included, I'll go Davis Webb.
Oh man.
Anyway,
No contract.
I got
Free agency.
I actually got to head out, guys.
appreciate you joining us, Travis. Thanks for bringing
Thanks,
some responsibility to the pod.
An IDP. Thank you, bro.
All right, see you guys. Talk
Later,
soon.
man. Later.
Next time I can't fall asleep, I'm gonna call you, Travis, and have you give me some IDP knowledge.
That's fine, man. Do that. And Debbie, whatever, man.
And if he wants to get excited, he's going to call you up for some Denver Broncos offensive lineman knowledge.
Frank knows how I operate, baby.
Yeah.
If he runs out of Viagra, just call up for Bowles hot takes.
On that note, I'm out. Later.
Later, Travis.
Hey, whatever saves me a bit of money, right? That's all I'm saying.
Every cent counts, bro.
Oh man, you can tell we're starting to know too much about each other at this point.
Dude, I think that's so amazing the Giants just drafted Davis Webb. I'm sorry.
I love it.
That's fine.
I can't believe
Jerry Reese he was doing so well. First round, second round, and then Davis Webb. And now I have nothing to look forward to for the rest of the night. Right? That's it. They don't have another pick. Fuck.
Well, we can still wait for one of these receivers to go, right? Who's still on the board?
I don't know. All the guys I like. Well, no, Ishmael Zamora. We can wait for.
Still there.
Josh Reynolds, D.D. Westbrook are guys I like.
How much? You're just gonna pound that joke.
I wasn't a
into the
big
ground,
DD guy.
What about Ryan Switzer? Can we get some Ryan Switzer love going before the day before?
He's gritty. I like his grit.
Isaiah Ford still out there?
Yeah. He is still out there. Is he
What
going to go third round?
about Cannon?
Yeah, Katie Cannon.
No.
Malachi
guys that only
Dupree.
run straight. Guys that only run
No Cannon?
No, I do not like Katie Cannon. The other guys aren't good in the NFL.
You know who I like? I like Isaiah Ford.
I'm not going to dispute that. He's all
I
right.
like Isaiah Ford. Elliot, you're a film guy. Do you like Isaiah Ford?
He's okay.
I like
think,
Isaiah Ford.
I think I'd rather him in the fourth, but we're getting close to the end of the third.
We're getting in that territory, right? So
he's got a lot of potential. He needs to learn to use his body better. There were a couple times where he went up for a jump ball and then tried to catch it like a punt at his waist, like with his hands like down here, and that annoyed the hell out of me.
that doesn't sound good.
But like he flashes big time plays.
He does, and he made some. On the flip side of that, he made some pretty good contested catches at the catch point near the red zone, near the goal line for a small guy. And I think John Moore was talking about this on RotoViz the other day. Like, yeah, he looks like a tweener, but there's something to be said for all the production he had playing on the outside at Virginia Tech. He's the pass catcher you want from Virginia Tech, not Bucky Hodges. Let me tell you that right now.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you called Bucky Hodges a pass catcher.
Ooh.
I mean,
on to the Texans.
What else could
Oh,
be?
rest in peace.
He ain't a blocker, so
Lamar Miller. Oh, he's gonna play fullback for Lamar Miller. Good.
I'm not a fan of Foreman.
Me neither.
I'm not either.
I like his measurables; they're terrific, and his numbers were fantastic. So spreadsheet Twitter loves him, but when you watch him play, his vision is so questionable to me. He just runs into the line of scrimmage so often. He always faced 6 guys in the box, and he's big, right? Like he's big and fast. Why are you trying to run over a defensive lineman and then he'll see a corner and like try to juke him or like jump over him? Like I saw there was a play against Oklahoma where he breaks like a 10-yard run and the corner is at the 1-yard line. This isn't like at the line of scrimmage. And he tries to physically jump over the corner.
On the
and he
flip
doesn't
side,
make it.
My Lamar Miller dynasty share, I already hate Lamar Miller, and now I don't like it even more. So
I still like Lamar Miller more.
Well, then Dante, yeah, I still like him more than Dante Foreman at this moment, but I'm just saying this hurts Lamar Miller's stock in fantasy.
I will say this though, Miller is probably best getting less touches, and Foreman's not.
I would agree with that. Yep.
Foreman's not the worst. I would have taken Pirine there, like for what they need, but Foreman's not the worst. Kind of try to use him as a power back role around the goal line and take 5 to 10 carries away from Miller to keep him fresh the whole season.
I really like that take. And now I'm just waiting to see where Jeremy McNichols goes and Samaje Perine.
I was just about to say that, Ben. I'm talking to my buddy. Green Bay. McNichols to Green Bay. What would happen?
No, you know what? No, I want Samaje Perine in Green Bay. That's what I want. 1-2 punch, Ty Montgomery, Samaje Perine. Let's make it happen.
I think McNichols. I would rather have McNichols there.
But I will say this. I forget who tweeted it. But I did see somebody talking about, it might have been Silva, somebody talking about there is something to be said to go with a guy like McNichols because then Green Bay can always run their offense the exact same no matter who's in, whether it be Ty Montgomery or McNichols, because they're both very good pass catchers. They can still run the ball. They might not be the best at it, but they can still run. They're elite pass catchers out of the backfield, in my opinion. And so it maximizes Aaron Rodgers' potential on every play, regardless of which one of them are in the backfield. And that does interest me, and there's something to be said for that.
So what you just said that he's like Ty Montgomery. What's the other one like? I know nothing about these guys at this point.
Samaje Perine is not like Ty Montgomery. Samaje Perine literally came out the womb a bowling ball, ready to run the football.
That may be the most disgusting analogy you've made yet, but
I'll keep going. He broke Melvin Gordon's college rushing record after a week after Melvin Gordon broke it, over 200 yards. He owns that record. Then he went to Oklahoma and was in a timeshare with who a lot of people said was the most talented running back in the draft, in Joe Mixon, had he not assaulted a woman. And he was very good in Oklahoma. He's a north and south downhill runner that is a no-nonsense dude, hard to tackle, that's going to get you positive yards on most plays. He's not very fast, but at the same time, and maybe this is just Oklahoma, but if you put him in the right offense, and I think Green Bay would be one of those, he does have the ability to break some long runs, even though he doesn't have a lot elite speed. So he would be a great pick, a refreshing pick for Green Bay to get some balance back in their offense, because everybody knows Mike McCarthy turned that offense into what it was last year out of circumstance alone. That's not what they wanted to do. And P. Ryan would be a guy that would allow him to get back to an Eddie Lacy type running the ball, play action with Rodgers, going shotgun more when you want to rather than when you need to.
All right, thank you, Ben. Brandon in the chat would love Piron to the Packers. He said, "It's real. Let's go." Baby Bull Rodriguez says, "When do the Raiders pick next?" I believe they are done for tonight unless they trade back up into the third round. You'll have to wait till tomorrow for the Raiders to pick again.
I think I would say like P. Ryan. Would you call P. Ryan like Maurice Jones-Drew like in terms of stature?
A little bit. In terms of stature, yes, he's a bowling ball, and that's what MJD was.
You know, they also called Paul Perkins a bowling ball last year. I heard that reference a lot too.
But the problem with that is
Paul Perkins good. You guys
I think
hate
it was actually Matt Miller, I think, on Bleacher Report that said that. I remember seeing him saying that, I think, last year.
Finesse bowling ball, I should say.
Well,
on Piron, like if he hits, he could be MJD, or he could also be Andre Williams.
Yes, he's Andre Williams.
Whoa, that's
he's closer to MJD than Andre Williams.
Who sucks?
No, I'm talking about like Piron built like a bowling ball. Does he completely rely on that? Because at Oklahoma, you saw him sometimes like not try to hit a hole, just try to run right through somebody, and that's proven not to work in the NFL on a consistent basis.
Very good point.
Yeah.
I just would like to point out that Frank's takes are getting awful worse by the minute. He now thinks
my takes are nothing but gold, bro.
He now thinks that the Giants running back is good. I can't even remember his name. He's so bad.
If you've been following me more since last year, I actually liked Paul Perkins' pick. I like the Paul Perkins pick, but I want to ask Elliot, what do you think about Paul Perkins? What did you see in him last year?
I think he's solid. I think he can be a good player in a committee. I think he's got
preach.
Solid switch, good lateral agility. He can bounce off tackles. I don't think he's like an every down guy, but I think as part of a committee he can be very effective.
Nice, very nice.
I love how you guys get into a debate and just asking what my opinion is as if that answers the debate.
Yes, it just validates everything I'm saying.
Well, I don't think he seems he doesn't.
You try running behind that fucking god awful offensive line.
Well, and it's not only the offensive line; it's the scheme, right? And that's why I said earlier in the show, I love the Giants' offense from a fantasy football standpoint, but I absolutely disagree with it from a real life NFL standpoint. Because when you're trying to hand this dude the ball out of shotgun a ton of time, and he's getting tackled 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, there's not a ton to get excited about. So it's really more, I just don't love the fit. But, I mean, look, if they don't bring in a running back, then he's somebody I will start to consider based on opportunity.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I think they're going to bring a running back. I'm pretty sure.
And there's still a lot of good running backs on the board.
Right. It's only the third round. It's only the third round.
Like we saw this on day one, right? With three wide receivers went top 10, because there were only 3 receivers that were projected to be wide receiver ones in the NFL. Right? And like 3 quarterbacks went top 12 because there were 3 quarterbacks that people thought could play in year 1 or develop into big time quarterbacks. And corners have fallen down the board beyond where people thought because the corner class is so deep. So we're now seeing that with running backs too. So I feel like tomorrow, rounds 4 and 5, we're still going to have guys that have potential fantasy relevance go and land in pretty good spots that become worthy of looking at in Dynasty.
What time does it start tomorrow?
12, I think.
Oh, nice.
God, I just love that the Broncos got Carlos Henderson.
I do too. I like that. If McNichols goes to Green Bay, where's he jump for you guys?
Right after our Darius Stewart.
So 102.
He would be in the first round conversation for me. Absolutely. in
Absolutely.
PPR.
He'd
Absolutely.
be a top 6 pick.
Top
I think,
6
to me. Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's start to
pick.
do this. Let's start to put a board together. Can we?
Yeah,
Is
let's
that too
do it.
difficult
I'm
to do?
totally down with that.
All right, Corey Davis and McCaffrey 1.01, 1.02. However you want them. I know Elliott has them swapped. Would anybody argue that?
Yeah, I'm not 100% on board with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's
All
up?
right, Corey
So what's
Davis
up?
101. 101, 100% Corey Davis. I'm with that.
Okay.
Yeah, the nickel corner.
Yeah, 102.
What, Fournette?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to switch it now. So, yeah, I'm going to say Fournette.
Okay. So Fournette would be my 1.03, I think. So however you want to swap those. What would be
McCaffrey 103.
Okay. So whatever order you want, Corey Davis, Christian McCaffrey, Leonard Fournette, top 3. I think it starts to get interesting right now at 1.04.
I got to say Mixon.
I wouldn't take Fournette over Mixon.
Why
so you
would
have Mixon at 103?
Yeah.
I have him at 104 right now.
I would still have him. I would have Mixon behind Fournette.
Yeah, that's where I have him. Yeah.
Why not Mike Williams? I can't believe I'm arguing Mike Williams here, but
lack of opportunity in the short term, and when he gets more opportunity, Phillip Rivers has retired. So
yeah, it's just a muddled situation.
He wouldn't be in my top.
He's not the wide receiver 1. I'm still a huge fan of Keenan Allen. I love Tyrell Williams. I like Mike Williams. It's not that I dislike Mike Williams. That's just like with Chris Godwin. I think that the opportunity isn't there as much as
Kev, are you thinking
the other ones?
Are you thinking 1.03 territory, or were you thinking more 1.04 territory?
Well, so like McCaffrey, McCaffrey doesn't come into a situation where he has this clear-cut opportunity. Like that's not the case. They should be able to design plays and get him involved in the offense. But I'm not like when I look at running backs, I'm looking at somebody who has a clear path to opportunity. And I mean, he doesn't yet. He still does have Jonathan Stewart there. I love Christian McCaffrey. I'm not trying to downplay him but locking him in at 102, I think could be a little rich. But then there is the argument of where or who is the 102 then. And,
but you got to bring up draft capital. We bring up draft capital for everyone. We have to bring it up for McCaffrey as well. So
the 8th overall pick. I can't see them putting this dude on the sideline that much at the 8th overall pick. When Jonathan Stewart's in the backfield, McCaffrey could also be in the backfield, or McCaffrey should be in the slot. And now, again, we're assuming rational coaching. We're assuming rational coaching, which is very tricky because a lot of coaches don't. Again, the Titans started Andre Johnson at the beginning of last season. Okay, this shit happens. But for me, he would still be the one. He would be the 1.02 for me.
Well, okay, so
I get that. I get that. That makes sense.
And then the Mike Williams conversation. Okay, I get Keenan Allen's there. However, right, like even with Melvin Gordon last year, and as much as they utilized, they were much better in the running game last year. They were still top 10 in attempts last year. I still think there's plenty of targets to go around. And we talk about draft capital. I mean, he went extremely early. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up being their number 1 wide receiver by the end of the year. And I can't believe these words are coming out of my mouth because I am not a huge Mike Williams guy. But
this is weird.
What an absolute 180.
What an absolute 180.
What an absolute 180.
He's the next Treadwell, so he could be better than Keenan Allen.
We all know we realized that Kevin did this 180 after Elliott was on the podcast. We know that, right?
It has nothing to do with that.
Yes.
So maybe you are like a Christ, like a fantasy football Christ, Elliott.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
Lepers, fantasy football lepers, Mike Williams lepers.
It's his landing spot. It's 100% what it is.
Okay, so no.
But you didn't account for landing spot when you were going in on this dude for 3 weeks prior to.
I said the same thing over and over about him. Though. I said he was opportunity dependent. Yeah, he was dependent on where he landed.
Okay,
and that's what it mattered to me. And now I see where he's at, and I like the landing spot.
And I do think this is a fascinating conversation. I absolutely do. So Mike Williams or Christian McCaffrey, you got to make a pick right now.
If it was me right now, I would probably take Mike Williams.
So Mike Williams is your 1.02. Is that fair to say?
I'm going down with the shit. Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God.
And Elliot. And
Hey, listen,
Elliot,
I'm not going to bash him. He
who's a big
finally.
fan.
I'm with that.
I would probably Mike Williams would be my 1.06. I
Yeah.
would probably take
Yeah.
Davis, Fournette, McCaffrey, then probably Ross, Mixon, and then Williams. That would be my 6.
I think it would be Mixon, then Williams for me.
Why would you take Ross over Mike Williams? That's
I
another
wouldn't.
question.
I wouldn't.
Why
I'd take
would you take-
him over Ross.
I just like his situation better. He doesn't have as many mouths to feed. You don't. Rivers does not hone in on these wide receivers. Rivers hones in on Antonio Gates, and that's it over the years that we've seen. Those are his guys.
Did
wide
you know
receivers
Antonio Gates played basketball in college?
Okay, and in terms of
But he's not
of red
married
zone
to these
opportunity-
guys.
Well, you're
But
right,
then
but
you
in terms
still
of red
have
zone
Tyrell there.
opportunities,
You still have Tyrell there and Keenan Allen. Like, if Keenan Allen is not healthy, then maybe I'll like Mike Williams a little bit more. But at this current point in
which is
time,
pretty high, which is a pretty high factor that he's not going to stay healthy. I mean, the man has not stayed healthy his entire career. He's never played 16 games.
Okay,
Ever.
so
I'm not, and then if you look at like just red zone opportunity, where do you think Mike Williams falls in line in red zone targets?
well, Elliot already said.
Keenan Allen was productive in the red zone when he plays.
well, and they also ran Melvin Gordon more in
But
the
it's
red
hard
zone
to have
last
the
year. They
conversation
got that
about Keenan
established.
Allen because they didn't have anybody. Like we keep talking about Keenan Allen, they had nobody there for him to challenge him. Like who was the other guy there? Who? Denario
fair
Alexander?
That's a fair point.
Tyrell Williams.
Who was it? Just last year.
That's a fair
What
point.
about the years before? Like
But
we
it's-
keep talking
Gates?
about Keenan Allen.
But
Like he's
It's
this
not.
like
It's
he's
not
Julio
just
Jones
about.
or AJ Green or this guy who's going commands targets.
A healthy Keenan
don't
Allen
know
is
that.
a top 12 wide receiver in my eyes.
because of the targets he's gotten, because of the market
Yeah,
share
but
that
also
he's
what he
received.
does with those
Okay.
targets.
But
Absolutely.
there's
I agree.
never been anybody there to challenge it. He's never had
except Antonio Gates. But you're right.
Antonio Gates is a dinosaur.
when
in fairness to
but-
Cat.
No. He's talking about the
Right.
history of Keenan Allen, who's been there to target to challenge his targets. It's been Antonio Gates, but yeah, he's a dinosaur. Hunter Henry's got to take over.
Oh, Kev makes a very good point. That's very interesting.
Can he get what? All right, he's big. He's tall. Elliot,
This.
I've never
school
heard
us
his
on
name.
this guy.
No, they did not just take him.
Yes, they did.
I've never heard this guy's name.
Me neither.
Oh my God, he's Northern Illinois. Who was that quarterback that they had?
Oh shit! The dude that was in the
Oh,
Heisman.
we saw him
What the hell
together.
was his name?
Oh no, he was at Bears
Oh, my
training
God.
camp. I took a picture.
They hyped that dude up so much. He
So
played
much.
running back too, or some shit.
Running back, quarterback, yeah, you name it.
Oh man, that's the only thing I know about Northern Illinois.
All right.
So I'm loving this
Kenny
conversation.
Galladay. Kenny Galladay
I
wasn't
just-
in Matt Miller's top 50.
Top how many? Top 50 wide receivers. Top 50
Yeah.
wide receivers.
Yes, not top 50 wide receiver.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
This is the third round still, fellas.
Yeah.
I know.
Wow.
Dude, when you told me he was drafted, I had to look up. I have all my notes on him.
Well, I will continue to like Golden Tate and Marvin Jones.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's tall. He's 6'4", 218 pounds.
I love Eric Ebron this year.
He's tall.
That's all I can say. That's all I know about him.
He's tall.
I love Eric
Hey,
Ebron where you can get
we
him.
brought in this tall guy. You like that?
Right.
So I have for his strengths that he was a big body receiver that tested well at the combine. He had good feet at the line of scrimmage and shows the ability to beat the press through contact and can handle contact at the stem of his routes. That's his strengths.
Okay, those are good strengths, though. Those are decent. Those are good qualities.
They are good qualities. It's also against top terrible competition. He's very slow out of his breaks off the line of scrimmage. Corners can force him, like when they play press, if he doesn't beat it smoothly off the line of scrimmage, they really kind of force him to be out of position on his routes to take away throwing windows. He lets the ball into his body. He doesn't. He lacks the ability to separate, despite the fact that he had great speed. He didn't separate very well. He needs to improve his stick knowledge. He had multiple chances to pick up first downs, but just went out of bounds and cost his team. He's a weak blocker, despite the fact that he's big. So, like, he's tall and fast.
He's a project.
Russell Clay loves it. For what it's worth.
Okay.
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 How many of these guys that are tweeting about people right now watch them play?
Probably not many.
Well, I would assume
I
Russell.
can't say. We can't say who though.
Well, I would assume
Yeah,
Russell Clay had, but that's the only reason I said that.
Oh, no, that's not a shot at Russell Clay. That's just, like, one in general where people are like, dude, I love this guy or I hate this pick. Like, how much film have you watched on this guy? Or did you just go to mockdraftable.com?
Majority of people, 98% haven't seen him play. Yeah.
I didn't even know who the hell this guy was. So
I've never heard of him, and I've listened to pods that have gone deep dives on wide
Right.
receivers. I've still never heard of him.
He's on about word like 17,000 of my 20,000 words on wide receivers.
wow. Actually,
Oh, man.
in hindsight, I'm trying to think. I think Saturday to Sunday always has like these deep. I might have heard him on that Saturday to Sunday pod because there's wide receivers. I don't know what they cover everybody, but that's
Frank,
about
you
it.
know what's amazing right now?
I'm sorry.
You know what's amazing? He's big and fast, and those are his best attributes. And he went over Ishmael Zamora and Bucky Hodges.
Wait.
Oh, that's awesome. That's validation. Yo, the Northern Illinois quarterback name was Jordan Lynch, says Dominic.
Yes. He might be better than Paxton.
Oof.
That
Man.
hurts, man.
And that was mean.
That
That
hurts.
hurt.
Sorry.
That hurts, man.
Elliot was your boy and shit.
Elliot, I thought
He's still
we were
better than
boys. I thought we were boys. I've enjoyed our conversations. It just took a turn for the worse.
I now have Giants fans argue with me in my mentions that his tape was ugly, but he still flashed a little bit. Good pick.
It's not a good pick though.
Like, just because he made 8 good throws in the course of a season doesn't make him a good quarterback. It's amazing how once a team drafts players, that team's fan base is just like, dude, this guy's the best.
Oh, they'll talk themselves into anything. Yep. I've been guilty of it in the past. I can't.
So
lie.
have I. So have I. I'm not gonna lie. But I do not like this. I don't like this pick.
Yeah, it's almost like our Darius Short at the 101.
Look, I know we were having a lot of trouble getting anywhere with it, but I'd kind of like to revisit the Dynasty thing if we could.
Let's do it. Do it.
First
I
off,
still can't believe of all like this whole entire time that I'm the one guy arguing for Mike Williams while everybody else is like, no, not Mike Williams.
I think I'm Mike Williams over John Ross. I do find that a fascinating take, and I don't hate it what Ryan said. But I would go Williams over Ross. But for me, it would go Corey Davis, Christian McCaffrey, Leonard Fournette, Joe Mixon, and then
Those are my 4 as well.
I would probably slot in Mike Williams. Dalvin Cook needs to start falling into the conversation.
Not for me. Dalvin Cook is so far on my board right now.
So for me, it would go Corey Davis, Mike Williams, Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, then Joe Mixon.
so mine's going to be way different than all of your guys.
Go for it.
Go for it.
I would go McCaffrey 1. I'd go Mixon 2. I would go Davis 3, Williams 4, Fournette 5, Hunt 6, Cook 7.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
Where's
I really
OJ
wanted.
Howard on your board?
8.
8.
That's what I
Evan
really
Ingram.
wanted to get into. Was these
Whoa.
type of dudes, the second tier guys.
Yeah.
Elliot, repeat that after Mixon. One more time. I was just coming back.
He was just writing it down. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was writing it down.
So Mixon,
I'm getting ready for a rookie draft. Hold on.
Mixon
Yeah,
2,
exactly.
Corey Davis-
No, I'm actually going into a draft right now. So if you could tell me those picks again, that'd be great.
Corey Davis 3, Mike Williams 4. Leonard Fournette 5, Kareem Hunt 6, and Dalvin Cook 7.
And
OJ Howard, Darius Stewart 1.
And I do think that Alvin Kamara needs to come into the equation at some point because he just went to the Saints.
I would put him 9.
Ish.
Yeah, like I want to read up. Like one of my friends is a Giants fan, and he told me during the press conference today that they were saying that they're going to do less 11 formation stuff and get him in the slot, put him out wide. So if they use him right, he might be my 109, Kamara 10, and Njoku 11, and I might
Matt Williams, bro.
Another wide receiver just went off the board.
And his name is not Ishmael Zamora.
It's Chad Williams. Grambling.
Frank, are you just beating this joke into the ground, or do you legitimately believe a dog beater is going to get drafted on day 2? I'm confused now.
Why not though? I don't dislike Ishmael Zamora.
No, Frank's basically he knows that I said Mike Williams is better than Ishmael Zamora, which I don't know how that's even a hot take, and got attacked endlessly on it, like literally all day long.
That's why I'm just asking if he's beating the joke into the ground.
The Podfather randomly jumps into my old tweets and likes random Mike Williams things that I've said, like from like 3 weeks ago. Like he knows that it's out of control, and so he's having a great time with it.
Yeah, and I like the Podfather. Let me get that straight.
We have him on Tuesday. He's coming
on. We like him, man.
I think it's all in good fun within the community. It's all in good fun to break each other's balls. Like if Zamora would have went first, you don't think people would have been like, "See, told you, Zamora." You know, it's just in good fun. That's all it is.
So
the question is, does Ishmael Zamora have a football team before Tuesday?
Right.
Because if he goes undrafted, man, I'm throwing a party.
No, he's gonna get drafted.
I don't even dislike him. I don't even dislike him as like a fifth round flyer, and just hope his athletic upside hits. But that's what he is.
I told you, if he goes undrafted, I'm accidentally going to slip the link for Tuesday into Elliot's DM, so he can come on the show.
Oh, dude, that would be the most lit show of all time.
I'm gonna, somebody remind me. Tell me to bring up Ishmael Zamora.
Wait. So, I mean, why couldn't we do that?
No, I was just about to say I think Matt would be totally fine with that. We can get.
Why do we even
get some fire?
Yeah, like why couldn't we just do that?
Because you don't want to ambush anybody. You don't ambush people.
No, but I think we could tell Matt, and Matt would be like,
no, you have to tell him.
He's coming on. Yeah, I'm not saying.
Yeah.
No. I'm not saying we're just going to surprise him. I'm just saying.
Right.
I'll tell you what. As I'm trying to get my thoughts in order, I don't hate that Kareem Hunt at six and rookie picks. I don't hate it at all. I really don't.
If McNichols goes right here,
well, I mean, let's see what happens.
Eagles.
Dude, Dolphins killed that pick. Tankersley, so good. Anthony, I don't know if you're listening or not, but
yes, I'm listening to it. Well, you guys are talking all offense, so I didn't want to bring it up, but I don't know anything about him, but I'm happy to hear that.
Awesome corner. Awesome press corner, great cover 3, great ball skills.
Oh, and they needed a corner.
Yes, badly. I mean, Xavier Howard was okay last year, but he's hurt most of the year, so.
And Xavier Howard got whipped like a dog by AJ Green on Thursday Night Football. That shit was funny.
That was not even a fair matchup for him. That was like
a lot of people get whipped like dogs by AJ Green.
This is the kid's first game as a rookie, and he's playing AJ Green.
I had a
go take
the league.
I had 100% exposure. I had to make Thursday through Monday lineups just to get AJ Green playing in that game.
It's a fun week. Elliot, who do you have available at cornerback? Who are your best available corners? Because that has to be the Steelers' next pick. If it's not, I'm gonna be
Philly just took one too.
So Tank was my number 4 overall corner. I loved him. What would be a fantastic pick for the Steelers is Desmond King. A lot of people call him a safety, but he played corner.
Wait, didn't King go to Green Bay?
That was Kevin.
That was
Kevin King. Desmond King.
Yeah.
I did go to Green Bay.
Good. Well played, sir.
Kev, you know I love you, but I think you'd be in trouble at corner in the NFL. I'm not sure you have the body type.
What's your BMI, Kev?
BMI's everything.
Who, me?
Everything.
Down Josh Bellamy, Kev. Could you shut down Josh Bellamy?
I'll shut down fucking Josh Doxson right now. Let me at that motherfucker.
God damn it! This slander will not go unabated.
Oh, we're gonna need that cut up too. That's fantastic. We got to keep that.
King's elite in zones. He's great in zones. We'll struggle in man, but no team ran more zones other than the Cincinnati Bengals and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So he'd fit really well in that system.
Are the Titans gonna take it?
Yeah, I mean they don't have the system to do man.
Right. So he would fit perfectly for that.
Yeah, I like that.
Can the Giants please trade back into the third round and pick up McNichols, please? Then everything is fine. Again, everything is right in the world.
They got Davis Webb. I think they're chilling.
Honestly,
draft's over, guys. I think we got it.
The Broncos haven't had a dynamic pass catching running back in so long. I would be very happy if they took McNichols.
Who, the Giants?
No, the Denver Broncos.
Ooh, what about CJA?
That wouldn't help, but I'm talking about a real.
You're talking about real football. Okay,
I'm talking about real football. That would not help C.J. Anderson if they took a running back. Obviously.
No, you're right.
Dude,
Seattle? Would Seattle do that? Is Seattle really going to roll out Eddie Lacy?
C.J. Procise, bro. C.J. Procise is a beast.
Procise, huh?
I'm 100% on this C.J. Procise. C.J. Procise is better as a better pass catcher than Jeremy McNichols. Like I don't feel like that's crazy to say.
That's
like,
what he does, right? That's about all he does.
C.J. Procise had over 100 receiving yards against the New England Patriots in Foxborough before he got hurt.
He's also he was a college wide receiver at one point that moved to running back. Like that's what he does.
Yeah.
He's very good. I like him a lot.
So there's a few other interesting running backs left. Like I really like Wayne Gallman. And you guys,
I like Gallman.
Samaje P. Ryan could be.
P. Ryan, man.
And then Marlon Mack.
Marlon Mack.
Is the one guy that, as an athlete, incredible.
I like
how to play football.
I like Mack a lot. I do.
His vision is the one thing that drives me nuts. He'll have 5 yards, stop, come back outside around the block, trying to hit a home run, and end up losing 3 instead of just taking the 10 yards that was there.
So he tries to hit the home run too often instead of just getting that double.
Yeah,
as a baseball.
He's doing analogy. Too much.
Yeah, but he also does not believe in singles. Like if he gets a single, if we're just going to keep doing baseball analogy, he's round it.
Right, he'd rather strike out than hit a single.
110%.
Yeah. So he's like, Adam Dunn.
Did the Titans just take Bucky Hodges?
Oh, no. I hope so.
No.
Did they?
No, they didn't.
I thought they just showed him. My bad.
John Johnson.
Yeah.
That was the Rams. That was the Rams pick. They haven't announced the Titans pick.
I messed up. I thought they showed him, but they didn't.
Oh my god! No, you can't. That would be.
And that would be great.
I know. I'm ready for this pod to get.
Can another team fuck up,
man?
I'm doing great,
dude. I'm trying to put my Dynasty rookie my ranks together, and I'm really liking that Kareem Hunt. To be honest.
So do you have any problem with Howard at 8?
I don't.
No, I'm gonna have Howard. No, I'm gonna have Howard high still.
Ooh,
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Johnny Smith. Wow.
Smith, Tennessee. Yeah, I still want Delani or Delaney.
But he turns 33.
250.
Yeah, but he's the guy we talked about, right? The guy that his girlfriend poured boiling hot water on him.
Yeah, that's not.
Here. Okay, I can't. I'm trying to figure out where I want to put John Ross in these rankings, and I just can't get super excited about him. So, Ryan, tell me more, please.
Oh, shoot, I forgot about
Well,
that.
to me, it just comes down to like, okay, so after what are they doing? I mean, so Eifert, he's been banged up. I just think that I've seen Andy Dalton. I see him play the Steelers every year. I know that this dude loves to throw the football around. I think they brought in John Ross to, expand the field, to give somebody to take the heat off of AJ Green. They put all this, they put a lot of stock into the guy, so they're going to throw him out there immediately. I just think he can play outside. I think he can play inside. I just like his chances to succeed when they don't have anybody else as another option. Like, I'm not sold on Brandon LaFell being that guy. So that's why I want to take Ross there. Because then after that, it's just a whole bunch of, I mean, I guess, Hunt would be nice, but I just don't like taking running backs that early. I'd rather get the receiver there. And who else did I say? Oh, and then Mike Williams, he's just in a muddled. Like, I just don't know who's going to get the ball. I wish I did. Otherwise, I'd like him more. But
Right.
I like Ross over him right now more.
Do you? You like Ross over
now.
Mike Williams? All right. I think I have what? Yeah, no, I have Williams over Ross. I hear what you're saying. Like, if I'm on the clock and I have to choose between LaFell and John Ross, it's gonna be Ross. He's a younger, I think, more explosive wide receiver. His injury history bothers me. Andy Dalton, I gotta be honest, bothers me. I have no problem taking a wide receiver across from a stud. Actually, I prefer it. I like wide receivers. AJ Green's going to take most of the defensive coverage, most of the defensive attacks, attention. So I thought Tyler Boyd was going to succeed in the slot, but LaFell did, I guess. All I'm saying is that I'm not 100% sold on John Ross, but if I had to choose between LaFell and Ross, it's going to be Ross 100%. But he's not. I don't have Ross in my top. Off the top of my head, in top 7 or 8, I don't. I think I'd rather have OJ Howard. I'd rather have Evan Ingram. Not Njoku though. I don't like Cleveland. Sorry, Cleveland Browns fans.
I
kind of want to put OJ Howard 6.
Definitely up there.
I don't know about 6. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. I feel like there's 6. Like you said, Hunt at 6. Feels okay. Feels right.
It does kind of feel right.
You know what I mean? Howard, again, in Tampa Bay, it's a great spot, real football-wise, but as I
loves to throw to his tight end. He's done it since college.
Right. I mean, but Brait is still there.
Yeah, but think about why Brait was a thing. And I like Brait.
Yeah,
but,
no, I hear you. I hear it. I know what you're saying.
And it's a similar conversation we had about Hunter Henry. Kev brought it up about Keenan Allen. Why was Brait a thing? Because their number 2 wide receiver was Adam Humphries. So he was an opportunity-based play every single week.
Yeah.
No, OJ Howard steps in and he's more talented than Cameron Brait day 1.
Yeah. Again, but there's a lot of mouths to feed in Tampa Bay.
Well, we also shouldn't just. I mean, I know it's easy to do, but you're also just completely assuming that OJ Howard, as much as you love him, and then we all love him, that he's going to immediately pick everything up and he's going to be involved in the offense, and he's going to, there's certainly. I mean, there's certainly still that possibility that he does struggle, like every tight end that ever comes into the league. Very few have ever just transitioned seemingly right into the NFL. So making that assumption that OJ Howard will do it, I think, is also a bit foolish. I mean, he certainly has the ability to. Because of his blocking and the things that he'll be able to do for them. But I don't think just saying OJ Howard is a lock to immediately step right in and just take right over. So I do think Cameron Brait is going to be involved this year. He has proven what he can do. And so I don't think right out the gate that OJ Howard's just going to step up and just automatically just take over the position.
I guess my point is this is the first time I've ever done rookie rankings post-draft. And I think this is really, really hard to do. And I think a lot of it is because I might be thinking more future than I should be.
Well, I mean, I think what it comes down to more than anything is just going to be your personal preference, the type of player you like, situation-based, whatever the case may be. And I think that's what's going to come down to. I mean, these guys, I mean, there's no, like, I think outside of, like, Corey Davis, I think you can have a conversation and interchange all of them.
Oh,
Even Corey Davis to some extent.
From a PPR perspective or standard perspective?
Well, then it changes everything too. I mean, there's just so many different ways you can go. I mean, like I said, even Leonard Fournette. There's still Chris Ivory, T.J. Yeldon there. We can say whatever we want. They have a ton invested in the running back position. They're still paying Chris Ivory $6 million. So unless they walk away from him post-draft, if he's still there opening day, then there's still all these other mouths to feed there. He also does not have.
Yeah, but that's what people said about Alfred.
Ivory's not. Fournette
in Dallas.
Yeah.
They just used the 4th overall pick on him. He's the guy. It's just that simple.
Yeah, Fournette is the guy.
But like I said, but Chris Ivory is also, I believe, in the top 10 most paid running backs in the league. Terrible decision.
Yeah, but was that just the situation last year that
was a
we
different
have to
head
go
coach. That was a different regime.
Right. And I wouldn't be surprised if they walk away from him. You know what I'm saying? But, like, he's still not the clear-cut Ezekiel Elliott mode right here, right? Plus, their offensive line is still not that great. I mean, there's still factors there going against all of them. So what I'm saying is I think there's not an Ezekiel Elliott in any of these guys. There's not that guy. Because we can sit here and nitpick these guys all day. That's why I said I feel like this is pretty interchangeable on where you could take some of these guys. And even the Kareem Hunt call, I mean, he's a 3rd-round pick. Spencer Ware is still there. Sharkandrick West is still there. There's no guaranteeing that he's going to come in all of a sudden and take over the job. He's a 3rd-round pick. I've seen the Chiefs take 3rd-round picks before. Niall Davis was a 3rd-round pick. I mean, I don't hate the pick at all, but just automatically assuming that he's going to come in and usurp Spencer Ware is a bit foolish because I don't know if that's going to happen either.
Well, I'm not sure if anybody's saying that. That's the whole debate is dynasty. I'm not.
Well, no, I get that. No, I understand what you're saying. I guess all I'm trying to say is I feel like that all of us are easily going to have different opinions because of how we feel about it.
What?
And none of them. There's no clear cut guy.
Yeah.
If Zamora goes over here,
make your own rankings.
I'm drafting him at 6. I'm telling you right now. If Shmael Zamora goes to San Francisco, I'm drafting him in 6.
So
Elliott's not here right now, bro.
It's all right.
If Jeremy McNichols goes to, let's say, like Indy or Green Bay, like where do you put him at?
He's in the 6-7 range. Absolutely. But you want a wide receiver 1 in a Kyle Shanahan offense. I'm just saying, San Francisco drafts a wide receiver right here. You want him, or a running back, but I hope they don't. I have too many I have a few high stake.
Well, I was gonna say that I could easily see this being Samaje Perine with their links to Leonard Fournette, but I didn't say it, and now I will say it.
But I'll say it now.
They've been pretty vocal about like Hyde's got to put up or shut up. Like they've been vocal about him being on a short lease.
The problem is, the thing is, he actually on 14 games he was 12 yards away from 1,000 yards. He had like 988 yards, and what do you have 9 touchdowns or 10 touchdowns, and he played 14 games. So I think he produced, and on a horrible team. That was a bad team.
CJ Beathard, quarterback.
I don't know who this is.
Iowa.
How is this?
He went ahead of Peterman.
Guys, I'm having a hard time actually ranking Kareem Hunt over Dalvin Cook, and it's pissing me off because I want to, but I don't know if I can because of the draft capital.
I hear you. I could use the bathroom. Hold on.
I don't know if I can do it.
How do you guys think it's going to play out with Dalvin Cook and Latavius Murray now?
Well, I've never thought Latavius Murray is that good, and I can't let him, in terms of dynasty, affect my Dalvin Cook ranking that much because even though I'm not a huge Dalvin Cook fan, he's talented enough. And obviously Minnesota drafted him in the 2nd round to be their guy. I think that's 2nd round running back picks are really kind of like 1st round running back picks, in my opinion. That's what we've kind of gotten to. And I know we've gotten to more first-round picks again. Third round, it starts to get a little bit more dicey. Here's the thing. Dalvin Cook went at pick 40. Where the hell did it go? At pick 41. Kareem Hunt went at pick 86. Dalvin Cook went. You can multiply his draft spot. I can't think anymore. You can multiply his draft slot by 2, and he still went ahead of Kareem Hunt. So I think I got to go Dalvin Cook, then Kareem Hunt.
Minnesota has one more pick, right, in the third round?
No.
It's Pittsburgh, Seattle,
In
Tampa.
the fourth round.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, Minnesota was 40th. They traded it to the 49ers.
And by the way, is Jeff even still here? Like, he's been like here, but not
No.
forever.
No, he'd been eating.
Since 7:30.
He'd been eating them tacos, bro.
Yeah, he didn't want to do the taco thing, so he just left.
Stepney knows. Stepney knows what's good.
He what?
He didn't want to eat the tacos on air, so he left his hangouts on and he just left. He said, "See you."
Steelers.
Remotes.
Did they? Wait, I mean, a running back?
Yeah, James Conner, running back. That dude even gonna make the team? He's a third-round pick.
Wow. Oh, yeah. I've heard really good things. I never watched this tape, I'm going to be honest right now, but I've heard really good things.
Yes. Nice pick. Very nice pick, James Conner.
Stephanie, did you watch this tape?
I watched a few of his games this past year.
What did get initial thoughts?
Hard, very hard charging, very physical. Has better shiftiness than people think, and he was coming off of chemo, so he really wasn't 100% until toward the latter part of the year. So he didn't really get cranked up until second half of the season. So I think his upside is a lot better than people think, and he's a very good pass catcher.
Did
you guys talk about James Conner right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mike,
what are you guys thinking?
Did he play in the game versus Clemson?
Yep.
Then.
So, like, when Le'Veon Bell gets suspended for 8 games this year, like, he's going to be the...
Yeah. It's going to be James Conner, yeah.
That's a hometown guy, too. He went to Pitt. He's from Erie, PA. I mean, that dude doesn't even have to move.
This
easy guy to root for.
Yeah. He doesn't get drafted unless he's a cuff.
Right, but if Lev Bell goes down, he could be a league winner.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Williams.
Yeah. That's a very good pick for Pittsburgh right there.
Damn it! It would have been nice to have him somewhere else.
This would be
to just have guys. They just love depth. They love depth at positions.
This would be hilarious if they took Samaje Perine here.
Seattle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know Pete Carroll likes him big.
But I guess, yeah, he does like big guys. But him and Anthony have that in common. But
yeah, he's not the only one.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But I don't know. Like that would be. I mean, they just have a whole stable of running backs, I guess.
Alvin Kamara is going to be that dude that is going to piss me off when I try to do rankings, which I'm trying to do right now, because he's in a great spot, but he's the third guy. Amara Darboh, Seattle. But he's the third running back.
I don't know about this.
Darboh.
These are meh picks.
Do you kind of have to rank Kamara in the first round because he went to New Orleans?
I don't. Maybe
it makes
late
sense though
first.
because I mean, Adrian Peterson, Mark Ingram certainly are not dynamic pass catchers. So I mean, who else do they have? I mean, so for Alvin Kamara, I mean, he's going to assume that role. And if their defense is anywhere close to as bad as it was last year, and they're constantly behind, then you feel like that he's going to be on the field quite a bit. And he's going to have that opportunity there.
I think you guys are underestimating how good Mark Ingram was. I think Mark Ingram didn't need to sign Adrian Peterson or draft Kamara.
You may think that, but obviously
I know.
the Saints don't think that.
He hates him. I'm telling you, Mark Ingram must have did something to Sean Payton. It's crazy.
Maybe he slept with his wife. I don't know. None of us know.
Okay.
It's got to be borderline something like that at this point. He's done everything in his power to not have to use Mark Ingram.
I mean, they thought Tim Hightower was a better option. Dude been out of the league for 4 years, and they still went with
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy.
Got to start a free Mark Ingram hashtag.
Tampa Bay still needs a back, don't they?
They traded up for this, didn't they?
I left because I didn't want to miss the Jets pick, and then turns out they traded it. So I'm back.
Is it gonna be McNichols?
Here's a little bit of a hot take, I guess.
Kendall Beckwith.
I don't want to rank Evan Ingram very high in Dynasty because I think that Ben McAdoo is going to get fired in a couple of years, and who knows what the – yeah, I do. And who knows
Why would
what –
you think that?
Now he's factoring in –
Now he's factoring in coaching fires and stuff.
Right. Why would you think he's going to get fired in 2 years?
Because I disagree with how they run their offense.
Wasn't their offense like sixth in yards? Their offense wasn't the problem last year. I mean, the year before that was.
It's so golden for fantasy football because they throw the ball all the time, but they have no running game, and they're not trying to get a running game. And I disagree with that. And so, I mean, I said this is a hot take, but I just think if he does get fired and a new coach comes in that has a different thought process, then Evan Ingram could just be sitting there without a role. So I'm just trying to put rankings together, and I don't want to. He's going to be somewhere in my second round, probably late second round. I don't know.
That's some deep thinking right there, Ben. You may be a little.
Yeah, you know what? I think you guys are right. I think Evan Ingram should be in your late second rounds. Everyone's late second rounds. I agree with that. Just saying.
All right, guys. Any wrap-up words here as we go ahead and close out the show? That is the end of day 2, second and third round in the book. So tomorrow.
Oh my God, we made it.
Yeah, dude, that was a hell of a podcast right there.
What time are we coming on tomorrow?
Well, we're not on tomorrow.
Oh.
Elliot, thanks for joining. I can't believe we did. I'm just looking at the time now. I don't know what the hell just happened, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
almost 5 hours.
Yeah, man. Thanks for being on the whole time.
Thank you, everyone, for being on. Yeah, 4 hours, 39 minutes at this point is the countdown here. You can follow us all on Twitter. The names are on the screen right now on the left-hand side there. Man, what a day, guys. Really good show. Had a lot of fun. Had a lot of viewers, a lot of interaction today. So I think it was a hit.
Nice.
Yes, had a lot of fun. Thank you for allowing me to be on it.
Yes, Michael, thank you.
Hell yeah,
Michael.
Michael.
Guys.
Hey, Elliot, Paxton Lynch or Davis Webb?
Paxton Lynch. Not even close.
That's a horrible take. Horrible take.
Wow.
I was about ready to go look for sharp objects.
No, we
Horrible
can
take. But
play
barely.
the Davis Webb game. It's going to get real bad.
Hackenberg or Davis Webb?
Tim Tebow.
Hackenberg.
Tim Tebow or Davis Webb?
Even Elliot can't fuck around with that.
Davis Webb. I can't.
We could be here all night with this. All right.
And he said it was going to get deep. I had to ask.
Check out the Fantasy Authority at FF_Authority. The TFA podcast is #AskTheAuthority. And then our sister podcast is the Dynasty Life Pod at Dynasty Life Pod. Go ahead and check them out. Once again, thank you to our guest, Elliot. Christ or Christ? How do you say that, Elliot?
It's Chris. If you ask me, if you ask other people, they think I'm
you're
Christ. So.
Most people on Twitter think it's Christ. So.
It's Christ, yes.
Elliot, Chris, thank Michael Stepney, one of our newest writers here at TFA and #1 fan. Thank you for joining us today, man.
No problem. It was a pleasure.
Yeah,
Hope
buddy.
to meet again sometime soon.
Absolutely. And once again, thanks again to our usuals, Dynasty Frank, Ben Cummins, Kevin Steele. Jeff Donovan's no longer here. Travis May joined us as well. Thank you, guys. Hope everybody has a fantastic night.
Good night, guys.
Night.